As the other teams spread out and checked the corpses, they began to pile the ogres into great mounds, preparing for either burial or cremation, so that the rotting ogre flesh didn't attract swarms of scavengers. They might not be brave enough to come too close to the elites, but they would pick away at the edges of the battlefield, and gorging themselves on commander-rank ogres might be enough to increase a few of the lowest common grade monsters' strength to the point that they might be a real threat to the villages and mines. It didn't really take much for the average village to be threatened. An awakened rank boar would be a nuisance to outlying farms, but a swarm of awakened rank rodents would be a nightmare to try to purge from the village. The problem was that it was beginning to get dark already, which would make it difficult for the teams to work on the cleanup, and far too easy to miss valuables as they worked. Part of their job was to collect the magical items off the bodies and ensure that valuables from the anomaly were not left on the ground to be collected by other monsters, which the presence of multiple magical items would attract. Carl watched the annoyed and dejected faces of the newly arrived teams, who were making a strategy to deal with the mess. "Why don't I send my beasts to take care of it? They can sense magical items more easily than any of us, and they're strong enough to pile the bodies," Carl suggested. "Oh, he's thinking ahead. We can take the really good bits and give them the rest," Hawk replied greedily. "Don't you have enough? Let the little ones get something. It's not like you actually need anything here. Ray already got the best stuff off them," Carl sighed. "Why don't we have Hawk and Ray loot, while Thor and Ophelia stack the bodies? Then, when we're done, Hawk can set them all on fire," Remy suggested helpfully. "Thor and Ophelia?" Carl asked. "They're the two biggest," Remy replied, dipping her head in the Remy equivalent of a shrug. "I noticed that you didn't include yourself in that deployment." Remy pouted at him. "I don't have hands, how am I supposed to loot anything?" "You have water control. You can strip them of armor, rings and weapons as well as anyone else." Thor chuckled. "Oh, you got called out. Time to join the cleanup team, little sister. You three go ahead, and I will get the bear to help me pack the trash." The Sarrow wandered over and gently headbutted Ophelia, who was talking to Bob, then looked at the ogres and motioned for her to follow. "Did I just get drafted to help clean up?" she asked incredulously. "Your bear form is second biggest on the team. Plus, now that you're fully bear, I can enlarge you without you having to rage," Carl laughed. Ophelia frowned. "Why'd I get the feeling that I just became an honorary member of the Beast Squad? I mean, you are a 4-meter bear in disguise. Thor thinks you're a big cuddly new friend." Thor nodded happily and bumped Ophelia again, encouraging her to come clean with him. "Fine, but I will have you know that I'm not a maid," she informed the Sarrow, who promptly began tossing ogre bodies on a pile. She transformed and Carl cast brutality on everyone, so they could toss about the ogre corpses more easily. The new arrivals seemed shocked to see them already at work while they were still making plans, but the last bits of daylight were already fading and Carl didn't know if anyone knew a good light spell. The border forces would use them for night raids, but Carl had never seen anyone on his team actually cast one beyond the minor one they taught mages. "Are they doing the work for us?" one of the government security guards asked. "Yeah. They will load the bags on the lightning Sarrow with magical items, as they can sense them from a distance. Then they will stack the bodies and the Dragonhawk will light them on fire," Carl explained. "Oh, that's a Dragonhawk? I thought it was a baby vermilion bird," the security guard replied, while giving Hawk a suspicious look. "He has been evolving as he gained power. He just reached royal rank, and the change in coloration happened then." The security team shook their heads at the thought of a royal rank Dragonhawk loose in the area, but he seemed to be quite tame, and wasn't getting aggressive even when he got close to the strange humans. As they got into it, Ophelia was beginning to enjoy herself, scooping the bodies up with her claws and tossing them across the battlefield onto the nearest pile. She could see why Thor was so into it, and why he was using both his upper horns and his tail to swat bodies. The answer to Carl's question about light came from the bureau team. Jill cast a bright light above the battlefield to supplement the light coming from the newly formed dungeon entrance. The work was going quickly, and Thor had already dropped off 2 sets of bags at the camp so he could continue to get loaded down with loot from the ogres. Now that they weren't planning to keep or carry any of it, they were just taking anything magical and putting it in the bags. The others could sort it out and load it in a vehicle to take it away. That was somehow satisfying even to Ophelia, who was doing her best not to laugh as the corpses piled up and Thor's loot bags filled again. "Hey boss, that's all the loot. Now, we just need to move the last bodies, and Big Brother Hawk can light them on fire. Remy informed them a few minutes later, right before she came slithering into the camp, terrifying the workers who hadn't known she was here. The squeals of terrified humans made the other beasts and the nature priests laugh, while Remy just slithered up Carl's back to look around with her head a meter above his. A little warning would be appreciated, man. You can't just surprise us with a venomous snake, one of the church's workers complained. There is a giant spider out there as well, kindly don't attack them as they're coming off shift. They put in significant effort to gather all that loot before they stacked the ogres, Carl reminded them. Colonel Valerie gestured toward the piles. You can have Hawk light them up now. Just ask him to make sure they're burning hot and not billowing smoke. This is going to smell bad no matter what, and roast ogre doesn't smell much better than day-old dead ogre in the sun. One of the clerics chuckled, and a golden barrier surrounded the camp area, which was just outside the battlefield, where Carl's team had finished the fight. Anything closer would have been soaked with blood, so they had chosen to camp further from the anomaly, instead of setting up a defensive perimeter around it. The cleric's spell took effect, and Carl noticed that the smell of sweaty bodies instantly vanished. That was a valuable skill for anyone to have in the field, removing scents from a camp. That was the easiest way for monsters to track you down while you were sleeping, but today, it was more important to keep the smell of burning ogres out. It didn't take long for Hawk to have the piles cheerfully burning, with massive flames licking at the sky as the Dragonhawk swooped back and forth, adding fire to the ones that were beginning to smoke. Despite the amount of fat on their bodies, they didn't actually burn all that well, and without Hawk or a fire mage, they would have had to dig a massive hole to bury them all. The teams were setting up their tents, and the other response team was pulling a massive canvas construct out of a bag that the church team had brought. But Carl and his team had no intentions of sleeping on cheap cots or putting in all that work to erect a tent. "Ray, would you like to make us a temporary fort?" Carl asked. "Just us? The Magic Knights as well. One fort big enough for us all. At ground level, but you can suspend hammocks for everyone in it." Ray got to work, using a number of downed trees as the base for her latest work of art and spinning a new fort that Carl could tell would top all that came before it. At first, it looked fairly normal. Straight walls and a steeply sloped roof, then she began to add fake windows to the walls, and a large spire at the front. She was recreating the Capitol Cathedral out of silk, at the scale for a 12-person tent. She even went as far as to grab a crate with a camp stove from the supplies to put in the fireplace hearth she had designed at the base of the cathedral's iconic chimney, which in reality led to the kitchens. "You have got to be kidding me," someone muttered from the far side of the group as Ray was putting the finishing touches on her masterpiece. Ray had learned to make her silk quite stiff when needed, so the structure was most likely self-supporting, but she had still used a half-dozen trees shaped into posts for the foundation, quickly carving them to the dimensions she needed with her limbs. Carl heard Lotus giggle. "It's a masterpiece, a true work of art by Princess Ray. Now, it might seem a bit odd to have it placed out here in the middle of nowhere, but we can probably leave it for future visitors. They normally build a building over the dungeon entrances, right?" One of the government agents sighed. "While that is true, the construction normally doesn't include a scale replica of the Capitol Cathedral made of royal rank silk. First off, do you have any idea what that tent is worth in raw materials alone? Second, why? Just why?" Lotus giggled turned to full-out laughter from most of Carl's group, leaving Bob to answer. "Ray likes to make a statement. There are new people here, and you didn't show her enough respect as a princess, so she decided to show off a little and help you appreciate her," he explained. The government workers needed a moment to process that bit of information. "We don't have an official protocol for that, do we? Are beasts bonded to an elite considered an extension of their rank? Do we treat them the same? Is it based on their intelligence and species?" one of them asked his supervisor. The man got a contemplative look on his face. "There is no unified policy, but I would say that when it's a royal rank spider the size of a small car, it probably wouldn't hurt to be a bit more respectful." The Magic Knights laughed as Ray put the final touches on her masterpiece and came to stand out front. The flaps of the front wall fell closed around her, creating the false image of the front of the cathedral, then she vanished into her space, ready for a nap after all that work cleaning and setting camp. Dana stuck her head in the door, then turned back to the group, laughing. "She even set it up like the cathedral. The hammocks are upstairs, while the main floor is open with the stove. Plenty of room to set up tables for breakfast or hold meetings," she explained. The upper floor also had a curtain at the back for a shower room, though the shower spell wasn't a Ray specialty. The clerics could take care of that in the morning. Or, one of the mages. But as Carl thought about it, Remy had a thunderstorm spell, so she could make it rain on command as well. There was no reason that his group would ever have to go without good hygiene. "What is the watch schedule for the evening?" Prince Charles, the leader of Team 1, asked as everyone gathered inside the glowing dome that was protected from the smell of burning ogre. "The night watches will be taken by the security teams. They have the rotation already planned, and stations set," one of the government representatives explained with a gesture to the edge of the camp, where men in black uniforms were stationed. Carl wasn't certain that was going to be sufficient, but unless there was an attack by something stronger than what Hawk had detected in the area, it was as good as any other night watch. "I will make sure they don't miss anything," Ray added, as she prepared to head to the bell tower of her new fort. There were windows on all sides, so she could scout the whole area without moving much, and she would blend in perfectly with her own silk, so there was a good chance that nobody would ever know that she was up there, resting and watching for a chance to dice something into snack-sized bits. She was destined to be greatly disappointed, and even Ray knew it, but that didn't mean that she wasn't going to keep a diligent watch until the sun started to come above the horizon, and she switched spots with Hawk so she could get her morning nap in. It was good to be outside in her web on watch again. In the army camp, there were so many people around that she wasn't really on watch, she was just observing the humans. Here, there was a chance, however minuscule, that something might actually stumble into the traps that she had quietly set around the fort as she built it. For the elites in the fort, it was a surprisingly peaceful morning, but the silence was such a stark contrast to the constant sounds of artillery, either nearby or distant, that they all found themselves unable to remain in bed. Doug adjusted his robes as he stretched the morning stiffness from his muscles. "We will start on breakfast downstairs. I brought in tables and benches last night, so we can eat in the fort. Did you want me to grab something from the supply tent to add to it?" Carl shook his head, as did most of the others, but Lotus smirked. "I have found a good thing in their supplies. I will bring some over as long as it's not mislabeled," she announced. The little cleric jumped out the window and slid down the sloping roof, then onto the ground, while Tessa laughed. "You know, she did the same thing from her room in the dorms when we were in school. Nearly landed on High Priest Gerald one day, only centimeters from stomping his head," she laughed. Lotus returned only a few seconds later with a large carton of liquid eggs. That was a true luxury in the field, as they had to be kept refrigerated or frozen, so they weren't sent to army units. Instead, you got powdered eggs, which were later rehydrated, and not nearly as good. "Oh, Lotus found the good stuff. I'm sure that the government officials will miss that, but it's going to make for a great breakfast." Doug laughed as he started to cast nature magic to produce fresh ingredients. Tessa brought in 2 large, flat rocks that were placed on a small metal table and gestured at Carl. "Hawk, you're up. Just a bit of flaming body on the stones to get the breakfast started." Hawk rolled his eyes. He did this nearly every morning. He didn't need instructions from Carl on how to prepare a stone to make breakfast. Having it up on a platform like that was different, though. Normally, they set it between 2 branches and he only heated the middle. The tabletop was stainless steel, and Tessa knew that while it wasn't perfect, it wouldn't be injured by the heat from the stone. But the only folding chairs that anyone had brought were plastic, so they weren't an option, and she didn't feel like going to get branches for a stand or having the nature clerics grow some. Hawk heated their griddle stone, and the clerics got to work, while the rest of the team relaxed for a few minutes. Hawk even volunteered some of his precious stash of meats, though Carl noted that they were some of the last awakened rank stockpile, which didn't keep up with his nutritional needs anymore. They were a great help when he was young, but now they were essentially junk food. That was one of the drawbacks of a carnivorous beast. They needed meat to survive, and powerful monsters generally weren't a sustainable resource. As they moved up the ranks, finding large amounts of food for growing high-rank beasts would become increasingly difficult no matter what, but keeping the meat-eaters fed would be much more difficult if they were the size of Thor. The space made up much of their needs, but not all, and they needed the intake to help their growth. That would be a consideration for Carl in the future. If he could find omnivorous monsters, it would make his life easier. Or perhaps he could find something esoteric, like a monster that ate rocks or something. No, that could be a pain as well, as finding magical resources was even more limited than monsters. While Carl was distracted by his thoughts, Colonel Valerie came in with the heads of the other 2 teams who had come to secure and study the anomaly. A man in a suit that looked extremely out of place in a room with cloth walls and a grass floor started the meeting. "Good morning, Team 2. It is good to see you all up and cooking so early. We have a lot to do today, but the primary goal for now is to test the difficulty of the trial, and to check the nature of its rules. Many of these trials have an entry limit, either a number of teams at once, or on the size of the teams, or the time between entries for specific people. Those all need to be tested and catalogued, but the first on the list is team size. The most common limits are 5, 10 or 20 people, however 20-person dungeons normally have a very distinctive entrance. So, we will start you with a 10-person team, 8 of which will be elites, and 2 of whom will be researchers from the agencies." Carl considered that for a moment. "Is it a matter of trust for the results, or a matter of specialized knowledge for the recording?" Carl asked. "Specialized knowledge and recording equipment, I'm afraid." The man sighed, then smoothed his freshly ironed coat in a nervous gesture. "That's all right, now that I know that, we can arrange the members in a proper order to enter. If it splits the team in half, we should still be able to make 2 groups who can efficiently collect the data that you need," Carl explained. "Oh, how is that?" Carl gestured out the door in the direction of the anomaly. "If that thing will only allow groups of 5, it should split the team after the 5th member enters, correct? So, we will put 4 of our people in front, with a proper group composition and power, and then the 2 researchers in the middle, followed by another 4 elites. We might have to draw straws on who gets left behind, but it's easy enough to arrange the teams for the highest likelihood that we will have a safe journey." The overdressed man nodded. "Oh, yes, I suppose that does work. We were going to recommend just coming back out if the team was split by the dungeon." Carl shrugged. "Well, that would tell us how long it would be before we could enter again, but not much else. If the wait is excessive, for example, an entire day, we would be wasting time." Colonel Valerie looked at the man in his expensive suit like he was an idiot who didn't need to be here, but that really wasn't much different from her usual glare, so Carl wasn't certain how many of the others could really tell what was on her mind as she allowed him to continue. "Right. So, if the teams are viable once you enter, we will ask that you gather all the data you can about locations, vegetation, resources, monster power levels and equipment, as well as the environment inside the dungeon. The researchers with you are combat-trained professionals, but they are not elites, so don't expect too much of them. Other than that, can you create 2 teams of 4 that will be capable of defeating a low commander rank dungeon if you should get separated?" Carl considered it, then nodded. "I think if we send the Mackenzie brothers with Morgana and a magic knight who can use golems, they shouldn't have many problems. Commander Bob Mackenzie is very close to the royal rank as well, and he is a defense-type warrior. The second team would be me plus Dana as our mage, Ophelia the Dire Bear Totem Berserker, and whoever wins rock paper scissors between the remaining pair of clerics." Tessa and Lotus turned to glare at each other in challenge. If they were going to be one team member over the limit, there was going to be some competition for that spot. Especially if Lotus wasn't going to be able to slack off and ride Ray around the woods while everyone else worked. Carl turned to Bob. "Does that work for you? I know you won't have a royal rank attacker on your team, but Doug does have regenerating vines that are a pretty good crowd control spell. Not to mention that the vines had thorns, and he was at royal rank, so they would likely do as much damage as either of the spellcasters." Ruth shook her head. None of the knights were compatible with the golem spell. "All right, then Dana with Bob, and I will take both clerics while the knights have leisure time to take care of their other duties." Ruth nodded. "That would be appreciated. There is always paperwork to do after this sort of mission." Carl nodded happily, and the rest of his team tried not to laugh. "Better you than us, sister. We thank you for your sacrifice," Doug informed the Magic Knight with a glowing smile, while the knights began to realize that they'd been duped. The government man took out a binder full of carefully typed pages, and checked down the list before speaking again. "Right, that should work. The researchers are ready now, so we should get started as soon as you have eaten," he announced. "Would you like to join us? We made plenty," Doug asked. The man shook his head, while Colonel Valerie took a seat at one of the tables across from the silent church representative. "We won't be more than 15 minutes, if you would like to let the researchers know of the updated plan and the order for our entry." They finished breakfast quickly, and found the 2 security guards at the entry to the dungeon, both equipped with some sort of fancy equipment in a backpack and clipboards. With a nod, they fell into position, and the team entered. Carl was the last to enter, and as he stepped through, he found himself with a much smaller group. The dungeon had split them into teams of 5, as the government man had said was possible. Ew, it smells so bad in here. Like the laundry room of the boys' dorms mixed with an overflowing latrine. Lotus complained before covering her face with a bandana. Thank you for that vivid mental image. But you're not wrong. The smell of an ogre camp will not be at the top of my list of favorite memories, Carl chuckled. Their researcher was already making notes and a light on the backpack was blinking, showing that it was doing something. Carl had no idea what it recorded, but if the specialist said it was important, he would believe them. Do we have the manpower to clear this dungeon? The researcher asked as he counted the 5 of them, which included 2 clerics. That was not usually the recipe for a powerful team when it was this small, but once Carl called out the beasts, things changed dramatically. Thor bugled a challenge that had the nearest group of ogres coming their way, Ray called out her golems, and Remy crawled up the pole on the researcher's backpack, nearly toppling him over backwards. He's not an elite. Regular humans have balance issues. Carl joked as he lifted the confused snake off the terrified researcher. He's bigger than Sister Morgana. Why can't I climb him? Remy asked. Because regular humans are weak, and his backpack is heavy. Your weight was going to make him fall over on his back. Tessa ran up Thor's back and settled into position after Ray spun a quick web saddle for her. The researcher looked shocked at the dramatic change in circumstances, and it was obvious that nobody had thought to inform him of the abilities of the team that he had been sent with. To the researchers, it likely didn't matter. The elites were here to gather data for them, and that was the extent of what they thought of the matter. Carl watched as the meter in the man's hand went crazy and peeked out for a moment before settling down again. What is the meter reading? Carl asked. Energy signatures. It's like the testing device, it measures maximum energy output, but in a wider area. It's how we officially categorize the monsters. Then that first peek was from my team? Carl asked. The researcher nodded. It's not designed for royal rank battles. I will have to sort out the data from the monsters later. But if you can try not to have your team use long-duration spells, it will help my readings. Remy, avoid blizzard and thunderstorm. Thor, unfortunately, we will have to avoid circle of protection, Carl instructed. The golems moved forward, and the ogres shouted as they attacked, causing the meter to move up a bit over halfway. Then the golems attacked, and the meter pegged the needle wildly for a few seconds before the ogres were dead. What the hell? The researcher mumbled. Oh, they're imbued with offensive adaptation. The skill must activate when they attack, and that will be what you're reading, Carl explained. I see. This could be difficult. I need to see every ogre attack so that I can record individual power, but I'm not sure they all got a chance, he explained. Carl considered the answer for a moment. I can have the golems hold back, so we can get data before they murder the ogres. If possible, that would be wonderful. Also, the fewer team members attacking, the better. It makes it easier to sort the data. I know that sounds a bit insane, even to my ears, but I've never worked with a prince or a spider who can solo entire teams of ogres before. He finished his notes about the area, and then nodded politely to Ray, who sent her golems over to taunt the next group, who put up a valiant fight for about 10 seconds before Ray decided they had waited long enough and had them attack. There was only one commander rank ogre in that group, and there were none in the next 2 groups, though the second one had a mage, who carried a long staff and repeatedly hit the golems with fireballs. There was some damage which Lotus quickly repaired with a pair of healing spells, which seemed to work just fine, even though the golems weren't actually living things. Perhaps it was because they were made of a plant-like material, and she was a nature priest? Carl wasn't all that clear on how holy magic worked. Perhaps they were healed just because the gods agreed. When they got to the first boss, a peak commander rank ogre lord with 2 massive blades in his hands, Ray gave Carl a look that said she had better be receiving some help for this one. Carl knew that the golems kid and would kill it. They had already eliminated one of the bosses on their own when the teams first arrived, but Ray was becoming suspicious that they were just using her as their workhorse while everyone else slacked. Carl turned to the researcher. Will you be able to get readings if all of us go to deal with that? Reluctantly, the man nodded. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. We have to pick out their data from the attacks of a whole group. This has been so much better that I wouldn't want to if I didn't have to, but against the dungeon bosses, it's inevitable. Plus, only a few of your beasts will be similar in power output to the boss, so it shouldn't be too bad if they don't use channeled spells. The golems let the ogre lord get the first swing, and then he got one more in on Thor, before he was hurled onto his back and mangled by a combination of golems, fire and lightning magic. 3-on-1, the rank advantage made the fight short and brutal, but just long enough that their researcher could get some data. Carl smiled as the ogre lord's body vanished, and a large chest appeared in its place. Now for the fun part, let's see what the dungeon rewarded us with for defeating the first boss, he joked as the furious scratching of a pen on paper replaced the sounds of battle. As Carl opened the reward chest from the boss, something flickered in his vision, almost like the notifications that appeared inside Dungeons and Trails, but obviously in his vision, and not in the air in front of him. It was almost like the information was on a pair of goggles in front of him, but it vanished after a few seconds, and never got clear enough that he could properly read it. The lid on the chest flipped open, and a small pile of items were found inside. Gained 1 skill point, appeared in Carl's vision, making him pause. Did anyone else see that? He asked. See what? Lotus asked, coming to stand beside him as Remy slid up his back to see what was in the box. Carl looked through the items but didn't touch anything yet. There was a chance that it would bond to him if he picked it up, and this was a commander rank dungeon, and he had royal rank armor as a skill. It would be better to let the others make up for any items that they might be missing. There was a pile of cloth, some chain armor, a collection of gems that Carl's identify skill said would have no particular benefit to the beasts, but they were magical, and not just pretty. Then there was a dagger, a wand and a square item wrapped in cloth that looked like a book. Carl liked books. So did Remy. He carefully lifted it out of the treasure box and opened the cloth wrapping. It was a book, bound in red leather, with a dragon head on the front. That was promising, even if it didn't have any words on the cover. Usable by clerics, red dragons. The words appeared in Carl's vision again. The strange goggle effect when this effect appeared was a bit disorienting, but the message was clear enough. He couldn't use it. Hey Tessa, I think this one is for you, Carl called as he held out the book. Tessa leaned over, using the rough surface of Thor's scales to keep from sliding off, and grabbed the book before sitting back upright. She flipped the book open and smiled. That wasn't the response that Carl was expecting, as the book didn't vanish. It's not a skill book, it is a hymn book. The pages are full of red dragon cleric battle hymns, and keeping it equipped adds bonuses to my holy magic, she explained. She let go of it, and it appeared in a smaller form, hanging by a chain from her belt. It was locked shut, but if it was just a hymn book, she didn't actually need to open it. She already knew the songs, and she wasn't a bard that needed to sing in combat. Not that she didn't sing in combat on occasion, but that was more to keep Thor amused while they waited than because it helped with anything in combat. The other items were removed one at a time, and none of them particularly appealed to the members of the group, but once the last item was removed, the box disappeared. None of us planned to keep this stuff, so we will put it in storage for later, Carl explained. The researcher nodded. That is fine. Anything you get from the dungeon is yours to keep, I'm just here to observe and record. Carl scooped the spare items up and put them in the spider silk bags that Thor wore as part of his work uniform, that included Tessa's saddle. They moved out to take on the next groups, this time sending Ophelia first, so she could practice her fighting skills in dire bear form. Her toxic claws easily tore apart the ogres, and even the blade wielded by the commander rank leader of the group was no match for the refreshing lightning, shielded claws of the dire bear. Ophelia shifted back for a moment between groups. Hey, that's pretty cool. In this form, it still counts my weapons as equipped, and I get the life steal from them when I kill things with my claws, she explained. That will be huge later. The more damage that you do, the more you will heal, and if you have poisoned multiple targets, you should get a steady stream of healing in return from the life steal. Carl replied, impressed by the utility of her new form. Ophelia smiled as she transformed back and charged another group, testing that theory. Instead of focusing on one target, she used swipe, an innate skill of her new form that worked with toxic claws, and black poison began spreading from the wounds on all 4 ogres in the group. They weren't breaking Thor's refreshing lightning, as the massive bear was surprisingly agile, but Carl could see the pulses of magic flowing from them to Ophelia every second or so. That bear is a menace, their observer noted. Yeah, bear totem berserkers are beasts in combat, and that new transformation she got the other day is definitely not a rank 1 skill, Carl agreed. Might I ask where she got it? Carl winked at him. There was an advancement trial on the hill giant border, but you didn't hear that from me. I don't know whether it's classified or not. The observer nodded. It's been ranked as need to know, and I already knew about it. I just didn't know that it was your team. Was Team 1 the other one to enter? Carl shook his head. No, they arrived in the helicopter for this response. I don't know where they were stationed. Still, 2 dungeons for your group so close together is huge. Not many elites get that lucky with their assignments. That made Tessa laugh as she looked down from Thor's back. The world dragon favors him. Everywhere that we go, things are destined to go wrong in all the right ways. Everyone who has been in his group has advanced as much in the last few months as they did in the earlier parts of their lives. None of us were commanders when the war broke out, and now look at what Ophelia can do to a whole team of ogres. Just as she spoke, one massive paw crushed an ogre's face, shattering bone before the claws tore the flesh apart. You have a point. That's not low commander rank combat power. The next boss was carrying a staff with a large jewel on top, and Remy was eyeing it with greed. I need the shiny stick. I can have the stick when we kill it, right? She asked. If it doesn't vanish when he dies, you can have it, Carl laughed. The bodies in the dungeon simply vanished after a few seconds, leaving piles of stuff on the ground now and then. Mostly it was just coins, but they had picked up a few pieces of cloth and leather armor and a few crude magical weapons as well. The observer nodded and the attack started, with Remy instantly going for the ogre's neck from behind to poison him while she slid down his arm to attempt to steal the staff. One way or another, she was determined to have it, even if she had to bite his hand clean off with only 2 teeth to get it. Unfortunately, Carl's attempt to be helpful was a bit too much, and the stun-enhanced maul strike crushed its skull, which made the body vanish a half-second after Remy gained control of the staff. With the boss dead, the staff was also gone. Next the loot chest appeared again, and the system information flickered in front of Carl's eyes a bit more clearly. Gained 1 skill point, first dungeon clearance bonus. So, he wouldn't be able to farm as many skill points as he wanted by simply returning here every time he was able. That was a bit sad, but he supposed that skill points shouldn't be too easy to get if they were a reward. Inside the chest was a similar assortment of items to the first boss, but no book, and unfortunately no staff either. However, there was a gem of elemental power that Remy was quite excited about when she took it in her mouth and sent it to her space. I need that for making a new totem, she explained. Well, we won't refuse you the loot. You're the one most suited to it. None of the other items were something that they needed, so they were loaded into Thor's bags, and the golems took over again as Ophelia transformed to talk to Carl. I think I'm really getting the hang of fighting on 4 feet. At first, it was strange, as I'm used to being upright in werebear form, but with a bit of practice, I think this will be just as effective. I'm going to need to learn a few more range skills, though. Everything I specialized in applies to my weapons or body, but if I'm mostly using one paw at a time, it would be better to have some range when things try to run, she explained. Carl nodded. I will make you a rend book later. As a bear, you are almost guaranteed to be able to use that. But you have rake now, right? That's got a bit of range. Yeah, about 3 meters. It's good enough in melee combat, but chasing things that are running away is annoying. Ray laughed in Carl's mind. She also hated it when enemies ran away on her. Thor liked to chase them, and Hawk didn't have to, but she disliked all the extra effort when the target was just going to die anyhow. It should at least have some dignity and not annoy her in the process. Rend was a simple skill to make, as he knew it well enough. So, Carl made the book as they walked along after the golems, who were showing off for the dataman. Their enthusiasm brought the group to the final boss, a massive ogre lord in tarnished golden armor, the one that the golems had brought out last night. Wait, Ray, don't send the golems after that. The other group was hoping to recover the armor. I don't know if the body will stay, as this is now a dungeon. It likely won't, but some of it might be in the reward pile if we don't destroy it, Carl cautioned. You're going to deal with it personally? The researcher asked as he prepared his recording devices. Yeah, I will sort it out. Carl agreed as he hefted his maul onto his shoulder. The ogre lord sneered at Carl and hurled a boulder at him as Carl approached, but it simply shattered on refreshing lightning, and Carl darted forward, swinging upward with 5 stacks of flaming body, set to project out from his weapon. The strike landed squarely between the beast's legs, and Carl saw the others flinch in sympathy as the ogre lord was lifted off the ground. Then the flames of the ability came jetting out of his mouth as his body was cored by the skill. The remains and the armor fell to the ground in a heap, then vanished to be replaced by a large golden chest, nearly a meter tall and 3 meters wide. That was much larger than the others, but not so ridiculous as the reward chest in the trial. Gained 2 skill points, first dungeon clearance bonus. Carl had been looking forward to that, but the image in front of his eyes slowly cleared. System rebooting. Interface temporarily unavailable. Carl took that as a good thing. Maybe he would be able to get additional information, or even more benefits, once the system was rebooted. If the system was fully active for him and the other elites, the Golden Dragon Nation would gain the sort of benefit that hadn't been seen in generations. Words appeared in the air above the boss, calculating rewards. The researcher stared at them in shock. Do you see that? What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like it. Carl gave him a confused look for a moment before realizing that he wasn't an elite. That is normal for trials and other instances. It's how the system informed people of important events and rewards. Give it a moment, and everyone here should get something, he explained. Updating rewards. Level 0 member detected. Ooh, I can pick a random reward. The researcher mumbled, and before anyone could stop him, his uniform was gone, and he was standing in front of them in tight black leather pants and a pink floral shirt. What the ever-loving fuck? He shouted, dropping his backpack full of expensive diagnostic equipment to check himself. Hey, calm down, it's a system reward. What did it say, and what did you pick? The researcher was clearly in shock as Carl grabbed him and shook him. Get yourself together. What did it say and what did you pick? The man blinked slowly as his brain stopped rattling in his head. It said, would you like to randomize, and I picked yes, and now it tells me that I am a grand sage, and I gain bonus starting power for every day that I remained a virgin. The clerics did their very best not to laugh, and Carl stared deep into the man's eyes, just to make sure that he wasn't joking. 30 years, 1 day 16 hours. Apparently, I'm supposed to become an awakened ranked grand sage? The researcher continued. Lotus burst into laughter. It's surreal, boys really can become a sage if they remain a virgin to 30. This is not funny, High Priestess, the sage insisted. It is a little bit funny. I like the outfit, though, it's very stylish. The little priestess added, not bothering to hide her amusement. What about the rest of you? He demanded, unwilling to accept that he had been punked by the dungeon, but nobody else had. Carl pointed to the message in the air. Level 0 member condition solved, calculating. Reward granted. Carl saw words appear in his vision again, the interface he believed that the system called it. Then there was a simple scroll in his hand. Carl unrolled it and smiled at the fancy lettering on what appeared to be a coupon. Skill Master Rank 3 Single-Use Token. Allows one bonded beast skill to immediately evolve to a skill 1 tier higher than their current tier. The full skill was in his class skills. Skill Master Rank 3 available. 100 points. Allows all bonded beast skills to evolve to a skill 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. It might have been too much to ask for a 100-point skill from a dungeon reward, but picking one skill to become a better version of itself was a huge bonus. Ooh, that is a good thing. Whose turn is it? Ray asked as she sensed what Carl was reading. I just got a new book, so it's not my turn, Remy sighed. I just advanced, and so did you, so I think it's Thor's turn, Hawk reluctantly agreed. He really wanted to know what Flaming Body would evolve into, but Thor put in great effort every day without getting any special benefits. He deserved this one. Alright, big guy, are you ready? Carl asked Thor, who had come over with Tessa still on his back. She was also holding a scroll in her hand. What did you get? Carl asked. She unrolled the scroll and smiled. 1 epic grade, commander rank armor piece of my choice. Tessa unrolled hers and then cheered and began a happy dance. We will get back to her. What did you get, Ophelia? Carl laughed. I got Toxic Claws. Damage over time changed from 1 second per application to half a second. They all turned to the researcher, who was looking grimly at the scroll in his hand. I don't know if I even want to open this, he muttered. Lotus stopped dancing and went to pat him on the shoulder. Relax, these rewards are always good things. It's the random rewards that are more exciting. What did you get? The newly promoted sage demanded. Lotus turned her scroll around with a huge smile. Skill Advance 1 tier, Shock Heal a Revive. Are you telling me that you can now bring the dead back to life? The researcher demanded. Yup. I am the perfect healing specialist now. I can do everything. Heal, area heal, long duration heal, revive. Now Thor was excited. A tier for a skill was a confusing concept, but it could be beyond anything he had been thinking. All you had to do was let Lotus pet someone, and they would come back to life now. I think she's got to cast a spell. She's not a healing ointment, Ray corrected him. It's not a magic pat? That's sad. Remy giggled. I think she can still pat you while she does it, she just doesn't need to. Are you ready, Thor? I'm going to use the scroll, Carl warned him. Do it. All my skills are worthy. Skill advance 1 tier. Refreshing lightning, eternal lightning. Eternal lightning, barrier type skill. Shields the target while increasing defensive skill effectiveness. Regenerates health and stamina for affected targets. The blue barrier of refreshing lightning changed blue to gold, and Carl felt the stress in his muscles fade away, as if he had just gotten up from a long night's rest. Did you give your reward to Thor? Tessa asked as she examined the upgraded barrier. Yes, it's an upgrade of 1 tier for refreshing lightning, eternal lightning, is the new name, and while I don't have solid data on it, I can already tell that the stamina refreshing effect is much stronger than the original. Tessa and the others nodded. It is incredible. I feel like I just had a good nap, and we've been through a whole dungeon. Ophelia laughed. That's because you didn't even walk through it. You've been sitting on Thor all morning. The researcher picked up his pack and settled it back in place. I don't suppose that I can lie about my class, can I? Carl laughed. There should be a mark on your arm. If it's somewhat ambiguous, you don't need to give them the actual name that the system told you. Just your skills and anything that you know about it. If you try focusing on the words interface, status, or skills, you might get a bit more knowledge. Interface. Lotus cheered, then began swatting at the air in front of her. Did we damage her? She seems a bit off lately, Carl whispered to Tessa. I don't know. I will have to monitor her snacks for a while. She might have started taking hallucinogens to cope. Lotus isn't exactly the best suited person to high-stress situations, or the most mentally stable, you know. Carl raised an eyebrow, questioning that statement. I seem to recall that she loves to pick fights. A little battle against ogres shouldn't be an issue. Tessa sighed. Ones that don't involve real violence. But she's a nature priestess, they're almost always stoned anyhow. If there was a chance that she was going to start screwing up because she was too high to function, they would have to deal with her. Doug was known to smoke a lot, but always after work, not before. Interface. Tessa mumbled, then blinked in surprise. You know, I've tried that many times before, but it never worked. I wonder if these last few instances have helped stabilize or unlock the system's features, she asked. I think that is right. I was seeing the interface flicker on and off when we were doing the dungeon. I don't think we have everything that it used to have unlocked, but I think we're very close to having a fully functional version of the system. The researcher was staring at the mark on his arm, which looked like an old man pondering his orb. Sage was a good name for it, but there was at least no negative connotation to the mark itself. When we get out, we should ask the colonel if she knows about a mark like that. She might be able to tell you more, Carl suggested. When I said skills, I saw that I have spells available, and they seem like normal mage spells. The sage whispered, just loud enough for Carl to hear. Good, then you're a mage class. That's easy. Now, you just need to know how to get points to buy the spells. The sage frowned. I'm afraid to learn how this class gets points. But I have 14 right now, and that's not quite enough to get 3 additional skills. Carl shrugged. They normally come from accomplishments and feats. The more you challenge yourself, the faster you get them. I suspect that Lotus should have an awful lot of them. Nature clerics tend to do crazy things. But Tessa should have a bunch as well. Tessa shrugged. Nothing happens when I try skill as a command. Clerics might just get what their gods give them. Ophelia came over with a frown. It says that feature isn't unlocked when I try. All I can get from the interface is a bunch of stat numbers that mean nothing to me. Except health and mana. Those show as a percentage. Carl hadn't been paying any attention to those. He could see them as a pair of globes, red and blue, at the edge of his vision when he had the interface active, but they were just full, so he didn't think about them. Besides, it was usually pretty obvious when you got stabbed or beat with a club. Health was a relative thing. He didn't need a globe to tell him when he'd been getting his ass kicked. But more interestingly, there were grayed out functions. There was some sort of money counter that was translucent and unavailable, and another function that had no label. Carl focused on pressing the button, and found that he was in his own mental space, the one where he had formed the focus to meditate when he was working on improving the beast spaces. That was pretty cool. Useless, as it was faster to access it directly, but cool as a feature. There were more locked features in the interface, but none of them had labels, so Carl didn't actually know what he was missing out on. He had the important parts now, though. He could bring up a list of his skills and skill tree, he could see a bunch of numbers for his stats, which he was slowly learning to interpret, and he could see the contents of his storage bag. He could even pull things out of the pocket of his backpack without taking the whole pack out, and he could put things back into the pockets. That was a huge improvement over accessing the bag directly in his mind. Should we head out and give our reports? They're going to wonder what we're doing if we linger in here too long, Ophelia suggested. The researcher sighed and looked at his new outfit. All right, let's get this over with. Please don't tell them any other details about my class, he pleaded. Don't worry. We can tell them that you're a sage without any other connotations. But look at it this way, you have a more functional system interface than most elites do, and you just awakened, Carl replied. Ophelia smirked. Yeah, and it's not like they didn't know you were a virgin until the weekend after your 30th birthday anyhow. He sighed and led the group out of the dungeon, where he nearly ran into a man in simple gray mage robes. Greg, why are you dressed like a homeless mage? The sage asked. Dude, what the dragon are you wearing? You don't get to criticize my outfit when you look like a sleazy pickup artist. I will have you know that as a reward for being the first group to clear the dungeon, I was granted a class marking. I am now a sorcerer. Carl's researcher laughed and turned his arm to show his friend. Like this, I'm a sage. The other soldiers and researchers from the 3 study teams gathered around to hear the stories, and the rest of Carl's team gathered to share their reports. Bob smirked. I will go first. I believe we got identical dungeons, so I will just detail the loot. The first boss had nothing much of interest, but the second dropped a spellbook for Dana. It's hanging on her waist now. Apparently, it adds even more damage to her spells, when she already has destruction as a skill boosting her output. Then on the final boss, we all got scrolls, and the system interface unlocked. Carl chuckled. On our first boss, Tessa got a hymn book that boosts holy magic. Then on the final boss we got scrolls. I got one that advanced a skill by a tier. So, Thor's refreshing lightning is now eternal lightning. Bob visibly lost much of his enthusiasm. Damn it, and I thought I had gotten the greatest skill. I got Titanic Slash from the same sort of scroll. Slash upgraded 1 rank, and now it creates a massive sword up to 20 meters long for the attack. Ophelia smirked as she patted him on the shoulder. Oh, he's not bragging. The best gains in our group were for Lotus, who had a healing skill upgraded to Revive. The other group, and all the magic knights, went silent as they stared at the little priestess, who had been doing her very best not to just blurt out her good news. Doug sighed. You've got to be kidding me. The little troublemaker was blessed with Revive. She's going to be completely insufferable once she gets back to the cathedral. What did you get? Carl asked. Doug's face seemed to grow scales over the next half a second, and he pulled up his sleeves to show that they went all the way up his arms as well. Green dragon armor. Carl's team sat down to write their reports on the trip into the dungeon, while the 2 researchers were intensely questioned about their experiences during the awakening, and the remainder of the research teams analyzed the data to confirm the power levels and create a basic guidebook for future visitors to the dungeon. The actual report wasn't hard, they just repeated what they had seen and done in the dungeon, and most of them were just observers, as they hadn't fought anything but the boss. I hate that I'm actually starting to get good at these. Carl sighed as he finished the report only a few minutes later. The recollection of the dungeon hadn't taken long, and Thor happily reminded him if he forgot anything or got an ogre's positioning wrong. With that done, all that they had to do was wait, or, in Carl's case, wait and try to come up with a good plan for Dana's birthday. He hadn't expected them to get shipped off to the middle of nowhere in the last few days, and here he couldn't even bribe supply staff to help him with something fancy. Instead, he was going to have to turn to alternate sources for help. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an urgent problem. Dana's birthday is coming up very soon, and I did not prepare before we left the base. Now, we need to get her a gift, something that she will appreciate and that she doesn't already have. What's a birthday? Remy asked. It's an annual celebration of the day you were born. Normally, your friends try to get you your favorite thing to eat, and then they give you a present, Carl explained. Ooh, I can make her new robes. Ray suggested. That's not a bad idea. Do you remember her size and what she likes from when you made the last outfit? Carl asked. Yeah, I remember. I think I can do better this time. The other ones are good, but with some practice, I think that I can make a special outfit for her. Remy slid through her swamp for a while and then picked a plant. Give this to Sister Morgana, and she can make a special potion for her. I saw it in one of the witch doctor's books. Thor made an annoyed noise. He had no idea about a tradition like giving gifts. He didn't collect things for giving away. Don't worry about it, buddy. One good thing from all of us is enough, and we've already come up with two. But I bet that when it's Tessa or Lotus' birthday, you might be able to do something for them. Remy looked up at him from her space. If you can spare a bit of that purple flower, that would be good. It also goes in the potion. Hawk chirped happily. Then I will find a good thing to cook. You said special food was part of the day. We've got lots of food, even Thor has many good things to eat. Thor nodded happily. He might not collect as much shiny stuff as the others, but he had more types of good plants than Hawk had types of good meat. He grabbed them every time he saw them, and some of them would even grow for him. Carl looked over at Morgana, who was arguing with Doug about something, and got up to hand her the ingredients. Morgana, I have a couple of plants here that Remy says would be useful in a potion. I didn't catch the name, so I'm hoping that you know which one it is. He explained as he handed the two items over. Ghost Leaf and Mage Bloom. Did she say why she thinks I can make it? Morgana asked. She said that she saw it in your book. Carl explained, then lowered his voice. As a present for Dana, on her birthday. Morgana thought about it for a second and then took out a book from her storage and began to flip. Oh, I see what it is. That's not a potion, at least not exactly. This book is for beneficial hexes. A specialty of the witch doctor class. The one she is thinking of is body butter. It removes the wearer's scent and gives flawless skin. It will even remove most scarring. I wonder why Remy would have picked that. Because ogres smell bad, and nobody wants to smell bad. Carl laughed as he relayed the message, making most of the room look over to see what he was joking about. Morgana smirked and nodded. I can make that. The other ingredients are all simple things that I can actually get right here. Those are the two active ingredients, and then they get mixed with water and some mundane oils for the base. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Morgana patted him on the shoulder. Don't forget that she isn't the only one with a birthday coming up. That was true. Lotus, Ophelia and Tessa were all in the next month or two. He didn't know the rest, but surely, he could come up with a gift for everyone. Or maybe he could enlist Lotus' help. And he could be that friend who always gifts clothes. It was royal rank silk, it would actually be a very valuable gift, even if it didn't cost him anything. Of course, for people who had all sorts of valuables, giving expensive gifts meant much less, and it would be the good meal that was likely to be the best remembered. He had grown up in the mines, and they didn't give gifts often either. But that was just because they couldn't afford it. The most common gift for kids in the lithium mines village was for someone to cover their shift and clock in as them, so they didn't get a black mark for missing work and got a day off on their birthday. By the time they were adults, the tradition changed to putting them on the good jobs for the day. Hawk flew out of his space to make a scouting patrol and look for good things to eat, while Ray started making plans for decorating her Dana. They had been relaxing for most of the afternoon when the man in the expensive suit came over with a notepad. Can we get a volunteer team to see if they can go back into the dungeon? 6 hours is normally the shortest time period, with one day being more common, he explained. Yeah, that's not a problem. Did you need a whole team? Carl asked. Full enough to efficiently clear the dungeon and reset the timer if it does let you inside, he explained. The magic knights laughed, and the bureaucrat gave them a confused look. He is a royal rank beast master. He could go in alone and clear out the dungeon. I guess you haven't gotten a chance to read the reports yet, Ruth explained. I normally don't. It's not like I will be able to make use of the information in them, and it's not my department to prepare the elites. The team is here to arrange the infrastructure for the protection of the acid, and to deal with the scheduling. For a commander rank resource that has stabilized, it is of critical importance to the nation that we allow access in as efficient a manner as possible. That made sense. Sending ascended rank students and soldiers through here would be huge for them, as it gave commander rank rewards, and it would really help their growth rate. The difficulty wasn't high, and the bosses hadn't shown any particularly nasty tricks. They might have if he didn't kill them so fast, but they all looked straightforward. Alright, let's get to work. Carl agreed as he got to his feet. Dana and Ruth stood to join him, then Ophelia and Tessa. Carl had expected Lotus to be excited about a chance to play, but she must have worn herself out earlier. Carl leaned over to speak with Doug. "Can you check up on Lotus? She's been a bit off, and we're not sure if it's something that she has been taking, or if the stress is getting to her. As a fellow nature cleric, we thought that you should be the best qualified to be able to help." Doug nodded back. "I think I have an idea of what's going on. I will talk to her while you're all out. It's best that we talk in private." Carl patted him on the back and led his team out of the tent. 2 runs a day wouldn't be all that bad. Carl led the team to the entrance of the dungeon, where the members of Team 2 had just exited, along with their researchers. "Anything good?" Carl called as he led his team toward the entrance. "Nothing like what you guys pulled out on the first run. We got armor and a skill book, though, so we can't complain about that. It would be nice if the book was a bit more rare than Fireball, but you take what you get, and Fireball is a pretty decent spell," Prince Charles called back. "Well, you couldn't get the sort of first clearance bonuses that they had found on every single run. It would just be ridiculously overpowered as a resource." "Are we all ready?" Carl asked as he reached the portal. "As long as you didn't leave the beasts behind, we're good to go," Tessa laughed. Carl stretched out a hand, and felt it stop as it touched the surface, as if it was solid, and not just a portal to the dungeon. "It looks like we can't enter yet. The portal surface is solid," Carl explained to the government minister, who was still tagging along behind them. "Well, that is unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. We will try again with Team 1 at the 24-hour mark. Your team is free for the remainder of the day as long as there is no emergency." "Thank you, we will be around if you need us, and I have team members scouting the area to ensure it remains monster-free," Carl agreed. Hawk was actually looking for something that was more tasty than an iron-tusk boar, but there wasn't going to be anything too close, and everything in the dungeon was no good for eating. Even the giants tasted like a delicacy compared to the ogres. "I think I found what we need. It doesn't belong in this area, but it looks tasty," Hawk informed Carl a few seconds after he turned away from the portal. "Oh, what did you find?" A deer thing with wings and a weird tail, like a dog." Carl had no idea what that should be called either. "What is it doing now?" "Picking a fight with farmers." "Can I hunt it?" "It's only awakened rank, but it looks tasty." "Alright, bring it back here, and we will see what we can do about getting it butchered and roasted." Carl could only imagine how terrified the farmers were when what looked like a baby vermilion bird swooped down to kill the monster attacking them, and then flew away with it. But he could tell that it only took a few seconds before Hawk had his prize. He happily dropped the beast next to the cathedral fort for the others to prepare, and Morgana came out to see what the commotion was. "That is the strangest looking peryton that I have ever seen. Normally, they look like giant birds with antlers, but this one is almost all stag. Or perhaps it's not a peryton at all. It is rather weak for one of their species." "Where did Hawk find this?" she asked. "A few minutes' flight away, harassing some farmers. He said that it looks good to eat, so we were going to ask the clerics to make up something good. A special celebration dinner of sorts," Carl explained as he placed an arm over Dana's shoulder. "There's one more day," Dana reminded him with a smile. "It will take time to get a full deer ready and roasted. But don't worry, I have asked our resident princesses to assist with the procurement of proper gifts." "Princesses?" "Well, technically Remy isn't a princess yet, and neither is Morgana, but they're both cooperating on a most wonderful birthday gift for you." Dana smiled. "And here I thought that you would go straight to Ray to make something." Hawk laughed, a keening shriek that startled the workers and made the other team members laugh along with him. "Oh, you did, but you thought it would be a surprise. I get it now. I guess I'm a bit too transparent. But Ray is really looking forward to giving you your gift, and we can't let her down." Ray was very proud of what she had managed to come up with. She had based it on a blend of all of the fighters that she had seen so far, and made what she thought would be the very best outfit for her Dana. It was turning out to be a masterpiece of fashion, in Ray's opinion, and it would give Dana an extra layer of light armor over her metal armor. "Why don't we make a shredded meat roast? The sort so tender that it just falls apart with a fork. I can convince Doug to make fresh bread on the tent stove, and we can do a fancy dinner." "I don't suppose that we have options to make chicken and dumplings, do we?" Dana asked. Hawk searched his inventory for a while. There weren't any beasts that really tasted like chicken, and the rocks were the only bird, but they weren't good. "I can ask the teams if they have chicken. We haven't hunted anything like that so far. Or I could head to town and get a fresh one," Carl offered. Dana nodded. If you're going to go that far, get a turkey instead, if they have one. Turkey and dumpling stew is great. Alright, let the teams know that I will be back in an hour. I'm just going to head out and get some fresh ingredients. Dana and Doug walked in as he was making plans, both looking much more relaxed and happy than they had for a while. Is there anything else you need me to get for dinner? Lotus nodded happily. If you can get us some heavy cream. I want to make a cake. It doesn't work right with powdered milk. Get more butter as well. The stocks here are margarine, and it's not the same, Doug added. Carl knew that the general store at the mines should have everything that they needed, but as he wanted both cream and butter, it would be best to stop at a farm, if there was one near the mines. Yes, the whole kilometer before the mines is farms. There were cows there and more animals I didn't care about. You might get a meat bird, Hawk informed him. It wouldn't have the nutritional value of the deer monster, but the nostalgia factor of a childhood favorite recipe couldn't be beat. Now that he had all their requests, Carl took off through the woods, headed for the mines in the direction that Hawk had informed him he would find a farm. They likely wouldn't have a credit exchange machine, but he could give them coins and gems from the dungeon with an exchange note to take to the bank in town. The exchange rate might be a bit hard to judge, but he had so much loot in his storage bag right now that it wasn't even funny. They had intended to split it as they did the items, but Carl had never gotten around to dropping it off for the agents to sort today, so he had half a chest full of loot. Carl slowed to a stop at the edge of the farm to approach at a more human-looking jog. He wasn't trying to terrify the people or their animals, and running across the field faster than anyone would dare to drive a car was likely to do exactly that. As he jogged down the driveway toward the house, an older man, likely the father or grandfather of the current generation of farmers, came out to greet him. "That's some mighty fine stamina you have, young man," he announced once Carl had come to a stop. "Thanks. A long jog is good for the lungs. I came toward town looking for a few things to make a special birthday dinner for one of my team members. It's her birthday, and we're stationed in the wilderness some distance off, ensuring an anomaly is dealt with." The man nodded. "If you need to commandeer some items, we will spare you what we can. There is more variety at the store in town." Carl smiled and took a pair of gold coins out of his bag. They might be from the monsters, but they're pure gold. The bank should take them in trade without an issue. "All I need is a turkey, fresh heavy cream, butter, and some cake mix if you have it. It would be easier than making one from scratch." The old man was looking at the 2 gold coins in shock. Sure, they were from the monsters, but that was still 4 ounces of gold. A young man and woman came from around the corner of the house, likely from the barn, and Carl nodded to them, alerting the old man to their presence. "Ah, meet my boy Gerald and his bride-to-be, Roxanne." Carl smiled. "Congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. Let me see here. I do believe that I have just the thing for a wedding present." Carl pulled 2 items out, a simple gold chain with thick links in the style most men preferred, and a ruby pendant. Working men didn't wear a ring, instead they would put their wedding ring on a necklace, so it didn't get damaged. If tragedy or the plague hit and nobody was left to take care of arrangements, the chain holding his ring was supposed to be enough to pay for both of their funerals, so that a married couple always knew they would be taken care of and could be buried with their wedding rings. The farmers stared at him in shock. "Sir, we cannot accept a gift like this, it is too much." Carl laughed. "It's only right. I am a royal rank elite, how could I give a wedding gift like I still work the mines? Besides, I'm here on business. I need a turkey, heavy cream, butter, and cake mix." "A prince? Sir, we apologize, we didn't know." They all bowed in unison and Carl laughed. Stand. You didn't know because I didn't tell you. I'm not here to flex my rank, just to get ingredients for a birthday dinner. A special lady to me wants turkey and dumplings for dinner, and our cleric wants to make her a cake." The young woman ran inside, and came back out with a large wicker basket full of goods only a minute later. The pantry and the freezer must have been right at the door because she was fast, and there was a frozen turkey in that basket. Carl added 1 more gold coin when he saw that there was not only cake mix, but also a bag of confectioner's sugar and a bottle of vanilla extract to make icing in there. Those weren't items that most farmers kept on hand unless there was a celebration coming, so they were likely bought for the wedding. "Here, take these straight to the bank and get them traded in," Carl explained as he passed the old man the money, then took out his notebook and wrote down some basic information. "Prince Carl, 95,988. Coins traded for luxury foodstuffs," he wrote. That should be enough for you to trade them to the bank for a fair rate without being accused of anything. Now, I should get going back to camp. Good luck with the wedding, and I wish you all the best." He turned and jogged back the way he came, but he could hear the family celebrating, along with a few other voices from the house, before the slapping of feet headed for town marked someone's departure. By the time that he made it back to the camp, Carl could hear the confirmation on the radio that there was really a prince-rank elite in the area, and Carl's identity code. They must have taken his words seriously, and ran directly to the bank to trade in the coins before anything could happen to them. 3 gold coins wasn't a huge hit to Carl, not when he had 1,000 or more of them in his bag. But it was likely to convert to an entire summer's earnings for the old man, far more than the food was worth. "I've got everything that you requested, plus confectioner's sugar, vanilla, and pre-made cake mix," Carl announced as he reached the camp. Then he took the basket out of his storage and placed it on the table in the kitchen area of the fort. "You're back already, with a frozen turkey and everything else we asked for?" Doug asked, startled by the speed. "Yeah, I stopped at a farm just before town and they had everything. That would be the bank in the mine village that we were hearing on the radio, verifying the monster gold that I traded was legitimate. Nobody will miss a coin or two." Carl laughed. Doug laughed. "Well, we were just going to turn them all in for credit anyhow, so I don't see any reason we shouldn't use them to barter. Clerics take a vow of poverty and charity, so giving it away every time we interact with others seems like the right thing to do. A few extra coins on a farm won't hurt the economy, but it will help the farmer." While Doug talked, Lotus dug through the supplies to see what they had. "Oh, you got really good stuff. This is even top-quality sugar. Alright, we should be good to go for the birthday dinner. Now, are we starting first thing in the morning, or did we have to work?" Lotus asked. "I think we will have to do a dungeon run in the morning unless it rejects us again. They were saying the most likely scenario is 1 full day, so that means morning tomorrow we should be able to enter for a second time," Carl explained. "Perfect, then we can do the birthday dinner after that, and then have some girl time. It's a thing that we used to do at the seminary academy. We would either make or acquire some makeup, and then we would give the birthday girl a makeover." Tessa laughed. "Oh, and some of them were terrible when we were in the early years, but we're pretty good at them now." Carl could only imagine what a bunch of teen girls who had been raised by the church, who didn't advocate or even normally stock makeup, would have done in their first attempts at a makeover. "Ray, can you make a smaller fort far enough back in the trees that people in the camp won't hear us? I would like to take Dana for an evening alone," Carl requested. "I can do that. I will get everything set up for you, and I know the perfect spot," Ray replied instantly, suggesting that she had already been thinking about this topic. Ray exited her space in the distance and darted off to a spot near a river that Hawk had scouted on his way back from hunting for good food. It was over a kilometer from camp, far enough that sensitive ears shouldn't hear what they were up to, and in knee-strong trees, so they could be up in the air, like a proper fort should be. "I will get everything set up for the evening. Trust in the spider, I know about these things." Well, Carl couldn't say that he had more experience with women than Ray did, so he wasn't going to argue with her logic. Now, he just needed a smooth way to get Dana away from camp. Really, it shouldn't be too hard. Hawk was in the tower of the fort, and if he stayed there all night, Carl would have his early warning system in place in case something went wrong. 15 minutes later, Ray was confident that she had everything that she needed ready. "There is a fort, the birthday gift for my Dana, a change of clothes for the evening, and everything you might need," she informed Carl as she settled into her security office web a few dozen meters away. The other crews at the dungeon had brought pressure cookers, so the clerics teamed up to make a proper stew with the deer creature that evening. Bob had made fresh bread for them, and the smells coming from the fort were incredible. But the rest of the camp was cooking dinner as well, and the bureaucrats weren't the sort that skimped out on their meals when they were in the field. So his team likely could have made something fancy just by pilfering the 3 groups for some specialties. The government researchers had brought plenty of supplies for the elites that they were holding on station, but Carl's team had always preferred to cook for themselves. "What is the plan for the evening? I am guessing that Carl is going to steal the birthday girl for the evening," Bob asked as they finished dinner. Carl winked. "Ray has already set it all up. But Hawk will stay here all night, so if something happens, we can be back in only a minute or two. Then shoo. Have a good night, and we will prepare for the birthday celebration when you get back in the morning." Carl held out a hand to Dana, who blushed and accepted the help to her feet, before Carl swept her up into his arms and jogged off into the woods. "Where are we going? We're supposed to be protecting the civilians," she asked as Carl ran through long grass in an open field on the way to the river. "We will only be a kilometer from camp. Close enough to be back before most of the humans have even noticed anything is wrong. Trust me, it will be worth it." Carl spotted the fort right where Ray said it was supposed to be, with the bloodbath spider waiting in a nearby tree. She had made it a simple design, spacious, with a fully suspended floor, so that it would all be stretchy and soft, with no hard spots where branches passed underneath. "There is a change of clothes inside. Have fun. Ray says she made us an outfit for the night. I don't know what she made, but there is a present in there for you to open in the morning as well," Carl explained. "You know, my family could never afford birthday gifts when I was growing up. This is a whole new experience for me, and a private fort overlooking the river in the moonlight is like something out of a fairy tale," she whispered. Dana got excited about the idea of a fairy tale birthday and hopped out of his arms to run up the ladder and check out the view and the gift that Ray had left for her. Carl jumped up from ground level, and found Dana holding up a bit of thin black silk with a deep blush on her cheeks as she stared out into the fading twilight through the open window. "I think it will look fantastic on you," Carl whispered as he stepped through the entry. "There are clothes for you as well." Dana smirked with a gesture toward a pile of cloth beside the door. Carl picked up a matching black set of silk pajama pants with his name embroidered on them in white thread, though his were a bit thicker and less detailed than what Ray had made for Dana. He suspected that the spider had an innate bias, but she was giving them as much privacy as she could with her mind linked to Carl's. Dana licked her lips as she saw Carl strip down and change into the thin silk, then steeled her resolve and changed into the nightie that Ray had left for her. The silk fell to her knees, but as thin as it wasn't actually hiding anything. "Absolutely stunning," Carl stammered as he took a step in her direction. He barely registered her nails digging into his back as he pulled Dana into his arms and pushed her bouncing curls away from her face. Dana closed her eyes in pleasure at the feeling of his fingers massaging her scalp and gasped at the feeling of soft lips on her neck as Carl kissed his way down to her collarbone. She instinctively leaned forward into his body as he pulled back, longing for more contact, but as his hands slid up her hips under the silk of her nightgown, her back arched in pleasure. There was something strange about tonight. Her skin was far too sensitive, every touch was like lightning through her body, and she couldn't get enough. She found herself straddling Carl's lap as he fell back into a swinging chair, and when his lips found hers, all thoughts of anything outside the fort faded away. Dana blinked her eyes in the early morning light, and flashes of last night came crashing down on her brain, along with a soreness in her body like she had never felt before. She recalled the intense urge to taste him, and falling out of the chair when she tore his pants off. There was no silk between their bodies now, and Dana desperately hoped that her gift from Ray had survived the evening. It was definitely the sexiest piece of clothing that she had owned in her life, but it was so soft that she would happily wear it to bed every night. More memories of the evening returned to her mind, and she buried her face in Carl's chest in embarrassment. "I think it's a bit late to be body shy," he whispered in her ear. "Do we have to get up?" Carl kissed her forehead. "We can stay here a little longer. Remy set up a shower in the corner of the fort, and we're going to need it before we leave, but we don't need to hurry." An hour later, Dana was intimately familiar with the benefits of sharing a shower, and they were finally clean and ready to go back to the camp. Dana had found her new nightgown sitting in a pile under the window, hastily discarded and thrown across the room. She picked it up and blushed as she realized that it would need an intense cleaning before it could be worn again. However, when she thought about wearing it again, it bonded with her, vanishing into her mental space as clean as the moment it was made and ready for its next use. She would have to thank the spider for putting in so much work to make gifts that could be safely reused, no matter how much they were mistreated. The silk was nearly indestructible, and if you were bonded to it, it would always come back clean. Dirt and stains were not brought into the mental space with a bonded item, though it wouldn't repair any damages they managed to do to the thin silk. "Ray left your present by the hammock," Carl reminded her as a gentle smile came over Dana's face. Dana leaned over to pick up the present and rolled her eyes when she felt Carl's hand on her backside. She had thought that the novelty would have worn off by now, but no. Carl was fairly certain that he would never get enough of that view. "The present goes over armor," Ray reminded them, bringing Carl's thoughts back on course and away from activities that would lead to needing another shower. "Ray says it's fitted to go over your armor, the set you got from the traders," Carl relayed. Dana put on the armor, then took out the large box with a pink ribbon on it. It was beautiful, and the box had been stiffened with stronger spider silk to give it the semi-rigid texture of cardboard. Rey had really improved her versatility with the silk once she had advanced to royal rank. Inside the box was a black combat outfit, loose pants that tucked into calf-high boots, with a waist scarf, a tunic-style shirt and a long gray coat that split up the back with ties to attach the lower section to your legs for mobility. It also had a hood with a detachable face mask that would only leave the eyes and forehead visible. The style was halfway between the Spellblades and the assassin clans that the rogue class teachers belonged to, and the more that Dana stared at it, the more that she loved it. She would be able to fight easily with a sword, reach any reagents or potions she needed for magical combat, and it was all royal rank silk, so most blades wouldn't easily cut through it. The outfit bonded once she took it from the box, and Dana equipped it with the hood and mask up. "Rey, it's beautiful," Dana gasped as she examined herself. Carl untied the wide black sash at her waist and retied it over the coat so that everything was held close to her body and all the storage pockets were accessible without shifting her clothing. "There we go. That's how Rey meant for it to look," he explained before stealing one more kiss. "Now I really look like an assassin," she noted, impressed with the improvement in functionality with the outfit rearranged. "Tell her to put mana in the coat. The coat should be enchanted or magical somehow," Carl explained. Dana tried it and found that it began to blend into her surroundings. Rey had managed to keep a little bit of her upgraded stealth ability on the silk after it was woven, so it blended with the color of the fort's silk. It wasn't as good as when Rey was doing it herself, but when she was attacking in limited visibility, Dana would be extremely hard to track. "Alright, we should head back. Breakfast will be ready soon, and then they will want us to go through the dungeon again before we take the rest of the day off," Carl sighed. "I will race you back. And I will call Hawk here to burn the remains of the fort. That place is a biohazard." "Thanks, Rey." "Ooh, that was sarcasm, right Sister Rey?" Carl ignored the ongoing banter between Rey and Remy as he brought up Eternal Lightning over both of them, both for the energy refreshing and the healing effects. Both effects were much stronger than when it was Refreshing Lightning, and by the time that they were back in camp, their limited sleep last night didn't matter, and they were in peak shape, ready for the big bosses of the 3 departments to come call them for a dungeon run. If Carl had to guess, the healing rate of the Eternal Lightning skill didn't match up to what Lotus Area Healing had accomplished at Ascended rank, but it might have been a match for a constant stream of Awakened rank healing. When it was combined with Remy's new healing totems, they should be more than the Area Healing had done at Ascended. That was enough that the 2 beasts would actually be considered a proper healer in most groups, as the effect was on everyone and not just one target. "Oh yes, I forgot one thing," Carl informed her as they walked into the fort for breakfast. "What's that? Happy birthday." His announcement got everyone's attention, and they all turned to see Dana enter the tent in her new outfit. "Is that what you made her? I like it. Full coverage for anonymity, functional, flexible, and durable." Ruth complimented Rey's handiwork. Dana took her hood down and everyone noticed that her ponytail was tied with a pink silk ribbon from the parcel, giving her new look a bit of a girlish softness, even though it was blended in neutral tones that matched the ground and furniture in the tent. Tessa and Morgana jumped up out of their chairs to grab her and turn her side to side, admiring the new outfit that Dana had gotten for her birthday. "That is incredible. I think that half of the rogues in the academy would kill for that, and that's before you consider that it's a royal rank stab-proof outfit," Ruth noted from her chair at the back of the room. Tessa examined Dana's legs and nodded in satisfaction. "It's got commander rank leather as soles on the boots, and a wide heel. If you're riding in a saddle, like I do on Thor, it would make for a much more stable position than a flat sole." She gestured to her own boots, which had a similar heel, and Rey clicked her mandibles together happily. Everyone was praising her design features, and nobody had found a flaw in it yet. That had to mean that she had made a nearly perfect outfit. She was slowly becoming the greatest bloodbath spider in history. If she kept it up, maybe they would rename the species after her. The Rey spider had a very nice ring to it, and it would remind people that she could do so much more than turn them into a bloodstain. Not that she didn't enjoy turning things into bloodstains, but it was far too limiting for a creature as majestic as she was. As if the sound of utensils drew them to the tent, Colonel Valerie arrived with the head of the church research team as soon as the food was served, and happily sat for a meal. "We will need a team to go check to see if they can enter yet. The other team did the 12-hour check, and they couldn't enter, so we are hoping that it is only one day of waiting and not a full week or something even longer," the colonel explained as she cut her eggs to let the yolk run out over her potatoes. Once a day does sound like a rather good deal. The amount of gear and loot that could be brought out by multiple teams farming a dungeon every day is rather impressive, Carl agreed. Eventually, it won't be worth it for the team anymore. Some dungeons will let you enter indefinitely, and they are the primary source for our lower-level equipment, but that is very rarely true about one as powerful as a commander-rank dungeon. If we could just farm equipment drops from a dungeon at this level, we would be able to provide much better gear for our soldiers, Colonel Valerie laughed. So, what is stopping it? Is there an entry limit beyond the timer? Carl asked, unsure how this worked. Normally, yes. Each person will only be allowed to enter so many times, after which the dungeon won't provide them any more rewards if they continue. So, you can keep going in, but you won't get any loot? What if it were 1 out of 5? With a fresh team? We could keep someone here from the Inquisition to lead weaker teams through so they could get the benefits. Valerie shook her head. Just like with the members without a class, a fully formed dungeon considers all members. Now, we expected that they would just be excluded from the rewards as they didn't have a class, and actually giving them one was a shock. But the principle still applies. So, we're likely going to be here until the dungeon stops giving us rewards? Carl asked carefully. There were sure to be limits on what she was allowed to tell them, and this had been an emergency deployment, after which the response teams would normally be sent to a new location. That meant either back to fight the hill giants or off to a new battlefield. Colonel Valerie nodded. That's right. Team 1 will be reassigned later today, off to another emergency call, while your team will remain here until the construction of the new facility is complete and the long-term staff have arrived. Construction will start today, after we have determined that the dungeon is indeed repeatable. That isn't expected to be an issue. There are rarely cases where an instance stabilizes and can't be repeated. Normally, the single-entry versions vanish after the first use or fail to fully stabilize, like the first advancement trial that you underwent. Carl nodded in understanding. It made sense that a stabilized dungeon wouldn't have the same sort of restrictions on it as an unstable instance. It would have been much better if they could just assign someone to farm them for equipment, though. They were at war on too many sides, and being able to send elites out to train in a predictable dungeon before going to the front would probably reduce some of the trauma when they faced giants in real combat. Are we at our timer yet? Bob asked as they finished eating. 10 minutes ago. We start the timer when you leave the dungeon, as that seems to be the most reliable version of what the dungeons consider 24 hours to be. Carl's core team, Tessa, Dana, Lotus and Ophelia, stood to join him in the mission to the dungeon, and the 2 clerics winked as they prepared to head out. Oh no, you don't. Lotus is staying here, we've got work to do. You can take one of the others. Doug reprimanded them. They were the 2 nature clerics, and there was a birthday dinner to prepare. Doug wasn't about to let the second chef escape for hours to go play in a dungeon if he didn't get to come with her. Lotus sighed, and Bob patted her on the head as he got to his feet. I will take her spot today. We will let the nature clerics do their thing, and then we will be back for lunch. Carl noticed that Morgana and Colonel Valerie shared a secret smile as they were headed out, so he was certain that the colonel knew what they were up to today, and likely had something planned for the evening, as Doug was intent on making lunch and not dinner. Fortunately, Dana was facing the other way, adjusting her face mask and hood, which were attached to each other, and she wasn't fully accustomed to yet. The cloth armor might not prevent broken bones from the impact force, but it would keep her from being cut or hit with particularly nasty sprays. Now that she was learning a combat style that mixed blades and spells, often in close quarters, getting sprayed with blood or something worse was becoming a concern. Carl led the team to the dungeon entrance, and extended his hand, so he didn't walk face first into the portal if it was still closed. Luck was on their side, and the team passed smoothly through, with Bob moving to the front to take his usual position as tank, while Carl called out the beasts. I'm almost to royal rank, I can feel it. I was so close last time I was in here that I could feel the barrier trembling, and I think that now I will be able to advance. I've got a good feeling about this time, Bob explained. In that case, lead the way. The golems will support you, but a bit more practice with your new skill might be just the thing that you need to push you to the next level, Carl agreed. The others weren't going to argue. There was no observer in here with them, so they could move as fast as they pleased, or take breaks between the bosses so they didn't come back out too early, before the food was ready. The others would definitely know if they were slacking, but there wasn't much that could actually be done about it even if they were aware. Bob led the way, knocking the ogres to the ground with his shield slam, and then chopping them with a titanic cleave. It was a pair of mana-intensive skills, but it severely wounded all of the ogres, and the golems finished them off before any of them could even defend themselves. They didn't even slow when they made it to the first boss. Everyone just attacked, hacking it apart in seconds to see what would be in the box. Boss defeated. This time the announcement wasn't in the air above the chest, but in Carl's view, as if he had the interface active. He didn't keep it up all the time, as it was just distracting, especially with his highly enhanced vision, but seeing the announcement was enough to remind him that he was gaining more system functions by the day. Bob opened the chest, and inside was a small assortment of armor, along with a large number of coins. Split coins or claim? Carl saw from his interface. Split, he chose. 73 gold coins gained. Carl checked his interface quickly, and saw that the money function was now active, while everyone else looked around, confused as the money vanished. It gave me the option to split it. Check your interface in your bag, it should be there, Carl explained. Oh, there it is, right in the bottom of my bag. Well, that's a fun new function. Auto-splitting the money makes things much less difficult, especially when you have a berserker in the team. You know how they feel about math, Bob joked. Me? Excuse you very much. Your math is worse than mine. Ophelia laughed. They tossed the armor pieces into Thor's bags, and Tessa checked the ring that was left in the bottom of the chest. A ring of fireball enhancement. It only works on the fireball spell, but it increases damage by 15%, she explained. Might as well put it in the bag. None of us use the actual fireball spell, but the two new mages might. The second boss went very much the same as the first. Swarmed and beaten within seconds, with nothing they needed in the chest, but this time the coins just auto-split the first time that someone touched one. Oh, now it seems to be the default setting for the dungeon. The others who come in will love this if the setting doesn't just apply to us. Though, if they don't have a storage bag, I wonder what will happen, Ophelia noted as they finished adding the items from the second boss to Thor's bags. They moved on to the third boss, letting Bob lead the team, but the closer they got, the more that his frustration was growing. He was stuck at the bottleneck, and there was a missing ingredient for him to advance. But there was hope that the last boss would help him break that, and judging by the look on his face, Carl was certain that Bob wanted to fight it alone. Alright, give it a go. The ladies will keep you healed. Carl agreed before Bob could ask out loud. The warrior prepared himself, and Thor refreshed Eternal Lightning on him while bringing up Circle of Protection on the boss's platform. If Bob was going to fight alone, that was about as much as they could do for him, and Eternal Lightning was a much more potent skill than any defensive ability the warrior had. It would also improve the reduced damage effect from the Circle of Protection, and he should be able to hold off the boss with minimal healing. The Ogre Lord's club crashed down on Bob's shield, which glowed with golden holy light as Eternal Lightning activated. Then, Titanic Slash crashed down on the beast's shoulder, carving a deep furrow in the armor and causing a spray of blood. But between two peak commander rank opponents, the battle was incredibly evenly matched, and only the extra abilities from Thor were keeping Bob in the fight. The two warriors circled as they tested each other with quick strikes, then a flurry of harder attacks intended to put each other off balance. Carl had never noticed before how similar the fighting style of an Ogre Lord and a warrior class elite was. But other than their weapons, even their skills were similar. However, Bob was quickly gaining the upper edge with superior sword skills, and the Ogre Lord was taking repeated strikes whenever a strike was blocked or parried well enough that he was left out of position. It was clear to Carl what Bob was missing, though. He wasn't understanding the change in energy patterns between commanders and royals, and Carl wasn't certain that fighting commander rank ogres would help him in that regard. It might actually be better for him to spar with Carl, so he could experience the feeling of royal rank power repeatedly without needing to risk his life. It wasn't really something that most elites did when they were in the field. There were plenty of other targets to fight, so Carl hadn't thought about it. But for someone like Bob who was stuck at the bottleneck, it might be just the thing. After a particularly brutal exchange, Bob stepped back and gave a nod to the golems. He had realized it as well. The answer to breaking the bottleneck wasn't the Ogre Lord. The golems were on the wounded dungeon boss in under a second, and 3 seconds later it was falling dead to the ground, while the final chest of the dungeon appeared. Cooldown timer 24 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Bob sighed as the reality that he hadn't made the advancement sunk in, and Carl went over to give him a conciliatory pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. I'll spar with you while we're here, and you might find what you're looking for. I can tell that you're so close to understanding, but there is no way to explain it until you already understand," Carl informed him softly. "Thanks, I'm sure it's something small that I'm missing, but I just can't seem to get it." With a somewhat defeated sigh, Bob opened the final reward chest, and then smiled down at the interior. "I think this one is for both of us. Check this out." Bob laughed, motioning for Carl to come inspect the loot. On the top of the pile of armor pieces and weapons sat a single skill book. Bone Crusher was a budget version of Shatter that caused extra damage that bypassed armor. Carl called it a budget version because it didn't stack on top of another attack. It was an attack skill of its own. It also didn't do as much damage, Carl guessed, as the book was only the mildly decorated Tier 2 book, and not one of the fancy ones that skills like Shatter would create. "Oh, that does look good. Any warrior class can use it, so I should be able to, I think. And then I can make a copy for you, one for Ophelia, and a copy for the church library," Carl agreed. "Should we wait in here while you do that? Or will they take a long time?" Ophelia asked. Carl shrugged. "I will find out once I've learned the skill, I guess." He picked up the book and opened the cover, letting it teach him the new skill. Then he checked with Skill Book to see what it would take to make the copies. "I need commander rank blood and bone dust. That's easy enough, I can borrow some from Ray or Hawk." Tessa provided a pen and paper, and Carl sighed. "I'm really going to need to start carrying writing tools with me, so I don't always have to borrow a pen and paper when someone wants a skill book." "Alright, this should be fairly short. Most warrior class books are." Carl began to write out the skill, and finished the first book in under 10 minutes, which made Ophelia laugh. "The KISS principle holds true for all warrior skills, I guess," she joked. "KISS principle?" Tessa asked. "Keep it simple, stupid," the berserker replied, snorting with laughter. "Berserker-friendly books is what we called them when I was in the academy," Bob added. Carl finished the second book and then handed both over to the group's warriors. "Alright, let me know if you can't use them, and we will give the spare to the church." Ophelia laughed at the hope in his voice as she opened the book and learned Bone Crusher at the same time Bob did. "Sorry about your luck, you'll need to make another one later. But tomorrow, I think. We've got a birthday lunch to get to today. They should be almost done with the cooking by now," the berserker reminded him. Carl wrapped his arm around Dana's shoulders as Bob sorted through the rest of the chest, and Thor laughed in Carl's mind. "What's so funny? You don't need to rub on her, she still smells like you," Thor laughed. Ray joined in. "Only humans would think that a shower would wash away the scent of skin-to-skin contact. She will smell like you for days." Carl took off a glove and let his hand brush the back of Dana's neck as he moved to help load the loot into Thor's bags, which made all of the beasts laugh. Now the scent wouldn't fade until at least the end of the day. They made their way out of the dungeon, and found Colonel Valerie, along with a large number of researchers, waiting for them. "How did the run go?" she demanded, notepad at the ready. "The 24-hour cooldown is confirmed. It notified me as we finished. So the timer starts after the last boss dies. Mostly we got armor and some accessories that we all have better versions of, but we also got one skill book. I will make a copy of it later," Carl explained. "You used the book right away instead of passing it to the inscriptionists?" a portly researcher asked in horror. "I have a skill for making copies of the skills I already know. It's a bit odd, but I have already given the skill to Bob and Ophelia, and that used up my creation attempts for the day," Carl explained. Colonel Valerie smirked, as she knew that was an outright lie. He could make more than just 2 books a day. She had the reports from his interview with the Archmage. "Alright, we will let you get to the birthday celebration that your team is preparing. There will be a large team arriving this evening to build the structure over the dungeon entrance, and we will be holding a small social event to welcome them," she explained. Bob chuckled. "That sounds an awful lot like more important people are coming, and we need to keep them entertained while the news cameras hound you and the other team leaders for information. I am not going to say that you're wrong, but what I will say is that attendance is compulsory, so put on your very best outfit, and maybe trim your beard." Bob scratched at his stubble and shrugged. "I will see what I can do. You're welcome to come over for lunch." Dana wanted turkey and dumplings, so the other half of the team has been working on it all morning while we were in the dungeon. "So that is why you're with them and not Lotus. They needed someone else who could cook," Alright, they've been over to steal enough ingredients from us this morning. I will have to come visit to see how it turned out. That startled Carl. He had brought everything that they requested for the birthday meal that was planned, so if they were looking for more, they must have added more to the menu that the two nature clerics couldn't create on their own. When they entered the fort, it looked like someone had been prepping for a church bake sale. There were 4 large pizza ovens lined up along one wall, 3 long griddles with pressure cookers, or possibly steam pots, on top set along the other, with 2 massive mixers in the middle next to dozens of tubs full of baked goods. Doug waved as Carl entered the tent. You're just in time. Help unload the small cakes from the steam pots, and get them out on the cooling racks. We've got another batch ready to go. Happy birthday, Miss Dana. Here, have a cookie. Doug gestured to what looked like a 3-gallon bucket full of ginger snap cookies, and Dana laughed, pulling one still warm cookie from the top of the pile. Oh, these are amazing, but how did you even get so many of them made? We were only gone an hour or so, Dana asked. Magic. Doug deadpanned. Lotus nodded, and loaded fresh cupcakes into the steam pots that Carl was emptying. They had 3 layers of racks and a bit of water in the bottom, so the contents steamed to perfection, which was a bit different from a baked cupcake, but they looked delicious. Then she cast a spell over the pot as she put it on the grill and went to load the next. With that as a reminder, Carl noticed that the cookies in the ovens were flattening suspiciously quickly, and realized that the clerics must know some spell for rapid baking. Doug gestured to one of the ovens. We need more hands. Everyone but the birthday girl, hop to it, keep the line moving, and we will have sweets for weeks. Dana, enjoy your cookies. Lunch will be ready in a half hour. The procession of baked goods in and out of the ovens and steam pots was a smooth process for the next hour, until Doug decided that they had enough now to feed a small army, as well as provide snacks for the arriving guests and construction workers. Then the item they had all been waiting for, the turkey and dumplings, was ready to be served. There are cornbread mini loaves in one of those bins. Grab some to go with the stew. We have far too much for just us here, so we can eat it all day, Doug announced. Lotus scooped up a large bowl for Dana and then decorated it with onion greens and placed a small loaf of cornbread, shaped like a bread loaf instead of a biscuit, which was a bit odd to Carl, next to it with a pat of honey butter. Perfection. Happy birthday, the little high priestess announced. The ladies moved out of the tent, where the tables to eat it had been relocated, and Carl went to Doug to get some answers about Lotus' strange behavior lately. Did you manage to find out what is up with Lotus? He whispered. Doug smiled and nodded. It's part of becoming a high priestess. We all develop a closer bond with the dragons, normally with one in particular, or with the goddess herself. Lotus just happened to bond with a newborn green dragon who hasn't seen anything before, so its voice is constantly in her head, demanding to see new things and experience new settings. We've been working on toning down her voice, so Lotus doesn't get as distracted. I got a more normal connection with the goddess directly. She is less chatty unless there is something that she needs to happen. It might take a while, but eventually, she will return to as normal as Lotus gets. Carl laughed. Well, that's good news. I thought that there might be a major issue, but she just gained a newborn Lotus dragon. So, it's a bit like getting a kitten. You just need to let them explore until they learn everything they're interested in. Doug laughed and shook his head. The green dragons might be upset to be compared to curious kittens, but I can see where you would get the impression. Newborns of all species are similarly inquisitive. They both grabbed lunch and headed outside as the ovens were still hot and the interior of the fort was a bit stifling with so little ventilation, even with the door open. Dana went for seconds, then thirds, until she was leaned up against Carl's side in a food coma. None of them were in any hurry to do anything. They were just relaxing in the sunshine until the sound of helicopters alerted them to new arrivals. 10 of the double-bladed transport helicopters, and 2 that carried a large metal container beneath them, were coming into sight, presumably with the construction crew and materials. I can see why helicopters are afraid of hill giants. I could take those out from here. Ray noted idly as she lounged in the bell tower of the fort. The first helicopter landed, and a whole crew of workers piled out and began to spread around the site, setting stakes and lights for the other helicopters to land at for unloading. I think it's safer that we just wait here until they're all done with the unloading. They don't look like they're going to have time for cookies until later, Lotus noted. Much later. They're very energetic about the prep work, aren't they? Carl agreed. Even more workers came out of the following helicopters, and Carl began to wonder just how many people it actually took to build the structure over the dungeon portal. Some of them would likely be the long-term caretakers of the location, but there had to be 50 new people here, and the area they had staked out for the building was not much larger than an average house. If that was as large as the building was going to be, they had far too many workers. Did they plan to just give everyone one piece to assemble? That would be the most unique strategy Carl had ever heard of for a construction team, so they had to have something else in mind. Once the helicopters were all on the ground, the workers started to stake out other building locations, as if they were making a small village around the dungeon. Now it made a bit more sense. If they were going to make a dozen permanent buildings at the same time, they might actually have a use for all these people. Bob looked around at the work in progress. This is chaos. It looks like they're going with metal frame and sheeting buildings for most of the structures, but they're going to need to build a wall around the whole complex if they're not going to make something more sturdy. They don't usually keep elites on station at these things, or at least not strong ones, so they need some sort of protective barrier that will keep the wild beasts out of the complex. Doug brought out a cake, sliced for the whole group, and they turned people watching into their afternoon entertainment. The important people weren't here yet, or at least they weren't coming over to talk to the elites, so nobody was in a hurry to get up from their seats. Late in the afternoon, a feeling of approaching power drew Carl and the beast's attention to the west. "Do you see something?" Doug asked as he noticed that Carl was distracted. "There is more than one overlord coming. By the speed, I am guessing that they're in a helicopter. It's too fast to be a car, even if there was a road that came to this spot," Carl explained. "You can tell that from this distance?" Ruth asked. "Yeah. Or one of the beasts can, which is the same thing because when they are alerted, I am alerted," Carl replied with a shrug. "It's not Overlord Drake," Ray noted. "And there are 3 of them, I am pretty sure," Hawk agreed. 3 overlords, Hawk thinks. "None of them are Overlord Drake, who I have often crossed paths with in the past," Carl explained. Bob laughed. "It seems like every time we run into someone famous, you're already friends with them. Even the Colonel is an old friend of yours already, and you're only just about to finish your first year at the academy." Carl shrugged and waited for the helicopter to come in sight. "I have met a rather extraordinary selection of people so far, I can't deny that. I even met the Archbishop for a few seconds." Bob looked like he was going to ask, then realized that the incident was almost certainly classified, and while they were pretty relaxed in their assignment to accompany Carl, there was still a whole team of magic knights from the Inquisition sitting right next to them. Carl saw Colonel Valerie in the distance, motioning for them to change. "All right, it looks like it's showtime. Everyone get into your formal best, the important people are on their way in." He was about to change to his suit with the royal rank cape when Jody, one of the familiar Bureau of Elite Development's agents under Colonel Valerie, came jogging over. "Stay in your armor. The fancier, the better. They have a camera person with them, and that means they'll be expecting staged photos. Most of you should be fine as is, just Carl and Bob will need to change," he explained. Morgana was in her usual black dress, the clerics were in their robes, and the magic knights never changed out of their armor in public. So it was really just Carl, Bob and Ophelia who were in casual wear. Carl changed into his armor with the fur-trimmed ice giant cloak, but without his helmet, while Bob changed back to his shining knight outfit with the most glorious horned helmet equipped. Ophelia giggled as she checked her armor. "It feels weird to be wandering around in armor, but as a human. All my fighting is done in werebear or dire bear form, so I'm never really wearing armor in human form." Jody smiled at her reluctance, and then examined the group. "Carl, what's up with the Dark Light Host tabard?" he asked. "It is part of the armor created by the skill. It adapts to the situation, and today, it thinks that I need a tabard," Carl replied with a gesture of defeat. "So, it doesn't always have a tabard?" Carl shook his head. "I have seen it without the tabard, but normally, it does have it. Sometimes it creates a tunic and puts that under the chest plate. I think it's formal enough, and it's still a symbol of the world dragon, so it shouldn't cause any issues with photos." "Good enough for me." Jody led them over to the main camp area, where the small helicopter was about to land with the 3 overlords in it, plus 3 other elites and the 2 pilots. "We should all be there to greet them, especially the royals," Jody muttered as he hurried them along toward the landing zone. Carl and Doug got there just in time to take spots in the front row with Prince Charles and the team leaders of the response teams. The first man out was an overlord in shining silver armor with a golden tabard and close-cropped blonde hair. He had the look of the perfect noble gentleman from a romance story, and Carl could see that there were more than a few of the women giving him admiring glances. Not Colonel Valerie, he noted. Perhaps they were on bad terms? The next out was a man in a black hooded outfit that was somewhat similar to Dana's, but without the coat. It was the common stealth outfit for a rogue class elite, but Carl thought it was a bit extra to be wearing it here with his face covered in the middle of the day. It wasn't like a black outfit actually helped him blend in with anything here. That man noticed Dana right away, and then did a double take when he realized that she was a mage, and that the coat was a royal rank item. The quality was clear in the construction, and the adaptive coloration made it even more valuable. The last man out was a mage in deep blue robes that seemed to sparkle with an entire galaxy of stars, as if you were looking at an eternal void, and not a piece of clothing. That is spectacular. I need to learn how to do that. Ray sighed as she admired his outfit from her space. She had created her own fake stars all over, but if she could make something that realistic, she could completely redecorate her home. She could even make it look like her favorite trophies were floating in the void. Their assistant stepped out behind them, with the co-pilot serving as photographer, and began the formal introductions. Overlord Johann, the Shining Knight, representing the 1st Military Fast Response Battalion. Overlord Niall of the Inquisition, and Overlord Ahmad the Legionary Golem Lord. The man informed them simply. Colonel Valerie stepped forward. I am Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development. This is Lord Inquisitor Mabel, then Minister Davies of National Treasures, followed by Prince Charles, Royal Priest Doug Mackenzie, and Prince Carl the Beast Master. Carl was more than a little startled that he was introduced with a title when the others weren't, but when he saw the eyes of the overlords light up, he knew that the colonel had done it on purpose. Overlord Johann strode directly to Carl with a smile on his face. It is a pleasure to meet you, young prince. We have heard much about your talents and exploits lately. Carl took his outstretched hand with a smile. It's an honor to meet you as well. It isn't often that we are graced with the presence of overlords out here in the wilderness. The Shining Knight laughed and nodded. That is true. But this is a unique situation. There are only a few repeatable dungeons active in the nation, and only one other is at the commander rank. The fact that this one is entirely ogres and far enough from the border that it won't be easily contested is enough to pull us out here for the day to take a look. Overlord Niall was more interested in Dana's outfit, and he was silently inspecting her, turning Dana side to side to get a better look. Was that a reward from this dungeon? It seems too high level for that. He asked in a low voice that was clearly altered with some sort of voice changer. Dana shook her head. It was a gift from Prince Carl, made by his royal rank bloodbath spider. Dana looked shocked that she had said that out loud, and Carl began to suspect that the overlord from the Inquisition had a skill that made people tell him the truth. The final overlord made his way across the rest of the group before settling on Carl. I am told that you can make skill books. Do you suppose that you could make me one of the fire element? He asked, though the tone suggested that the request was merely a courtesy and declining was not an option. Certainly. I have an excellent fire element skill if you are compatible. Tell me, do you have any sort of bestial affinity? The skill was designed for use by a beast, so it can be considered a prerequisite to using the skill book directly. I believe you can still learn by studying the book, but you know how that goes, Carl agreed. The mage lifted his hood upward slightly, and Carl caught a glimpse of fluffy blonde ears on the top of his head. That should work wonderfully. I can make it for you before you go, or whenever we get time this afternoon. Finally, not an evil magician. Hawk cheered. Then Ahmad the mage paused and sniffed the air. Was there a celebration already planned? I smell all sorts of fancy baking. Carl nodded and gestured behind him. It is Commander Dana's birthday today, and our nature clerics were kind enough to make a remarkable number of baked goods to celebrate. Would you care to join us? Once we finish with the rest of the welcoming. But do save me some of those cupcakes that I can smell, if you would. That shouldn't be a problem, there were hundreds of them made. One case full reserved for the overlord wouldn't be a hardship to anyone else. The overlords moved on, saying hello to everyone, or in the case of Overlord Niall, saying hello to his fellow inquisitors and the magic knights, then standing back, so people didn't bother him. He wasn't really the talkative sort, but that wasn't all too surprising for a member of the Inquisition. While everyone else was busy, Carl walked over to Overlord Niall and lowered his voice. I don't suppose we get to know what happened that you all came here today. It's a monumental occasion, but you are an emergency response team, and there are still 2 princes here and only 1 man with a camera, no reporters. Carl saw the thermal outline behind the mask change as the man smiled. I suspect that we will find out sooner rather than later. But that is classified above your pay grade. Shit, I didn't know they were paying me, Carl joked, making the Inquisitor laugh and pat him on the back. Let your spider know that if she is willing to make another of those fantastic outfits, I will pay her full asking price. Carl nodded. Ray is a simple and sweet character. She really only wants one thing. Blood from a king rank or higher beast, enough to fill a bathtub. Overlord Niall blinked slowly as he processed that. What in the world would she want with that? Is she short on food? Carl shook his head. No, we've got plenty. But when she is getting close to advancement, she will literally bathe in the blood of her enemies and absorb their power to help her grow. It prevents bottlenecking. So, as fresh as possible. I can arrange that, but it might take some time. I will make it on credit. Thor says it's good for people to owe you favors, Ray suggested. She says that she can make it on credit, and you can repay her, Carl relayed. So they actually speak in your mind? Interesting. Alright, I will make that deal. Ray started to work in her space as Carl and Niall shook on the deal. She couldn't come out and play without terrifying all the workers, and the strange overlords were a bit scary, so keeping them happy seemed like a good idea. The 2 waited silently as all of the aspiring politicians and bureaucrats from the government group chatted up the other overlords and their assistants, who Carl assumed were assigned to them by the military, as they were only ascended rank elites, and couldn't possibly be part of the actual response team. Alright, everyone back to work. Overlords, if you would like to inspect the design, you are welcome to. Colonel Valerie informed them all in a stern voice that said they had wasted enough time already. The crews split up, and the original 3 response teams went to supervise them, while the 3 overlords grabbed the members of Team 1 and dragged them along to the fort, following Carl's team. Did you make a tent out of? Wait, that really is royal rank spider silk, designed to mimic the capital cathedral. Bloody brilliant. How do you even pack it, though? Overlord Johann laughed. It was actually created on the spot. Ray, the bloodbath spider, is quite the artist, and she likes to build art exhibitions to show off her skills everywhere that we're going to be stopped for a while, Carl explained. Ruth laughed. Look upstairs, it gets even better. It's got dividing curtains and hammocks for 2 expanded groups, plus a shower room. The main floor is currently set up as the kitchen to do all the baking for Commander Dana's birthday. Overlord Ahmad stepped inside, and Doug gestured toward the sealed containers full of baking. Take your pick. We will be passing them around the camp later, but everything is made fresh today. The Catman Golem mage happily grabbed a cupcake in each hand, and Carl could have sworn he saw the mage's eyes glow in victory as he obtained his prize. Overlord Johann laughed. Well, Ahmad got what he came here for. I swear, that man shouldn't have any teeth left with a sweet tooth like that. But we don't have much else to do but sit here and watch the construction teams work for now. That made it even more obvious that the meet and greet wasn't the reason they had come, but they certainly weren't going to discuss it. The presence of additional people didn't slow them down, though. So, I hear that you agreed to try to make Ahmad a new skill. Do you think that it will be able to adapt to his level? Finding skills that don't cap out at royal rank or lower has been one of the hardest parts of trying to advance, Overlord Johann asked in a jovial voice. This one is somewhat special. I think it should be able to adapt enough to match up with an Overlord rank mage, but it was a bit of a nightmare attempting to find one who could actually use it. The chances of just stumbling across one, and such a powerful one, are crazy, Carl joked. Hawk had all the materials that he would need already prepared and waiting for Carl, and he dropped them on the table as he was speaking, so that Carl couldn't back out now. One way or another, he was going to make that book. Carl smiled at the angry bird's insistence on spreading fire skills, and started to work. The flaming body skill took much longer than the warrior skills to write out, but there was a whole table full of baked goods in front of him, and Carl only needed one hand to write with. The inscriptionists would cry if they saw your skill book creation process, Overlord Ahmad laughed. Yeah, I don't usually snack while working, as I don't want to get crumbs on the book, but it's too good to miss out on. The mage shook his head. No, I meant that they need intense focus, constant mana transfer and multiple reagents to create the book. Oh, that makes sense. I can do the mana transfer easily enough. but Hawk made the ink for the book before he put it on the table. There are 5 different fire elemental ingredients mixed in there, blended with his royal rank fire and my spiritual energy. I might not be an inscriptionist type class, but I am still a royal. Carl slowly finished the text, and with a final surge of mana, it formed into a deep red tome that seemed to flicker with flames under the surface. It was locked with a golden strap, and the design was absolutely exquisite. "This is a thing of beauty. Does the library have one yet?" Overlord Ahmad asked. "No, they said to hold off for now, as the restrictions on the book are so extreme. Hopefully, you will be able to use it. I think that you meet all the requirements." The mage crossed his fingers for luck and carefully opened the latch on the book. "So far, so good. Let me look at it," he breathed. Then he flipped open the cover, and a surge of red light flooded from the book and surrounded his body as the book slowly vanished. It looked like it was working properly, Carl thought, at least for the first few seconds. Then a gust of magic blew back Ahmad's hood, allowing fluffy cat ears to poke free as the fur changed to a deep flaming orange and red along with his hair. Power poured from the Overlord as the flaming body spell took effect, and his eyes glowed bright crimson. Then a deep red shine settled in over him, and Ahmad smiled. "It works. Overlord rank defensive skill, flaming body." He gasped, still shocked, even though he was the one using it. "It's not just defensive. You can use it to code weapons to attack, and with practice, you should be able to use it to enhance your fire attacks," Carl explained. The Overlord smiled and created a flame in his hand, then focused and let the power of the flaming body spell flow into it. "I think that will take some time, but for now, it will be a huge benefit for me because I can do this." As he finished speaking, Overlord Ahmad summoned 4 golems that looked like overgrown hoplite legionaries, with their banded golden chest plates, small round shields and short swords. Then, the flames surrounded them, and they gained an extra layer of protection, as well as a damage enhancement to their weapons. Johann whistled in appreciation. "Now we're talking. Overlord golems with an extra barrier. Is that stronger than the regular barrier spell?" Dana laughed, and Ahmad smiled. "It's the primary defensive ability of vermilion birds. It's on an entirely different level than a basic barrier spell," Carl explained while the mages struggled to stop laughing. Overlord Ahmad nodded. "While the barrier spell can be used with Overlord rank strength, it's still a Tier 1 ability. The Flaming Body skill is a Tier 3 or possibly a Tier 4 ability. I can't use it to its fullest capability yet, as it's an adapted species ability, but it would take you 3 or 4 slashes to break the barrier on the golems." "Does your hawk use it as a primary attack ability?" Johann asked Carl as he considered the versatility of the skill. "Indeed. He likes to fire explosive fireballs at the ground laced with rend for the extra shredding damage when they explode." The knight looked confused. "You're saying that he uses a warrior's rend ability, mixed with a mage's fireball that is derived from the flaming body ability, as his primary attack?" Carl shrugged. "They're innate skills to his species. It only made sense to blend them, and having a sphere of rend attacks burst out is much more effective than just a fireball on its own. I will have to get you to show me that later. I have never seen such an odd thing. Many monsters at the higher ranks use creative and deadly skills, but that particular combination sounds like it would be a mass casualty level terror," Overlord Ahmad insisted. He then dismissed the golems and ended the flaming body spell, which returned his hair and ears to their natural honey blonde color, and his eyes to green. Carl briefly wondered if constantly using a racial ability from another species could make a beastkin evolve, but that seemed a bit far-fetched. Hawk had evolved as he learned new skills and gained power, but that was more likely to be because of the bond, and not just because he learned a new skill. Beastkin were at least half human, and Carl had never heard of a human evolving. Well, other than the ones who had randomized themselves with the system stones. Maybe it wasn't so outlandish to think that gaining new skills might have a physical impact on the user. Most skills were pretty human compatible, but ones like refreshing lightning and flaming body were made specifically for beasts. "I don't suppose that you have other useful sorts of skills, do you? You know how limited the library is. There's only like 10 skill books available, not counting the Blue Dragon barrier," Overlord Niall, the Inquisition rogue, asked. "For ones that you could use, I would say either Rend or Bone Crusher. I'm not sure whether you can use the second one, though. The original said it was for warrior classes, and rogues aren't really warriors, are they?" Carl asked. Niall shook his head. No, we have entirely different skills than the warriors. No warrior could use Shadow Step, and no rogue can use Cleave. Lotus giggled. Ray, the bloodbath spider, can use Shadow Step, and it is hilarious. Just wait, soon, I will teach the golems to Shadow Step. There were a few more photos taken as they sat and ate, watching the work. The crews were really hammering through the construction, and though the buildings were simple, Carl saw that there was a logic to the design. What they were building here didn't look like a fancy rural temple or a holy spot of any sort. It looked like a storage warehouse in the middle of nowhere, which could have belonged to a defunct mine or even to the furthest branches of the nearby coal mines. Making it look like an unimportant industrial facility as a disguise was a much better safety measure than just keeping someone powerful enough to deter intruders on staff. The work was going much faster than Carl had expected, and the set of warehouses were nearly finished by the time that it got dark. By then, Ray was finished as well, and she had made a simple black version of the outfit that Dana was wearing for Overlord Niall, with the same adaptive ability for the coloration. It was a beautiful set, and it would allow his stealth skills to become even more effective. "Gentlemen, would you care to join us for dinner?" the Minister of National Treasures asked just before the sun set. The overlords were still with Carl's group, sitting around eating baked goods and telling jokes. They had met with everyone who was on the site, but only because everyone came to them. At no point since they had taken a seat had any of them gone more than 5 meters from the containers full of baked goods. But there was a full feast prepared for the workers, and Doug had called someone over to bring out the desserts for everyone to share, now that it was looking unlikely that Dana could eat even one more cookie, and he had hidden a full container of his favorites in his storage bag. He wasn't the only one. Carl suspected that everyone had at least a small container of sweets in their storage bags now, but there were still entire piles of containers full of them. The cameraman was there again, doing short meet and greet style photos with the elites and the workers. Normally, those always made Carl laugh when they came out in the newspaper because they looked so forced, but the workers were enthusiastically greeting them all, and profusely thanking them for the help in obtaining tables full of sweets. The cameraman wasn't making videos, so it didn't matter what they were talking about, and a joking conversation between a royal rank elite and a steelworker about their favorite type of cake made for great photos. Once dinner was finished, Team 1 made their way to one of the supply helicopters, and left on whatever mission they had been assigned to next. That was the last order of business for the evening, and everyone retired to their tents as twilight turned to full dark. Carl had thought that the overlords would be leaving with Team 1 as soon as their business was finished, as their helicopter was still waiting for them, but they set up camp in one of the new buildings to stay the night. Carl woke in the middle of the night to the feeling that something was wrong. Ray was awake, and she didn't see anything, but she was uneasy about something. He waited in his hammock, ready to equip his armor the moment there was something solid to go on. "Incoming," Ray reported, and Carl silently got out of bed, not wanting to wake the others until he knew what the situation was. His team wasn't on watch, so it wasn't his job to respond right now. He just wanted to make sure that whoever was on watch had noticed the threat. "What do we have coming?" Carl asked. "Big flying things. Probably drakes. It's hard to tell from this distance," she replied. Carl crept out of the tent to see what was going on with his own eyes, and easily spotted the flight of large winged things near the horizon. Their body temperatures were high, making them easy to spot in the cool evening air, but they were still close to 10 kilometers away. "Something caught your attention?" Overlord Johann asked as he walked up beside Carl. "There is a flight of what looks like drakes headed this way. I can't pick out the numbers yet, but at least 6. Ray informed me of the intrusion into her sensory range," Carl explained quietly. Johann nodded, then tossed a black coat on over his shining armor. "They will know which overlords are here soon enough. We don't need to give them more time to plan. Just keep calm and don't do anything rash. There is a sort of ritual and protocol to this, if it really is Drake riders, or other humans on flying mounts," the knight explained. Carl shrugged. "The last time I met with Drake riders, they attacked on sight." Johann chuckled. "That might fly at awakened or even ascended rank, but a battle between overlords with our movement skills and area attacks can cover dozens of kilometers, and rage on for hours, causing massive collateral damage. If they came and indiscriminately attacked us at that power level, we would do the same to them, and our nation is much larger. Theirs is a highly populated island." There was a short pause, and then from behind Carl, Niall's voice spoke softly. "Commanders lead with valor, princes can be headstrong. But kings maintain their dignity and overlords keep the peace. Those are the customs when dealing with other humans. Dealing with beasts is much more simple. If they left their territory, there is a reason. Find out what it is. If you're invading their territory, then might makes right. If you don't have the power, you have no right to be there. That made sense to Carl. Humans might not be able to unite or even really get along, but when it came down to it, they were still the same species, so they did show each other some consideration. If this was an incoming flight of Drake riders here to try to claim or get a shot at the dungeon to advance some of their members, then it was likely possible that they could come to a peaceful agreement. The flight was coming closer now, and it was clear that there were 12 of them in total, and there were 2 overlords with the group. The others didn't seem to be as strong, but their auras could have been hidden by the 2 leaders of the group. "So, do I just wait here behind you while you talk to the leaders of their flight?" Carl asked. Niall nodded. "Just wait behind me, and keep your beasts in their hiding spot. If they think they're going to be jumped by monsters, they might attack before they realize that they are with us, and that will turn this whole area into a war zone." None of them was likely to fare well if there was a large-scale fight between overlords here in the camp, and the workers wouldn't take a single hit. With that in mind, Carl called Ray back before the Drakes were close enough that they were likely to be able to identify her. When the Drakes were a kilometer out, Overlord Johann set a light spell over the area outside the camp, signaling the visitors in, but none of the Overlord's mannerisms said they were confident that this would not end in violence. As the Drakes approached, Carl realized that it was a pair of Overlords with 10 ascended rank Drake riders and mounts. They were all on the brink of reaching commander rank, and it seemed obvious why they were here. The question that Carl had was, how did they even know? They must have found out nearly immediately if they had flown all this way on Drakes. Their nation didn't border Golden Dragon Nation, they had to fly halfway across the continent to get here. So, they hadn't left this morning, that was certain. They landed in an organized formation, and the ascended riders remained on their Drakes while the 2 overlords dismounted. Johann, Ahmad, the leader of the Drake riders, greeted them. "Kenichi. You're a long way from home. Don't you think the youngsters are a bit too new for such a long flight?" Johann replied. The man known as Kenichi laughed, his long black hair fluttering in the wind as he turned back to his wing of Drakes. "Oh, I think they're just about the right age for this vacation, don't you? Why don't we sit down and have a drink while the children play, for old time's sake?" the Drake rider suggested with a sly wink. That confirmed it. They knew that it was a stable, low commander rank dungeon. They had brought 2 full groups of Drake riders who were about to reach commander rank, and just needed one last push to advance. This might go better than expected. They don't know that the dungeon is stable, Niall whispered in Carl's ear. Carl wasn't sure how Niall knew that they weren't aware, but most likely it was by their reaction. If they had known that it was stable and repeatable, they would likely have taken a different approach, he assumed. Johann looked like he was considering something, then smiled. "How about a small trade? This is a valuable resource, after all," Johann offered. The other overlord came forward with a chest in his hands and set it on the ground in front of Ahmad. The mage opened the lid with a gust of wind, and nodded with a small smile on his face. "We can let both groups of 5 go through while we have an early breakfast. There are still some fresh baked goods and stew, I believe. Would you like to join us for breakfast?" Ahmad questioned, gesturing toward the fort, where there were still a half-dozen sealed containers of baked goods. "I think it would be better if we ate near the beasts, they can be fickle," Overlord Kenichi informed them. Carl gave a low chuckle at the mention of fickle beasts, and the dragon rider gave him a curious look. "The young prince looks quite relaxed around the Drakes. Is he perhaps an immigrant from our lovely island home?" Kenichi asked. Johann shook his head. "Nope, a local. But the world dragon blessed him with an affinity for beasts. Perhaps he could calm your Drakes if they are feeling finicky?" The overlord laughed as his Drake growled and sent a fireball into the sky. "He's just hungry," Hawk informed Carl, rolling his eyes in annoyance. "What do Drakes like?" Carl asked. "How should I know? Feed it a giant leg or something." Carl laughed at the sleepy Hawk. That wasn't actually a bad idea. Drakes like cold things. They overheat when they fly long distances because they use their fire magic to fly faster, Remy added. "How did you know that?" "It's in this book on beasts with elemental magic," she replied proudly. "Just how many library books did you borrow? The sign said you could take up to 4 at a time." Carl thought about it, and then separated both legs from the knee down on a commander-rank ice giant corpse and walked over to the hungry drakes. "Here you go, friends. A nice cold treat after a long trip." Carl tossed the 2 royal rank drakes that the overlords had flown in on each a leg, which they caught in their mouths before making a happy keening noise that was sure to wake the entire camp. The rider known as Kenichi gave Carl a suspicious look, but Carl just smiled at the drakes and returned to his spot by Niall. Ahmad cast a spell, and a container of mixed cookies floated out of the fort, along with a pressure cooker full of chicken and dumplings that was beginning to steam as it moved. "Did you bring a table? If not, we can fetch one," he suggested. The second overlord of the Drake riders brought out a large blanket from his pack and spread it on the ground between them. Ahmad put down the food, and the silent overlord brought out dishes. The 4 overlords took seats, then Kenichi motioned for Carl and Niall to join them. "No need to stand guard during breakfast. Come and join us. One of the commanders can show our children to the trial," Kenichi insisted. Carl turned his head slightly so he could see Colonel Valerie coming. "It's the colonel. Or at least, she will get here first." Carl spoke softly to Niall, so he didn't interrupt their conversation. "You can tell that?" the formerly silent overlord asked, startled by Carl's senses. "Even if the wind wasn't blowing her perfume my way, I can see her. My night vision is quite a bit better than before I awakened," Carl joked. "You do have a rather bestial affinity. To be able to see into nearly absolute darkness with a light in your eyes is an uncommon trait." Carl suspected that he might have given too much away, but the overlord hadn't mentioned that she was at the very edge of his peripheral vision and didn't seem all that worked up about it. More like he was attempting to put Carl at ease with his presence by showing that he wasn't a fan of simple tricks, being open and honest. The colonel stopped a few meters behind them, just into the light spell, and waited for someone to acknowledge her presence. "Gentlemen, this is Colonel Valerie. As per our agreement, she will escort your 2 teams of ascended riders into the anomaly for 1 attempt each. I trust that they have brought sufficient healing potions if they don't have a cleric with them. It is a 5-person limit, so 2 healers for the group would be best," Johann informed them. Kenichi nodded, then pushed his hair back out of his face in annoyance. He must have lost his hair tie at some point because it was obvious that he didn't prefer to have it loose. "Yes, we have clerics of the dragon gods with the trainees. Thank you for your assistance, Commander. We will be looking forward to good news." The 10 young riders dismounted and followed Colonel Valerie into the building where the dungeon portal was. It was inevitable that they would find out that it was a stable dungeon portal, but with a bit of luck, there wouldn't be a fight over it. They had gotten what they came for, a trip for their trainees into the dungeon, and now they were about to gorge themselves on sweets. That reminded Carl. Be careful with the brownies. They're made by the nature clerics. That made the 2 visitors laugh, though Carl did notice that Kenichi's hand passed over the brownies. Technically, they were in hostile territory, and it wouldn't be a good idea for the Drake riders to get stoned right now. No matter how funny the green dragon might find it. The entire camp was on edge as the 2 visiting foreign overlords sat and ate breakfast with the local group. Now that the Drake riders were here, it was clear why the overlords had stuck around, and why it was so important that the extra group of elites be sent away. If they could see that there were 20 or more elites who were qualified to be training in this dungeon, they would have realized that the instance had stabilized and was repeatable before they had made the deal, and they likely wouldn't have offered whatever it was that Overlord Ahmad was so happy to see. Instead, they would have gone with a less valuable offer from the start. The fact that nobody tried to argue for more likely told them fairly quickly that they had misjudged the situation, but the deal was made, and everything was peaceful for the moment, so they would have to take the markup, and call it the price of training their mages. Well, Carl assumed they were mages. They had powers, but as far as Carl knew, they weren't awakened with a serum or system stone the way that the elites of the Golden Dragon Nation were. "These cookies are wonderful. You have a truly talented cook among your nature clerics. We have one in charge of the kitchen at the Ware as well, but I must say, the baked goods are somewhat lacking," Overlord Kenichi sighed. "I am not sure which of the 2 here is responsible for the cookie recipe, but they're both very talented bakers. It makes deployment much more pleasant," Carl agreed. "Oh, you get to travel with a nature cleric? That is truly fortunate. Surely, you don't take them to battle." The nature clerics are not known for being reliable combat partners, or particularly fond of combat. We do not force our clerics to go against their aspect's nature in the Drake Isles. Carl smiled. The nature god's high priestess that travels with me is a healing specialist with excellent cooking skills and an intense fondness for exploration. She might complain if we wake her up early, but I don't think anything we have asked is contrary to her goddess. I don't suppose that the giant spider monster has anything to it? I've never met a green dragon who could resist that. The other Drake Rider overlord joked. It might have a small amount to do with it. Ray had been in her space since just after the riders were spotted, so unless the quiet man had senses that were better than hers, he must have known something about Carl before he arrived. It had been most of an hour, and the teams were due to exit the dungeon soon. Carl could see the tension of the overlords as each additional minute passed. The longer they took, the more they must have struggled. Unlike Carl's team, which was on friendly ground when they went in, the purpose of coming with the overlords was to secure their exit after they had finished, and had hopefully made it to commander rank. Carl could see that Overlord Kenichi was itching to do something, and was about to get up when a portal opened and a group of shouting soldiers rushed out 50 meters from the camp. The overlords were all on their feet instantly, and it was only after they were standing that they realized the new arrivals didn't belong to either side's nation. Did we put up a grand opening, everyone welcome, billboard or something? Carl muttered, and the pair of Drake riders burst into laughter, shattering the tension of the situation. Overlord Kenichi spat on the ground. Witri, what are you doing here? The most glorious oracle foresaw that there would be a great opportunity for the 4th grade mages at this place and time. I can sense the dungeon entrance from here. Dragon slave. The man in front of the group of mages, another overlord, snarled back. A significant portion of the top fighters of 3 nations were now gathered in a hostile standoff in the middle of nowhere, and Carl began to worry that the young Drake riders were going to come out to the middle of a massacre. The mage gave everyone a disgusted look, then his eyes landed on Carl. Is this your dungeon challenge champion? He doesn't look like much, the mage continued. Carl winked and blew him a kiss, which made Kenichi laugh even harder. Carl had no idea what a dungeon champion was, but they had shown up with 10 commander-rank mages, and if it was a battle between champions, nobody but the group's leader could beat him one-on-one. But if it were the leader challenging, he would be fighting one of the 3 overlords at his own rank. Overlord Niles smiled under his mask. Are you certain that you want to make an overrank challenge? You might not have anyone left to challenge the dungeon after. I am certain you will find our entry fee eminently reasonable. Carl couldn't tell how powerful the attack magic of a foreign mage might be at the commander rank, but Niall was right, none of them would be able to touch him in combat. The mage glared at him, and Carl saw the thermal image of the 10 Drake riders exiting the dungeon. Colonel Valerie was holding them in place while the argument continued outside the camp, but nobody in the other groups seemed to have noticed they had returned yet. Carl did a quick head count, verifying that all 10 of them had made it out of the dungeon. The mages sneered at Carl and quietly began to encourage their leader to take the challenge instead of paying the bribe. So that was how it worked. The Drake riders had just paid up and sent their teams in without a fuss. It was fast and efficient, so they were already finished their run. And once Carl could get a better read on them, he would find out if their payment had earned them any advancements to commander. The mage turned back to his team and silenced them with one raised hand. We have conditions. No deliberate lethal blows, no enchanted blades, and a full charge format, the mage demanded. Overlord Johann smiled. No summons, no supporters, he countered. On either side. The mage insisted. That could be a bit of a mess for Carl, if he couldn't call out his beasts to support. Humans are stupid. We can fight from in here. We just can't call the golems, Ray informed him. That was likely a rule violation, but how would they prove it? When the beasts cast a spell from their space, you would have to be able to see into the spaces to know that they were helping at all. The mages nodded in encouragement, and their leader extended a hand for Johann to shake. Set the arena boundary and we can get started, the mage announced. Niall leaned over to whisper to Carl, low enough the others shouldn't hear. No aiming for the head and don't let your beasts come out. As long as you don't aim for the heart or the head, you shouldn't be accused of trying for killing blows. Do you have a weapon that isn't bladed? Carl took out his maul and placed it on the ground between his feet. Oh, that should do just fine. Potions aren't prohibited, so if you have some, you can use them to buff for the fight. Outside assistance is prohibited in general, so no support spells from your team, the rogue added. I just wish that I could use Ray's shadow step ability. This could get much more fun, Carl whispered back. The mage leader was now glaring at Kenichi, who was still laughing. "What in the seven gods is so funny?" he demanded. "You should have paid the bribe. He's going to beat the ever-loving hell out of your boys." The mage spat at Kenichi's feet and turned away, sending his team to the large circle that Overlord Johann had inscribed with an attack spell. They might be neighbors, but they were obviously not any closer friends than the Drake Riders and the Golden Dragon Nation were. Or perhaps it was personal. It was about 50 meters across, plenty of room to fight. Normally, that should favor the mages, but it was also a small enough space that Remy could cover it with a thunderstorm while Karl added a blizzard. "Do you need preparation time?" Johann asked. "I'm good. I've already eaten breakfast, as I do despise fighting on an empty stomach." The knight patted Karl on the back and gestured to the marked arena. "If they can't get up for 20 seconds, they're eliminated. I recommend aiming for legs. Easy to heal after, and it doesn't leave them with a grudge." The 10 mages were quietly joking with each other as Karl entered the arena space. "A warrior? They think that a royal rank warrior can take the 10 of us? We might as well have made a pairs challenge," one of the boys joked. "He sure is confident for a little herbivore of a man," the girl beside him added. "Make that one a smashing post," Thor insisted, offended by the insult to his food choices. "Are we ready?" the mage team leader asked. Karl had initially thought his name was Witri, but that was also the name of a country north of the Hill Giant Nation, next to the Drake Riders Island. So, it was most likely addressing him by origin nation, not name. Karl slung the maul over his shoulder and nodded. The mages began casting their spells as he brought up Eternal Lightning, Flaming Body, and Circle of Protection, all at once, then cast Blizzard at royal rank, while Remy started a Thunderstorm. "Don't use totems, they will ask too many questions," Karl insisted as he launched himself forward. The closest mages were caught off guard, and the girl who had insulted Thor's love of plants was sent flying with a sickening crunch as Karl's shoulders slammed into her chest. The lightning shock from his barrier shattered her defensive spells, and her robes didn't even slow his momentum. The maul, with only a coating of Flaming Body, shattered the thigh of the boy beside her, and he crumpled to the ground as the caustic rain began to fall and thunder echoed through the arena. Karl tossed out Chain Lightning, stunning the mages closest to him, before he moved toward the back of the arena, where the majority of the mages had gathered. He raised his hand to aim Chain Lightning, an unnecessary little mental trick, but Ray used it as a cue to be dramatic, and began firing bullet-sized stones from near the palm of Karl's hand, spraying them into the remaining mages, who struggled to keep their barriers up. A fireball came flying at Karl, and Hawk blocked it with a wind barrier, stopping it half a meter away. "Shit, it's not a warrior. He's a shaman with a hammer," one of the mages was cursing. Karl could see the frustration of his teammates. They all knew that already, but there was nothing they could do about it as Karl deactivated the spells on his maul and cricket swatted one of the mages who had hit the ground to avoid the rocks. The hammer hit him in the stomach, broke his barrier, and sent him flying across the arena. Karl put his head down and charged another mage, while Thor cheered in his mind. The mighty smash was the true best attack. Now, if only Karl had proper horns. "Enough!" the leader of the mage team shouted, right as Karl found himself wrapped in a barrier. 5 stacks of Flaming Body surged from the maul as Karl moved the few centimeters he could, but the barrier only shimmered and fluctuated for a second before stabilizing. Then it was gone, and Niall had a hand on his shoulder. "That's good enough, son. They got the message," the Inquisitor insisted. Karl ended the blizzard and Remy ended her thunderstorm, returning the area to a neutral state, though much more muddy than it had been. Now the mage overlord was no longer sneering at Karl, but staring at him with what looked like envy. Even Johann looked impressed, going by how he was standing, as he had his helmet on now. There must have been some tension during the fight, as they were all on edge and barrier spells were activated. What was that? What sort of barrier spell just shrugs off a half-dozen barrages of arcane missile at once? The mage demanded. Everyone turned to Karl for answers. That would be an Eternal Lightning barrier with a Circle of Protection stacked over it. I didn't even notice the arcane missiles. I saw the fireball, though, Karl replied. The rest of Karl's team had come out in the commotion, and they were giving him odd looks. "What do you need beasts for if you can fight like that?" Overlord Kenichi asked. "Beasts?" the mage overlord demanded. "He's a beast master. The first report we had of him, he had a bird of some sort, and a bloodbath spider fighting on his side. Neither of them were called for this fight, as Johann banned summons. Not that I think a dozen commander-rank golems would have changed the situation all that much. A royal-rank bloodbath spider would have annihilated them before they could touch him. Niall sighed in frustration as all of the combat power intelligence the Drake Riders had gathered on Karl was shared with another country. But the Golden Dragon Nation and the Drake Riders were not friends. They were just playing by the rules to avoid an overlord rank fight. Something back in the arena area caught the attention of the witchery mage, and he turned back, with his eyes wide in shock. Karl couldn't tell what he was looking at until he traced the man's attention to the first woman he had shoulder-checked. She had an empty potion bottle in her hand, but she was also casting some sort of spell that didn't have a visible effect. A spell that was at the royal rank. The pair of Drake Riders laughed. What was it the oracle said? A great opportunity today for the commander rank, right? Well, there you have it. That makes 2, no 3 now, that have advanced to the royal rank after understanding the difference between ranks and breaking the bottleneck. Karl had heard that sometimes losing a fight could be a greater learning experience than years of practice without a grave challenge, but he hadn't expected that they would send commanders so close to advancing that watching their friends get beat up would be enough to trigger their advancement. They weren't the only ones who were using the fight as a learning experience, though. The Magic Knights and Dana were comparing notes on the fight, and how it might have been improved or adapted to their skills. They also used primarily magic and not physical strength, and while he used mostly magical attacks, Karl had gone for close combat to use the bodies as a shield instead of trying to dodge their attacks while throwing spells from a distance. The witchery overlord opened a portal, and silently gestured to his mages, who filed through, mostly limping or nursing injuries, with a few still unconscious and being carried by their teammates. Nobody was going to die, so it was a win for everyone, in a way. He got to stretch his legs. The mages learned that the royal rank bottleneck wasn't just a small step, and the civilians at the camp didn't have to deal with a large-scale fight. Politics were honestly a giant pain in the ass, but with all of the young Drake Riders coming back out now, Karl had some hope that the day's drama was mostly over. Over for him. Anyhow. The overlords and the politicians behind the scenes would certainly be busy dealing with other nations finding out about their new dungeon instance. There was a good chance that someone was in real trouble for whatever leak had brought people here only days after it stabilized, and before the locals could make good use of it, but that was also not his problem. Once the mages from Witchery were gone, the young Drake Riders came out from the building with excited smiles on their faces. 6 of the 10 had made it to commander rank, and Karl knew that they would all have at least 1 or 2 new pieces of equipment going back with them. The dungeon was an excellent source of resources for the commander rank, with some ascended items being possible from the ogres on the way to the bosses, along with the coins. That was the trade-off. They had to pay to enter, but they got something in return that may or may not have been worth more than what they paid. Realistically, the experience alone was worth quite a bit, as the dungeon was a controlled environment, where you could send specific fighters without surprises. The Drake Rider overlords made a sharp whistle, and the younger riders gave Johann and the other overlords a sharp salute. Then they ran to their mounts, and in one smooth movement, they were aloft, soaring up into the sky on the wave of warmer air blowing over the tree line. It's always creepy when they do that, Johann complained. Do what? Karl asked. That mount and takeoff had been textbook perfect. It was like they were doing a synchronized gymnastics routine. Karl didn't see anything creepy about it at all. The knight gave Karl a confused look. Vanish. It's creepy when they vanish like that. Karl turned and watched them fly away for a few seconds before he realized that it was just echolocation and thermal imaging that still saw them. Oh, sorry, I can still see them, so I didn't realize they did a thing. Niall smiled and shook his head. Your senses really are insane. But to think that you could see through invisibility cast at the overlord rank. Karl shrugged. It hides the visual image of them, but not the thermal image, or their radar signature, for lack of a better word. The echolocation that Ray uses to see in perfect darkness, along with her heat sight. Ahmad sighed. Lazy bastard. It's not invisibility. He cast lesser concealment, assuming that we wouldn't be able to track him either way. A proper invisibility spell would hide him from thermal imaging and radar, at least conventional radar. Tell him I want that spell. I don't suppose that you could spare a copy of that spell for a particular princess who thinks Shadow Step isn't sneaky enough for her, Karl suggested. If I could turn that into a spell book, every mage in the nation would be trying to learn it right now. Unfortunately, I cannot. But she really does dream of becoming a nightmare for other species, doesn't she? Carl smiled and nodded. You should see it, it is adorable. Her legs make happy little chasing motions when she's dreaming of hunting them down. Because that's not terrifying at all. Bob mumbled from somewhere behind Carl. Johann gave him a curious look, and Carl chuckled. Bob here isn't the biggest fan of arachnids. Even when they're huge and furry and cuddly with razor legs and definitely not venomous mandibles. You're not helping. Well, that's two nations now that know for certain that Carl is a beast master. Not counting the giants. I suppose it's not too big of an issue, as they're used to strange things from our elites. Just keep an eye out for strangers trying to cut a deal. It might be foreigners trying to poach your talents, and both the government and the church feel a certain sort of way about that. Johann cautioned. That is understandable. They have put a fair bit of effort into helping me along the way, and they've even agreed to my unreasonable demands to have a specific group with me, to the point they agreed to let us sign a magical contract, Carl replied. Johann chuckled. Yes, so I heard. The high priests say that you have an exceptional affinity for the world dragon's energy, so they wanted to see if your good fortune would rub off on those around you. The rest of Carl's team smirked when they heard those words. It certainly seemed like it had rubbed off on them. Do you think that we're going to have more visitors? Morgana asked as she walked up with Doug. Almost certainly. There is a chance that they will want to do either individual challenges against a commander rank elite, or group challenges against a royal rank elite. Some might have all ascended fighters, and they'll want a group fight against a commander, so if one of you is suitable for the task, be ready to volunteer. The team members nodded, and wondered which one of them would be the best suited to actually taking on a group of 10 ascended mages. Not everyone was Carl, who had definitely cheated by allowing his beasts to assist without summoning them. What if they send a royal rank fighter to lead their team? Are we certain that we can win the challenge? The familiar voice of the politician from the National Treasures Department asked. Yes. If it's a proper duel, we won't restrict the beasts. I didn't want the foreign forces to learn any more than necessary about his combat power, but as long as the opponent isn't a peak royal rank divine beast, it shouldn't be an issue. Overlord Niall replied with utter confidence. Is our champion that strong? The politician asked hopefully. On a good day, 1 in 10 royal rank elites could take on Ray. Add in Carl and the other 3 beasts, and few things short of a full-blooded dragon or a divine beast would stand a chance. The politician sighed in relief, but all of the overlords turned to the field where the last duel was fought. Another portal opened, and Carl prepared himself for another challenge. But the first person to exit was an elderly man in the robes of the World Dragon clerics. He took down his hood and revealed a wrinkled face with long fox ears and sharp eyes that didn't match the aging joints of his body. He was an overlord, and out of instinct, Carl nodded politely to him, while Niall, the magic knights and all the clerics all bowed. Ah, I found the right spot on the first try. I knew that if I just followed the sensation of beasts fighting, I would find it. The World Dragon Bishop muttered to himself, then gestured for others to come through the portal. 10 beastkin, including one Worgen wolf girl that looked quite familiar to Carl, came through the portal, all at the peak of ascended rank. The Worgen stopped and pointed at Carl. It's you. How did you make it to the royal rank so fast? It's only been half a year since we met. The old man smiled. Good, you're all already friends. I do love emotional reunions. Now, the Archbishop said that there was a dungeon around here somewhere. Would you care to guide an old man in the right direction? Carl smiled and stepped forward with his arm bent for the old man to use as a crutch. Of course, High Priest, it's just over this way. Did you have other business with the overlords first? Oh, they can sort that out between themselves. I am more interested in the portal itself. Ruth came up and tapped Carl on the shoulder. I will take the elder to see the portal. I have magic to make the walk easier on him. The new arrivals looked nervous now that they had been abandoned, but the formerly human Worgen rogue took charge. We have come to request access to the dungeon, on behalf of the Widden Temple branch of the church. The 10 of us are all trainees in their care, she announced. Niall sighed. If they were appealing on behalf of the church, it didn't matter that they weren't from the Golden Dragon Nation. They would be allowed access. Dungeons were considered holy relics, which gave the church primary rights over them. So, it didn't matter what nation they hailed from, if they were clerics of the World Dragon, or sent by them, they would be accommodated. Alright. The Magic Knights will lead you in. The dungeon separates entrants into groups of 5 by order of entry, so sort your groups in advance. The Inquisitor explained. What is the challenge level? She asked. Overall, low commander. A mix of commander and ascended rank ogres, with commander rank bosses. There is minimal magic use, but some of the battle skills of the ogre lords are no joke. The knights led them into the building, and Johann sighed. It looks like the discovery is already common knowledge. This can't be something on our end, it must have been a leak on the other side, either in procurement or in the initial reporting, before your team was sent to clear the area. I'm tempted to say after you arrived. The Witchery mages didn't show up to try to claim it before it stabilized, so they would have found out later, likely from the Drake Riders' movements triggering their oracle. But if the word has already spread all through the clergy, it should be considered an open secret. That means we're going to have to deal with at least the newborn spellblades or demi-humans showing up to challenge for a discount on access. Nobody else would have the guts, I think. The mage towers east of the frost giants don't need much from us, as they have their own training methods, and the items that come from a dungeon are not usually of much use to mages who can make their own equipment. The Shining Knight looked significantly more haggard than he had only a day ago, but it was emotional wear. I don't know much about Newbon. Is it likely to get messy when they arrive? Carl asked. That really depends on the day. Newbon is a majority human magical nation, the largest on the continent, but they have a considerable demi-human population. Every species you can think of, from elves to minotaur and lamia, coexists there. So, when they show up here, their response will greatly depend on the attitude of the group they sent. If it's demi-humans, some get along well with humans, some do not. But they respect the human interaction standards, for the most part. So, once a challenge has been decided, the following groups will respect the outcome for a while. That makes it vitally important that we win the challenges, or they'll send anyone they please to fight in the dungeon, and they won't be polite about it, Johann explained. Another portal opened, and a smiling minotaur woman in an undyed leather dress covered in beadwork stepped out. Were you talking about me? My ears are burning. You must have been talking about me, she announced. Funny, it's like you had a listening spell active, Ahmad replied, and the nearly 3-meter-tall woman gave him a bright white toothy grin. Hello again, Ahmad. I don't suppose you will reconsider that marriage proposal? I know you're still single. And quite content with the situation, thank you, Marissa. She actually looked a bit sad at that reply. Perhaps the big woman had a thing for clean-cut Catman mages. How are we doing this today? Are you going to let my people through, or do we need to beat someone up to make our point? She asked. Or you can just pay the entry fee, Ahmad suggested. The Minotaur burst into laughter. I see you haven't lost your sense of humor. Now, should we do this champion on champion, or will you let my people pass? Champions. Do you want conditions? This is a young adult sort of fight, so we can't just let the children go wild. No lethal blows, no cheap shots, one-on-one. With summons. Ahmad countered. Do I look stupid to you? Don't answer that. Humans are too stupid to tell that minotaurs are all smarter than them. No summons, or that champion of yours is just going to try to assassinate my champion with his beasts. She's not as dumb as she looks. But how are you supposed to tell that with those vacant bovine eyes? Ray asked. I think she's actually not as smart as she thinks. She's just a prey species, and she instinctively knows to avoid us, Hawk added. Why won't they let us out? Everyone keeps insulting us and I can't even go out and bite them, Remy complained. Our little snake is getting bloodthirsty. We will have to find you some peaceful reading materials or keep you away from Sister Ray. Thor joked as Ahmad considered his answer. Before he could speak, Marissa turned to Carl. I am right, am I not? No matter who I send against you, you would have one of your beasts assassinate them while you restrained them. Not in a lethal way. We agreed no lethal blows, Carl agreed. Ahmad reluctantly nodded as he made a decision. All right. One-on-one, no additional attackers, but no flying species on your side. Carl hadn't considered the fact that they might send a flying opponent against him to try to attack from further than he could cast spells. Why don't we make this one fun, unarmed, melee range only? The Minotaur shaman suggested. Do you think we're crazy? Johann laughed. Carl chuckled. Actually, I think she might be onto something. We've all seen the flashy skills, maybe a classic knock, down, drag out is just what we need. I don't think that you know what you're suggesting, Niall whispered. No, the boy has a point. How about this? No more than twice his weight, so my champion doesn't get taken out with a crotch punch. No weapons, no lethal blows, melee range only, no flying. Carl smiled at Johann and the knight sighed. Fine, we accept the terms. Overlord Ahmad laughed. Well, at least Carl isn't a particularly large guy. He's only about 100 kilos, so the opponent won't be someone huge. Marissa reached back through the portal she had entered through, and grabbed someone, dragging them forward. He appeared to be a turtle, standing on his back feet, with human-shaped legs, but also with a full shell, and armored plating on top of his head. Damn it, I should have expected that. If you want to forfeit, let us know. A Tortollan will not be an easy fight unarmed. Johann sighed. Carl clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry too much, I can throw a punch. The actual punch wasn't the point of a melee range fight with what was almost certain to be a naturally armored monk. Their skills granted them extreme defense, enhanced by their high base durability. Then they had a wide range of attack skills intended for close combat. But Carl had brutality to increase his size. Then there were haste and terrorize to increase his speed and damage. Bone Crusher was an effective melee attack skill that ignored armor. Shatter added internal damage. And crushing blows would add damage to blunt attacks, like fists and Bone Crusher. If anything, he was at least on even footing with a monk when he had his barriers up. The Tortollan smiled at Carl, his mouth extending all the way across his head. I am Donald, what might your name be, human warrior? He asked. My name is Carl. It's a pleasure to meet you, Donald. The Tortollan laughed. You might not be saying that in a minute. Carl shrugged. We will see. I just hope that a cracked shell won't leave you in too bad of a condition. From what I remember, snapping turtles don't have a skeleton inside their shell. The Tortollan looked vaguely insulted at being compared to a common snapping turtle, but he didn't dignify Carl's taunt with a response. Johann led them to the arena ring, and Marissa called 10 peak ascended fighters through. If my man loses, I will pay the customary double fee. If not, there is no point in delaying, she insisted. Johann nodded. Fine by me. They might as well get started. This fight might take a few minutes. Carl and Donald squared off, with the Minotaur Overlord as a referee. Fighters ready? Bring up your defenses and we will start. Carl activated Flaming Body, Eternal Lightning, Haste, Terrorize and Brutality at the same time, then nodded. The two beastkin both looked shocked when Carl expanded to be close to the same size as his opponent, but Donald didn't look concerned. Tortollan expressions didn't change much, but his body language said that he thought the size expansion was just a trick to give Carl longer reach. Begin. The two combatants launched toward each other, neither trying to dodge, and two mighty blows landed. Eternal lightning flared as it was nearly shattered by a blow to Carl's left shoulder, but Carl's fist landed in the center of the Tortollan's chest, and the stout beast was lifted off his feet and tossed backward into the grass, sliding on his back shell for 5 meters before tucking his head inside his shell and flipping onto his feet with a pale white barrier flickering around him. He was a bit more cautious as he advanced, shifting positions, so Carl's darting jabs couldn't hit him squarely again. What did he hit him with? I've never seen a Tortollan put on his back with one punch. Niall asked as the two royal rank fighters gauged each other's skills. Ophelia considered it for a few seconds. Likely, Bone Crusher, increased by the same buffs that he uses on his beasts, since he's expanded his own size like he does for me in bear form. Ah, armor bypass. That makes sense. A weretiger likely would have been a worse matchup for him. That's what I was expecting her to pick. The Minotaur gave them an annoyed look as Carl shifted targets at the last instant and met Donald's punch with his own fist, sending shockwaves out from the two fighters before the Tortollan staggered back, clutching his shattered hand. It was quickly healing as Donald dodged and focused his energy on the injured limb. Monk-class internal healing wasn't as good as a cleric spell, but it appeared to be as good as bestial regeneration, just more energy-intensive. Donald was breathing heavily by the time his fist was healed, and a quick jab from Carl made his barrier flicker completely out of existence for over a second. But the monk was deceptively fast, and he managed to dodge enough hits to keep Carl from following it up to finish the fight. His breathing evened out, and his barrier came back as Donald focused on defense while he looked for an opening that wouldn't let Carl sacrifice his own body to counterattack. That double barrier over Carl made it a losing proposition to trade punches like that. Carl took advantage of his need to focus on defense, and chased the Tortollan around the ring, shocking him with chain lightning every time they made even the slightest bit of contact. Most of the effect was being blocked by the barrier, but Carl could see that Donald's muscles were beginning to twitch with every hit as his defenses weakened. and the Tortullans slowly became exhausted. With eternal lightning, Karl was still feeling as fresh as when he started the fight, though a bit hungry. Karl hadn't realized how much time had passed until he spun behind his opponent to rain a flurry of attacks down on Donald's shell, letting Bone Crusher and Shatter, with the crushing blows enhancement, do their work on his internal organs. That was when he noticed that there were 10 freshly advanced commanders waiting for the fight to end. The internal shockwaves sent Donald to his shell, limbs pulled inside and spitting blood, as Karl backed away. 20 seconds on the ground was out of the fight, and with the lingering tremors in his body, Karl could tell that his opponent was doing the best that he could just to keep his organs from liquefying. Marissa sighed and signaled the end of the fight. As Karl retreated, she used Healing Splash to coat the monk in power, and he collapsed on the ground, resting on his back shell as he could finally begin to recover and not curl up with his limbs retracted in pain. The Overlord-ranked Minotaur stared at Karl for a few seconds before nodding. "You are more crafty than you look, human. To think that you wouldn't try to break the shell, but to attack through it to the softer parts of the body. I will be certain to add this lesson to our training," she announced, then easily picked the 200-kilo turtle man up in her arms and passed him through the portal to someone on the other side. "Now, the matter of payment," she reluctantly sighed, before producing one large box and a small one, no bigger than the palm of Karl's hand. The first she handed to Johann, who opened it and nodded in satisfaction, but the second she held out to Ahmad. "Don't deny yourself any longer, little mage. Come home with me," she announced, then opened the small box to reveal an absolutely stunning wedding ring, with a large central diamond surrounded by 7 smaller colored gems. The mage sighed and shook his head. "My answer hasn't changed. I am quite happily single, and intend to remain that way." The Minotaur snorted in annoyance and stomped back through the portal, followed by her team. As it closed, it was clear that the other 2 overlords were doing their very best not to laugh at Ahmad. "Laugh it up. Next time, it might be you with a crazy Minotaur stalker," the mage grumbled. Johann gave him a sympathetic look. "Why do you think that I wear this helmet whenever we're meeting with new people? I can't have my handsome face making them fall for me." Not even Colonel Valerie could resist laughing a little at that. The overlord known as the Shining Knight was nearly the picture-perfect handsome warrior stereotype, and he knew it. It might have made him arrogant, but he was also an overlord, and that was bound to affect the ego of anyone who managed to make it to that level of power. Niall snapped his fingers to get everyone's attention. "All right. Let's hope that is the last of our visitors for the day. Marissa will inform the rest of her countrymen and their allies about the outcome, and the details of the dungeon, in the next few hours. After that, we will see what happens. They might send a few more teams with payment, as it is a large nation. But they might hold off for a few more days." Just what Karl needed. More practice. If only he could send the rest of the team out. Thor and Remy both had ideas that might help them advance, but nobody wanted to let them fight. "Do you need healing?" Overlord Johann asked Karl as he settled down on the grass by the trail zone to relax for a bit, in case there was another challenge. Karl shook his head. "No, I'm good. He didn't manage to break the second barrier, and eternal lighting refreshes stamina. So, I should be fine after a quick snack. I am just relaxing to see who shows up next." The knight laughed and joined Karl on the grass. "I don't think that there will be too many more nations that will be willing to challenge you. Those were some pretty decisive victories, especially unarmed against a Tortullan monk after proving yourself in a magical battle. If anyone does challenge for free entry, they will at least take a day or 2 to try to plan before they come for you." "Well, that's a start. I guess we're going to be hanging around here for a while then." "How long are the trials open before they just have to pay to enter?" Karl asked. 1 week. We're already nearly halfway through the trial period. Normally, it is only a day or 2 of trials after the other nations find out about the dungeon. Not that they open all that often. More commonly, it's only 1 round of trials before the portal destabilizes and the event is over. Having one open full-time is going to drive the clerics insane. They are the ones who arrange the formal visits to keep the nations who don't get along from having a conflicting schedule and starting fights at holy sites. This one will be busier than most, as commander rank resources are so rare on this continent. The only ones that might still show up are the beasts, and that could be somewhat difficult for you, as we don't know how they will respond to your class bonding with actual beasts. They aren't the biggest fans of rangers, and they only bond with regular animals. You've got royal ranked magical beasts on your side, Johann explained. Karl nodded. Yeah, I can see how that might become an issue if they object to the situation. But I think that once they talk to each other, they will understand. After an hour, Lotus and Doug brought out food for everyone awaiting the next challenge. But no challengers were coming. By now it was fairly certain that every human nation would have been informed of the situation by their spies, so if they were planning a challenge, they were delaying for some reason. More likely, they simply didn't care. Most nations had their own training resources, and paying to come here and use another nation's dungeon was unnecessary. Some would come to train here later, likely from the smaller factions among the Nuban Empire. Not all of them had access to the resources in that nation's territory if they didn't belong to a large faction. But very few of the small factions would have 5 peak ascended or commander rank trainees to make up a team. It was the same in the east. The mage towers were too small to assemble a team without working together. That was a chore on its own, and might not be worth the effort when a traditionally trained mage could advance peacefully in their tower. It was just getting dark when Carl sensed a new presence in the distance, staring directly at him. He turned, trying to discreetly determine what was watching him, but he didn't see anything. He didn't stop scanning, though, and after a few seconds, he spotted a massive body in the trees, barely visible from a kilometer away. "Oh, the human can see me?" a deep voice asked in Carl's mind. "Not easily. But the trees don't fully hide your silhouette." "Interesting. We will meet again soon." Then the creature was gone, and Carl was left wondering just what sort of beast it had been. From this distance and with the leaves in the way, he could only really spot it by the distinctive shape of its eyes, and the outline of its body was too broken up to say for certain what he was speaking with. But if that was the visit from the Divine Beast Empire, and they were just curious, it meant he could relax a little. So, when Carl went to sleep that night, it was with an easy mind. Ray was on night watch in the bell tower, and there were guards on patrol around the camp for the smaller threats. Carl woke with a jolt as an alarm was sounded in the camp, pulling everyone out of bed. "What's going on, Ray?" "I have no idea. I don't think the alarm is about something that is happening here." Carl put on his armor and stepped to the end of the aisle to jump out the window. The overlords were rubbing sleep from their eyes, and the military officer on duty had a portable radio brought out to them. "Overlords, what is going on?" Carl asked. "Good, you're here already. There is an emergency near the lithium mines. Some sort of anomaly has appeared. We are the closest response team to them right now, with so many of the response teams currently deployed to the borders. They already sent 2 awakened rank locals, who are currently missing in action. The nature of the issue is unknown, but it is likely to be at the commander rank or higher. Your team will be going with Niall, while the rest of us remain here with the Magic Knights to deal with resource challenges," Johann explained. The knights nodded in understanding, while Morgana gave the fort a longing look. It was far too early in the morning for an emergency. Carl gestured to the helicopter that was beginning to spin up its rotors. "Should we get loaded? Go ahead, if you've got everything you need." Lotus ran back to the fort to grab another container of muffins, and Ray gathered her shiny stones that she had been decorating with. Whoever took over the fort could provide their own shiny stones. They loaded into the helicopter, making a 9-person response team, from commander to overlord rank. No matter what the issue was, they should be able to take care of it, even if they were mostly just buffing Niall. A circle of protection would go a long way to keeping the overlord rank rogues safe, and as an inquisitor, he would be one of the finest fighters among the overlords to begin with. The floor shuddered as they took off, and then tilted slightly as the pilot raced toward their destination. "Get as much rest as you can. We don't know what's coming, but it could be a long day," Niall warned them as he leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. It might not be actual sleep, but a bit of meditation helped prepare everyone for the fights ahead. But for Carl, this was somewhat personal. The destination was just outside his hometown, and if the situation got out of control, his parents would be in danger. They had moved to a nicer house near the center of town, but there was still only one elite in the lithium mine town. Well, he wasn't much of an elite. He was more of a prototype, having taken a test version of the divine serum in advance. But while he had plenty of combat experience, he was starting to get older now, and he was slowing down with the soft life of a mayor. While the emergency response team raced toward the anomaly, those left behind at the dungeon began to worry that there might be more to the situation than they had been led to believe. There were too many anomalies lately, and they were at war on every side, except for the border with the Beastkin. The giants had to know something more than they were saying, and the magical knights couldn't shake the feeling that they had missed a critical memo. But in the helicopter, things were more relaxed, as everyone meditated and prepared for the upcoming mission. 5 minutes to the edge of the anomaly zone, the pilot informed them. Carl stood and stretched, getting ready for whatever they found when they disembarked. Thor, be ready with the barriers. Eternal lightning came up on everyone as Thor got his last few minutes of beauty sleep. And the other beasts followed Carl in stretching, so they didn't strain anything or have stiff muscles when it was time to come out. Descending through heavy cloud cover with extremely limited visibility, the pilot announced. Carl moved to look out the window, keeping an eye out for anything that might have been missed by the helicopter's sensor suite. There was nothing, just white. That didn't seem right. He should be able to see the ground through cloud cover, unless there was heavy rain beneath them. But these were white puffy clouds, not the dark storm clouds that would bring that sort of rain. Ray thought the same thing, something wasn't right. Then the sound of rending steel shattered the drone of the helicopter blades, and Carl found himself flying through open air. As he rotated, he could see the massive hole torn in the side of the helicopter, which was being violently molested by a pale white dragon that seemed to be made of clouds, not quite corporeal. The others were beginning to bail out with hastily donned parachutes, and Carl noted with pleasure that all of them had their barriers active still. With eternal lightning active, they should be fine. He was the only one likely to have a rough landing. Carl felt the air around him suddenly condense, as if he were below water, then it was thin again, the sort of high-altitude atmosphere that left the lungs struggling to breathe. It had to be an air-element dragon. That was fine. Once he figured out how to track it, he would be able to take it out. Beneath him, the clouds were thinning, and Carl looked around for the others to make sure they hadn't pulled their parachutes too early. But there was nobody nearby, not even the crippled helicopter. Then, the clouds parted beneath him, and Carl found himself plummeting towards a massive lake. The only lake that large in the Golden Dragon Nation was Lake Chiptonrath, and that should be hundreds of kilometers away. Carl was reasonably confident in his pathfinding abilities, but moreover, the direct route to the lithium mines took them away from the lake, not towards it. As he approached the lake's surface, Carl crossed his ankles and his arms, as he had learned to dive off the cliffs into the intake water pond for the mine as a kid. He hit the water at an incredible speed, but even after the eternal lightning barrier broke on impact, the flaming body kept him safe and uninjured. The water was wrong, very wrong. It was bathwater warm, and even 10 meters deep after his emergency entry, the water was still crystal clear, and he could clearly see the surface. So, he removed his armor for mobility, but kept the barriers active for safety, and made his way to the surface. He was still a few hundred meters from the shore, but that wouldn't be too bad of a swim, especially in this nice warm water, but Carl was beginning to wonder where he was. It could be possible that he had been knocked into an instant, as he wouldn't have been able to see the entrance through the thick cloud cover. Carl stepped out onto the shore, and he was absolutely certain that he was not in the Golden Dragon Nation anymore. None of the plants were familiar, and the sun was just about to set, despite the fact it had just been coming up when he was knocked from the helicopter. It's in the wrong spot in the sky as well. If we were close to home, the sun should be south of overhead, but it's not, Hawk added. Alright, then the question is, what do we need to do to get out of the instance? There don't seem to be any enemies, and I haven't seen a message from the system. Carl sighed. Forget that. They stole my Dana and my Lotus, Ray reminded him. Carl laughed a little. I think that they stole us, and Dana was left behind with everyone else. Or did you see something I didn't? That was a great dilemma for Ray. Could someone have been brave enough to abduct her? It made sense, in a way. They were in a new place, and the girls weren't here with her. I think the others are all still together. The dragon killed the helicopter, but it didn't hurt the others who had my barriers. Even if they landed on the ground, they should be all right, and they had the rogue man Nile with them, Thor suggested. Does this mean we get to explore? Remy asked hopefully. I think that's our only choice, Carl agreed, forgetting to speak internally. I will go fly up and see if there is anything we missed on the way down, Hawk suggested. The others came out and spread out for a bit, getting used to this new place, which felt different from home. I found a village. It looks like humans, you can go northeast, Hawk advised before returning. That was a good sign. If there were humans, he might be able to find out what was going on, and perhaps even where he was, assuming that they weren't also lost. So, with Hawk scouting overhead, Carl began to make his way toward the village full of humans. Everyone, please return to your spots when we get close. I don't want anyone getting injured on a misunderstanding, Carl reminded the team. Thor returned right away, eager to watch the proceedings from his pond full of holy water, while Remy hung herself around Carl's shoulders for the next few minutes, reluctant to return to boredom, but also not enthusiastic about being attacked by random weirdos. Hopefully, random weirdos were the worst sort of people that he found. For all Carl knew, they could be some sort of humanoid monster trapped in this place, or coded to be aggressive but maintain their position like the dungeon monsters. He would have to be cautious, but if there was a chance that they were just a random village full of humans who might have answers for him, he would have to take it. The silent movement skill let him creep up on the village easily enough, and Carl dropped into a shallow ditch just beyond the edge of the fields, so that he could observe the villagers in peace for a few minutes while he tried to determine whether they were hostile or not. They looked peaceful enough, going about their daily chores, and there were children. There were never children in the dungeon, only combatants. That was good enough for him, so Carl made his way to the road to approach like any normal traveler would. Carl walked down the road past the first few fields, nodding politely toward the farmers working in the fields. There was an old man sitting along the roadside with a table full of fruit, and he made a wide-armed welcoming gesture as he saw Carl approaching. "Welcome, traveler. You look to be a long way from home," the old man called in a strange accent that Carl struggled to understand. "I do believe I am. I was traveling from just outside Witten and encountered a strange cloud. When it cleared, I was here." Carl hoped that the man would know Witten Temple, which had been there with the same name since time immemorial. "Witten, you say? Never heard of it. But a Dark Light Host outreach worker is a friend anywhere in the world." That sorted it. He was either inside a trial, or he had been tossed onto another continent. "I don't suppose you could tell me where I have ended up?" Carl asked, then tossed the man a silver coin from his bag and took one of the peaches off the table. They were 2 for a copper, which seemed a bit steep, but when Carl bit into it, he realized that the peach had a rejuvenating property, and wasn't just a plain fruit. He would have to ensure that Thor planted the seed and got it to grow in the space. It would be a real treat for Lotus if he could give her magical fruits for her breakfast dishes. "You're in Maria, just outside the port city of Kanyiji, on the west coast. If you follow this road another hour, you'll be there. I will warn you, anyone who hasn't made it past the first advancement shouldn't come anywhere near that cesspool. Kanyiji is a seaport, and it can get a bit rowdy. If you turn around and go a couple of days down the road the other way, you'll get to Bunga, and it's a much better place to be. The only problem is that you'll have to deal with the wild beasts on the way there. If you've got a combat class, it should be alright. As I recall, all the outreach workers should have reached the first advancement before they're sent out alone. But then I suppose you weren't planning to travel alone, were you?" the old man asked. Carl shook his head. "No, I was leading a group, but they weren't sent here with me. I don't know if they ended up somewhere else, or managed to avoid whatever sent me here." The old man made a protective gesture, wishing them well, and sighed. "If they were sent here, I hope they weren't sent too far inland. Here near the coasts, it's relatively safe for those at the first advancement, but if you get further in, you'll need to be at least past the second advancement, and there are spots near the borders where you'll need to be mythic awakened just to survive." Carl had gone through the first advancement trial, so he at least had an idea what the man meant, but mythic awakened. If he recalled right, it should be the totem rank after Overlord. Would mythic be the one after that? If that was the case, he really had to keep himself near the coast because it meant that the second advancement should be somewhere around Overlord rank. "Is there an outpost or temple near here? Somewhere that might have maps and some clue about what happened to me?" Carl asked. "Aye, there is one in Bunga. A healing temple operated by the Dark Light Host. They should have maps of all of the outposts on the continent, and that should get you home," the old farmer offered. "Thanks for the advice. It looks like I will turn around and head back toward Bunga. I haven't any coppers, but here, for a few more fruits," Carl replied as he used one of the small bags on the table to pick up 6 of the peaches. The old man quickly pocketed the second silver coin with a glowing smile and then dug in the bag beside him, which Carl had taken to be his lunch. "Wear this on your left arm if you're suspecting trouble with humans. They won't normally mess with an outreach worker, but even if they're feeling frisky, they won't touch anyone wearing that." Carl chuckled and tucked the red bandana into his storage. "Enthusiastic negotiators are an occupational hazard, I'm afraid. But I've come across more than a few in my time. Thank you for the advice and the assistance." Carl put 5 of the peaches in his bag and passed the last one to Thor, along with the pit from the one that he ate. "Oh, those are good. I will work on growing the peach trees. Thor agreed once he had a taste. The actual benefits meant very little to him, as Thor had all sorts of refreshing and rejuvenating plants in his home. But beneficial plants that were juicy and sweet were much more difficult to obtain. Karl turned away from the village and began to make his way back to Bunga, following the old man's advice. He made it all the way to the edge of the last farm, and was headed into the treed area when he came across a woodcutter leaning against his mule. The animal was hooked to a large log, and ready to go back to their sawmill, but the man kept it in place for a moment while he talked to Karl. "Did the old man tell you that the port isn't safe and to head to Bunga?" he asked. Karl nodded, waiting to see what the woodcutter would say. "Well, that's not a lie. But there are bandits all along the road to Bunga. It's a dangerous route, and they have no respect for anyone. Even that dark light host tabard isn't going to save you from them. I recommend that you don't follow the road, or you take a detour southeast through the woods and take the path south from Homa and then east to Bunga at the fork in the road by Kapkor." Karl nodded. "I take it that way is closer to the coast, and generally considered safer, but longer?" The woodcutter lit a pipe full of tobacco and smirked at Karl. "Half right. It's closer to the coast, but it's a wagon path that's overrun with monsters. Nobody would call it a safer route on a regular day, but for a solo traveler, it's safer than dealing with bandits." "Do you have any details on the bandits? If it's reasonable, I should probably take care of that problem," Karl suggested, playing the part of the Dark Light Host outreach worker as well as he could. "There are about 30 of them in total, but they spread out down the road, depending on where they think they'll have the most luck. There are a number of villages between here and Bunga, but none of them more than about 20 people. Nothing that can stand up to them, so don't be surprised if you stop overnight, and they turn you in for a reward from the bandits." With his piece said, the woodcutter spurred his mule into motion and started heading back to the village. Karl kept walking, so that anyone who might have been alerted of his presence wouldn't be tipped off that the woodcutter had talked to him, and consulted the team. "What do you think? It appears that the others didn't get sent here, so we're on our own for a minute. Should we head through the woods for safety, or take our chances on the road, where we know we won't get lost?" "How tough could they be? There are 5 of us," Ray replied, not concerned. She had a good point. He wasn't alone, and that seemed to be the real concern of the woodcutter. Karl activated Flaming Body, then changed to his much more battered set of armor, with the green tunic, and began making his way down the road. "Wait, I have a better idea," Ray informed him, and Karl paused at the side of the road. She made him a rough woven duffel bag that looked like cheap canvas, then left her space to chop up a log and stuff it inside before rolling the bag in dirt. "There, now you look like a hobo." Ray laughed. Karl laughed and slung the duffel across his back as he walked down the road at a steady pace, not quite jogging, but a comfortable fast walk for a warrior-type elite. It was already getting dark, and he didn't want to be too close to the village when the sun went down. He still had plenty of energy, and the ability to see in the dark, so there was no real reason for him to stop moving. The bandits would have a harder time attacking at night without him detecting them first, and they might not even be set up. If it was anything like home, then few people traveled at night if they could avoid it. Karl didn't know if this place had cars, as he didn't see any in the village, and the woodcutter was using a mule. But woodcutters used mules or horses at home as well. It was just more efficient than trying to move machinery through the woods. Ray got to work and made him a new coat with a hood, and a low hem that almost dragged on the ground. It was the adaptive coloration silk, and would make him nearly invisible in the dark as he jogged along the road. But when there was no mana in it, the coat would be 5 different shades of green, brown and black patches. Karl activated the coat and put the duffel back over his shoulder. Every little bit would help as the night got darker, and clouds rolled in. With no moon up and the stars obscured, it was incredibly dark out, and nothing was moving within earshot as Karl began to jog with silent movement activated. He brought up Eternal Lightning to keep his stamina up, and settled in for a long night of running through the woods, until his normal day would have been up. He didn't know what pace the old farmer had intended when he said that Bunga was 2 days away, so it would be better to make up time today, and then find a good camp during the daylight hours. Just after midnight, Karl saw the first signs of life along the road. There were 2 people high in trees on either side of the road, and a large group gathered around a campfire, looking like they were asleep. They might just be resting, but thermal vision showed them laying down. "I will move to the left of the road, far enough that the humans shouldn't see me. If they do, Then Ray will send her golems against the archers in the trees first. Try to take them out before they can send out a warning, Carl cautioned. They're hiding their power. That's a neat trick. I wonder if it's a spell. I can tell that they're powerful, but not how powerful, Ray pondered. Carl thought about it and realized it wasn't actually a difficult trick. If he had no active spells, he could just focus his energy inward, and most of his power signature would be masked. That would make it harder to detect him if he was hiding in a tree, but it would also leave him open to attack. Are we not going to do anything? Hawk complained. Only if we have to. We have places to be, and I don't know how strong those thieves are with their power shielded. The villagers did warn us that there are much more powerful things in this country, Carl reminded him. Still, wouldn't the Red Dragon be happy if we eliminated bandits? Bandits make orphans, Hawk suggested. That was a bit of a stretch, but Carl could see how enthusiastic the beasts were. Fine, we test them. Ray, take out the scouts in the trees with golems. If they had misjudged the situation and the golems couldn't make a clean job of it, he would run before the others realized what was going on. The golems appeared in the trees, and the guards reacted instantly, lashing out with attacks that did serious damage to the barriers on the constructs, and then slashing 3 more times as they fell from the tree to the ground. But that was the end of them. The sharpened limbs of the golems had punched holes in their chests through the flimsy leather armor they were wearing, and they drowned in their own blood in a matter of seconds, even as large red pools were forming under them as their hearts struggled for a few more beats. The commotion had alerted the rest of the bandit team, and Carl called the others out, but kept Thor in reserve, as he would be too easy to spot along the road, and the trees were too close together for him to move between them without knocking them over. Carl hefted his maul and moved into the trees, watching the groggy bandits run for the road. 5 charges of chain lightning on his maul were prepared, and one of the bandits instantly turned to him, alerted by the ability use. Carl swung the oversized hammer, catching the man in the chest, and a barrier flared before shattering, along with an amulet around his neck. The lightning arced between the bandits, whose movements were slowed by the effect. Then 3 flaming totems appeared halfway up the trees around them, firing inwards, right before, infused fireballs began to rain from the sky. The bandits had no idea how to deal with the attacks from every direction at once. They were well practiced in attacks against merchants and other ground-based targets, but the art of ambush from above was what they specialized in, not what was normally used against them. The majority of the bandits were quickly annihilated, but one man was just laughing off everything that they were throwing at him until the golems hit him from behind, and tore huge gashes in his flesh. That got his attention. I think he has a skill that prevents smaller damage. We need to hit him harder, Remy noted as she examined the battlefield. That sounded good to Ray. She knew just how to do that. So did Carl. When the bandit leader turned to deal with the golems, Carl charged 5 layers of bone crusher on his maul and buffed himself all the way up. When the bandit leader's blade landed on a golem, nearly tearing it in half, Carl's maul smashed into his back. The bandit leader went limp, and Carl backed away, suspecting a trap, and let the golems at him. They stabbed at the body for a few minutes before deciding that he was dead enough and not just paralyzed from the chest down. Given the skills that many elites had, if he was just paralyzed, he might have healed. There are still heat signatures in the camp, but they're just wiggling. Do you think they're treats the bandits were saving? Ray asked. Possibly, but no eating them. We will go see what they left for us, Carl reminded her. How can I even call them treats if I can't eat them? Oh, never mind, they are treats of the toy variety. I can play with these ones. That had Carl concerned as he went to see what the spider had found. What he found were 10 children, bruised and dressed in filthy rags, tied up and immobile around the campfire, so they didn't freeze to death at night. Elven children in specific, going by the long and pointy ears. They must have been taken from a caravan because there were no elves among the dead on the road. Everyone, I need a cleanup. Get rid of the bodies and remove any signs of a battle from the road. Actually, put the bodies in someone's space, in case there is a bounty on them. We might be able to trade them for good things. Now, he just needed to decide how to transport the kids. As Ray made baskets to carry the children on Thor's back, Remy and Hawk looted the battlefield. It wasn't a dungeon, that was for certain, as the bodies didn't disappear, and they didn't just get the loot. But they did find the bracelet that the leader of the bandit group was wearing, and it looked like it was something excellent. Bracelet of Combat Fortune. Reduces damage taken by 150 points per second. That item is evil. You can't blizzard them, you can't poison them, you can't even just slowly bleed them out, Remy complained. Carl put the bracelet on, and Remy giggled. Yes, now we are Team Evil. It's a shame that doesn't apply to all of us, though. We need to get more of those bracelets, she added. You've always been on Team Evil magic, Hawk muttered, thinking about her primary attack skill being Blizzard with a side of Thunderstorm. She had redeemed herself somewhat with the Poison Fire totems, but then learned Thunderstorm to offset all the respectability that she had gained the Hawk's eyes. His little sister was shameless. Once the harness on Thor was ready, Ray began to use her webbing to load the children into the pouches, before carefully cutting the restraints on their hands. The children were so terrified by the aura and presence of giant monsters that they didn't dare to move. They just sat silently in the pouches, not even removing their blindfolds and gags after their hands were freed. Hello everyone, I do hope that you can understand me. My name is Carl, and I will be your tour guide tonight. There has been a slight change of plans, and now that I have killed the bandit group, I will be delivering you to the city of Bunga. There is a Dark Light Host outpost there, I am told, and they will know what to do with you all, Carl announced. Most of the elven children just seemed confused and terrified, but one boy carefully pulled his blindfold down, and then realized that he was staring directly at Ray and promptly fainted. A few seconds later, a girl pulled her blindfold down and turned to face Carl. She was cautiously scanning the area for her captors, but there were none left. The beasts had already finished the cleanup, and other than some scuffed dirt around the campfire that indicated either a caravan stopped for the evening or that there was a fight, there was nothing left to indicate that this had been the chosen ambush site for a bandit group. The elf girl slowly removed the cloth tied around her mouth and began to whisper. You rescued us, Carl nodded. We killed the bandits, and you were left behind, so we're going to take you with us to the city of Bunga. The little elf nodded reluctantly, and Carl began to worry that the town might not be a good one. Is there a spot that you would rather be taken to? He asked. The girl shook her head. We were headed to the village of Glad to visit family, but that was months ago. I didn't realize we had traveled so far. Even if you went straight through the forest, it would be over 1,000 kilometers to bring us home. Bunga will have to be good enough, and then we can beg for money to get the Dark Light Host to send us closer to home. Carl smiled and patted her head. Don't worry about that. I will talk to them and see if I can get them to escort you all safely back. I am guessing that the rest of your caravan didn't survive? That seemed a bit insensitive the moment that it left his mouth, but it was too late to take it back. The girl gave a tight smile that was anything but happy. When we passed through the village of Sanao in the Thearchy of Roblevel just a few days after our capture, all of the adults were sold off to a slaver caravan. They wouldn't pay as much for the children as the bandits wanted, so they were going to take us to Kanyiji once their contact made it back into the port. They would likely send us to Aquilia. The Khan has a fondness for elven servants. They pretend that there are no slaves there, but it's illegal to run away from a work contract before your debt is paid. That's what the bandit leader was saying. Elves live a long time, and the Khan demands a third of your wages for life, up front as a tax debt. That was pure extortion to get around a slavery prohibition, Carl was certain of it. But they were likely afraid of some outside force cracking down on them for keeping slaves, so they found a technicality. Everyone, please remove your bindings, so you don't become sick from the motion of the Sero. We will be moving quickly along the road to get to the city sometime hopefully during the day. I don't intend on stopping, but we do have some food available. Is there anything you don't eat? Carl asked. Elves are vegan. The girl whispered. All right, that's easy enough. We have some foods that fit that requirement. Like these hardtack biscuits. They're labeled as vegan friendly. Oh, and there are fresh vegetables here. That should get you through the night. Carl passed out the biscuits from one of the ration packs that he never actually used, and then sighed as he realized he had no clerics for food spells anymore. But Thor had planted various edible leafy greens, along with some magical tubers that vaguely tasted like potatoes. He could roast those later and they would grow back. He motioned to Thor as the kids began to remove their blindfolds and gags, then untie their feet while huddled in the pouches slung over Thor's back. Now, once we're moving, I need you all to keep as silent as possible. We will be moving fast, so we get to the city before it gets dark again, and hopefully, we don't run into any more bandits. Carl led the way, with Ray darting through the trees and Hawk overhead, while Remy retreated to her space, as she was not as fast moving over long distances. Thor's plodding behind them could easily be mistaken for a wagon or other animal-drawn transport, which seemed to be the normal method here, going by the narrow ruts in the dirt road. He didn't see any rubber tire marks, no sign of tread. Just compacted ruts where hard narrow wheels had passed. The mining carts used those same wheels, the ones that the mules pulled. It was cheaper than fuel for the trucks, so they were still in regular use at the mine back home. Thor returned to the road, and the kids resisted the urge to cry out in joy that they had been at least temporarily rescued, and that someone was bringing them to safety. Or, hopefully bringing them to safety. For all they knew, he might be lying and bringing them to a different group of slavers. But Carl with his monsters seemed trustworthy enough. Thor seemed so happy to be bringing them down the road that the elves, who were deeply attuned to nature, couldn't see Carl as a bad person if he was Thor's friend. Carl jogged down the road in front of Thor, who was nearly prancing with joy to have passengers. Especially passengers who were gratefully petting the rough scales around the carrier bags on his back. Carl noted that they seemed to be becoming more smooth with age, or perhaps he was keeping his barrier up over them, as the sandpaper texture of the scales was not harming the elves at all. He wasn't a dragon, but his scales were similar to dragon scales, and the elves had a ritual for polishing nature dragon scales in their home villages. The green dragons apparently liked to visit the elves when they were young, as the elves lived long enough for the dragons to get to know them. So, the elves viewed them as an extension of the nature goddess, which in a way they were. All dragons who came from the lineage of a chromatic dragon god could hear instructions from their species patron. There are more bandits. They have a wagon surrounded. Ray informed Carl just as the sun was coming up. Remy, stay here with Thor. Hawk, keep an eye on the kids while I go with Ray and eliminate the bandits. If we can save a few people from the wagon team, we can have them smooth our entrance to the city, Carl instructed. Remy exited her space to appear on Thor's back in a coil, where she could see everything going on around them. I will do my best to stay out of sight. You pretend the golems are yours. Ray insisted as she raced off into the distance with Carl chasing behind her. The wagon, as Hawk called it, was actually a carriage with a very fancy sigil on the visible side, made of what appeared to be genuine solid gold. There were a dozen guards around the carriage, all of whom seemed to be in the high ascended power range, while the 5 bandits that were toying with them were all on the strong side of commander rank. Carl noticed that the bandits all had the same red bandana that the fruit merchant had given him tied to their left arms, making them easily identifiable, even if they weren't facing a force in uniforms. But they were also well trained as a group, and they fought well together, despite not having a single mage in their group. In fact, there were no mages in either group that was fighting, it was all warriors and rogues. Carl whistled to catch the attention of the carriage guards, who looked immensely relieved to see Carl, despite him still being in his shabby armor disguise. It didn't seem wise to change back and look like a Darklight host member when he was close to one of their bastions without any idea how their organization functioned. One of the bandits broke off to deal with Carl, and Ray called the golems in between them. The man screamed in terror as they appeared, and then the screams cut off with a rasping gurgle as the golems pinned him to the ground and began to shred his body. Everyone was so horrified that they completely stopped fighting for a whole 10 seconds, just staring at the massacre as the wounded man begged for death. Then the blood-soaked golems turned to face the battle, and the bandits' morale broke. They didn't even say anything, they just ran. Ray recalled the golems and started the hunt. It wasn't her style, but Hawk enjoyed it, so there had to be something to it. Like this. Watch. Hawk informed her as he swooped down, his 5-meter wingspan barely avoiding the trees as he grabbed a warrior in his claws and pulled him into the air. The man shrieked in pain, but Hawk's claws had pierced his shoulder joints, and he couldn't raise his arms to attack his captor. Then Hawk doubled back and dove, hurling the body at another of the bandits' comrades. The two collided, tumbling to the ground in a tangled heap as Ray sent her golems against the furthest 2, who were now well out of sight of the battle. Hawk hit the downed bandits with a rending fireball, as he called his new signature bomb, and the bodies turned to a puddle of goo. Carl whistled, calling Hawk over to land on his arm. Let Ray clean up the rest and gather the loot. These guys will never see through her disguise, he instructed. Hawk landed on Carl's outstretched arm, then moved to his shoulder as Carl approached the carriage guards. Gentlemen, is everyone all right? I can ask a healing companion to join us if someone needs urgent assistance, he announced as the guards stared at him. There were a few guards still on the ground, but the others were more guarded against Carl than concerned about their coworkers. "We will be all right, sir. Thank you for your assistance. We have a cleric class acolyte of the Dark Light host with us," the leader of the guard team announced. "Oh, that makes my life easier. You see, I gathered a number of elven children from another bandit camp closer to Kanyiji last night. They are coming this way with one of my bestial companions, and I was hoping that the Dark Light host might be able to arrange for them to be brought home, as they were kidnapped to be sold to slavers," Carl explained. "You managed to steal from the bandits?" the guard captain asked in shock. "I suppose that is accurate, but I killed everyone in their camp first, so it's not really stealing, I would call it looting." The guard looked terrified of Carl, but when the acolyte cleric, as they had called her, stepped out, Carl saw that she was just a young teen girl, likely younger than Carl was, and soft, as if she had never seen combat. After months on the front line, Carl knew that he had a slightly gaunt face and a 1,000-meter stare that made him look as predatory as his partners. "I got the good stuff. No overpowered bracelet this time. I will give the loot to Thor, he's almost there," Ray informed Carl as she finished her work and cleaned up the bodies. Nobody was saying anything, and the cleric acolyte was casting her spells on the injured, who were beginning to get back on their feet, despite her magic only being that of an awakened rank cleric. As they approached, Remy returned to her space, so she didn't terrify anyone. The elven children looked confused that the snake had suddenly disappeared, but when they saw Carl, they relaxed. Ray returned a few seconds later, after dropping the loot off with Thor, using an empty pouch on his harness. The Sero stopped next to Carl, who gathered the loot into his storage, and gave him a head ridge rub as Thor made happy rumbling noises that had the kids giggling. Hawk returned to his space, leaving only Carl and Thor outside, but the guards weren't relaxing. "Where are the children?" the guard leader asked. "In the pouches. It's the best way to carry children on a fast journey. They're all mostly unharmed, as Thor here is a lightning Sero, and his barrier has a regenerative effect that will have helped them heal from their injuries." They still looked rough, but the bruises had faded, and the few broken bones they had suffered were all repaired. "You wanted to take them to the Dark Light host?" the young cleric asked. "Yes. I was told that they were the right place to bring kidnapping victims," Carl shrugged. "You would side with the Dark Light host against the Demon Guild Alliance?" the cleric asked. "Miss, I don't see any symbols of allegiance on him. It could be a trick," the carriage guard leader whispered. "We should get going. Those bandits will regroup with their friends and be back soon," she whispered back. But Carl's hearing was far too sensitive to miss that conversation. "They won't be regrouping with anyone. I killed them all. The golems hunted them down in the woods," Carl informed the pair. "What sort of monster are you? You don't even let surrendered enemies flee?" the guard asked. "Sure I do. If they're in custody. If they're fleeing, they didn't really surrender, they're just retreating. Don't count that one on the ground in front of me. That was an object lesson. I really do sound like the bad guy here, don't I? I swear, I'm actually a rather kind fellow." The kids on Thor's back all laughed as Carl stumbled over his words, while the guards stared at him suspiciously. "I'll tell you what, why don't I lead the way into town, so I'm not at your backs, and then when we get there, you can help me get these kids to someone who can help and won't sell them to slavers," Carl offered. The guard leader nodded. "That works for me. But first, I need to know what your class is. I can't see your information on the status screen." "You can see information about others on the status screen?" That was news to Carl. "I am a beast master," Carl explained. "Then those beasts are summoned?" Carl shook his head. "No, they are real beasts, bonded to me as allies. Thor is as alive as anyone else, and he's been with me since he was an egg." That seemed like a good enough answer for the guard, and he motioned for Carl to move in front of the carriage, which had taken some damage but looked mobile. "What pace are you keeping?" "I've been jogging along with Thor," Carl asked, looking back at them. "We will match with you as well as we can. I don't want to be out here any longer than necessary." Carl began to jog, then grabbed a few tubers from Thor's space to roast with flaming body in his hand, and then passed them to the children. The skill was able to pass heat through the whole object, cooking them in a matter of seconds. "Be careful, they're hot," he warned as he passed the tubers to the elves. They smiled and bounced them between their hands to cool them, then carefully bit into them. "Oh, these are good, mister," the last of the girls to get her lunch declared. "I'm glad you like them. I wasn't sure what elves like to eat." The little girl smirked at Carl. "You're losing the carriage, though. Horses aren't as fast as a sarro. Especially when they're hooked to a carriage. Carl slowed down as he realized that the horses were already panting, and looked back with an apologetic gesture. Sorry, I forgot that your horses were just horses and not monsters. He took up a loping trot, which was a more comfortable pace for the carriage, while the guards on their horses glared at him. Do you think he's feral? One of the classes that is born in the woods and never sees civilization? His armor has been patched more than once, and it's damaged again. It looks like he was in a fight with something nasty, possibly even second advancement. But he's not at all concerned about the dangers of the road. One of the guards was telling the occupants of the carriage. I think his class made him feral. Did you see how he looked at that poor man being torn apart? He has forgotten what it is to be human or feel empathy. He's as much a monster as his partners are. A new, musical voice replied. Do you think that's true? Am I becoming a monster? Carl asked. Nah, they're just scared and weak-willed, Hawk assured him. Maybe they don't enjoy playing with their food? Ray suggested. I think that Sister Ray is right. They seem to have some rule against just killing things that are dangerous. They must like to torture and humiliate each other instead. Humans here are weird, Remy agreed. Thor snorted in amusement, and subtly shook his head. They're a herd prey species. Not like elites. They only fight enough to defend themselves and then let the predators leave with their spoils so they don't lose any more than they have to. That made sense. They approached the city walls, and Carl saw that most of the visitors in line were nobles with guards, fancy carriages, and visible wealth. So, he changed into his only, and best, suit. The concealed armor underneath gave him a bit of extra bulk, but nothing too excessive, and he had his weapons put away. That should keep the city guards happy, he hoped. He was still relatively clean-shaven from yesterday, and with a quick brush of his hair and a bit of luck, he should look respectable enough. Carl walked up to the line, and had just gotten settled into his spot when a group of guards with spears came running up. No monsters. The captain shouted. Fine, calm your tits. I will send him away. Kids, you'll have to walk from here. Thor needs to rest. Thor returned to his space, and the little elves tumbled to the ground, giggling as they dusted themselves off and got to their feet. Where did you hire those servants? The guard demanded, poking his spear at Carl. I rescued them from bandits. I was bringing them here to make arrangements for them to get home safely. I don't see a system status for you, the guard accused. Status, Carl thought. Suddenly, there was information everywhere. Most of the people had names over their head, and they were in a bunch of colors, but predominantly in a boring brown that Carl assumed marked them as a warrior type. The city guard looked startled, then suspicious. How did you hide your status? Stealth skill. Handy when you're in the wilderness and avoiding bandits, Carl shrugged. You need to come with us. Bring the little ones as well, we want to talk to them, the guard insisted. As they passed by, one of the noblemen reached down toward one of the elf girls, but when Carl turned to watch him, he recoiled in terror. From behind them, Carl heard the carriage guards laughing quietly as the elves moved to put Carl between them and the people in line. He was the scariest person in line, but he was their scary person. They were led into a large office evidently intended to interrogate an entire guard team for a carriage at once, and the children pressed against the back wall, putting Carl between them and the guards who were waiting for them. All right, traveler. We have some questions for you. The system says your name is Carl, but we can't see any more information about you. That shade of red doesn't match any class we're familiar with, either. The guard captain insisted. Is that a particular problem? I haven't memorized every color either, and it doesn't cause me any trouble, Carl replied easily. The guard did not think he was funny. When I focus on you, I should see your general power level and class. But I don't. That is a safety risk, the guard insisted. In that case, I just reached the first advancement, and I am a beast master. If you ask the gentleman guarding the carriage behind me, they will confirm that. They were in a scuffle with bandits when I happened upon them, Carl replied. So, they can verify your power level is at or above first advancement? Carl nodded. I would say that they can confirm the basic details. They're not as strong as I am, but they should be able to tell that much. That seemed to put the guards more on edge instead of comforting them. And the bandits that they fought, where are the bodies? Carl shrugged. I brought them with me, stored away in case there was a bounty on them. They were all somewhere around the first advancement point, and robbing carriages, so there might be a bounty. You say that as if you single-handedly took out more than one, the guard replied. The elf girl laughed. 6, he took out 6. He even hunted them down through the woods so they couldn't get reinforcements. He's awesome. Put them in the back room and I will check them against the bounty posts. Carl summoned them out of Ray's space into the next room, and immediately heard a man dry heaving. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Some of them are in bad shape, but all the heads are intact. The guard in the next room collected himself, and quickly verified the identity of the corpses. Sir, it's the Bloodblade gang. 6 of their senior members. Their identities are confirmed. The voice from the other room announced. He has more of them too, from when he rescued us, the little girl declared. Carl patted her on the head, so she felt that she was appreciated for being helpful. If he had to explain that he had hunted more of them, he would just terrify the guards even more. Send them all in, I'm ready, the man in the other room announced. Carl sent the bodies over, and the man began to swear. What in the dragon did you use as a weapon? A bloody railroad tie. These wounds look like you drove a club through their chest, he complained. Oh, those would be the puncture wounds from my golems. They're patterned after a bloodbath spider. Thick, sharp legs. Very effective in close combat. I am going to pretend that I know what a bloodbath spider is. But this will need my supervisor, the guard captain insisted. Carl shrugged, and the kids began to tug at the back of his pants leg. Do you have more tubers? They whispered. The guards looked suspicious. Have you not fed the children? I fed them what I could. I wasn't exactly packed for 10 people. But the tubers are a magical resource, and they're pretty tasty. Carl took out another hand and heated them with flaming body. A red light began to flash, and an alarm sounded, which had all the guards drawing their weapons. Whoa, calm down, what's everyone freaking out about? Carl asked. You used an attack skill in the city, the guard captain shouted. To heat potatoes. Carl reminded him as the kids grabbed the hot tubers from his hands. Have you never been in a city before? The guard screamed, obviously not happy with the situation, as he tapped buttons to get the alarm to end. The elves were all giggling as they ate, reassured by Carl's lack of concern about rules and consequences. Of course, they had no idea that he simply didn't know the rules, so he couldn't worry about breaking them. The alarms were shut off, and more guards came running into the room, where Carl was casually leaning against the wall as the kids ate. What happened? Are there casualties? The most powerful of the new entrants demanded. Carl would put him somewhere in the royal rank, possibly into the monarch rank. This fine gentleman was unaware of the restriction on combat skills in the city and used a fire attack to heat food for the rescued elven children. It appears that he has nearly eliminated the Bloodblade gang in the last 12 hours. The bodies are in the back room, but don't enter if you have recently eaten. The supervisor scoffed, and the elves laughed as he walked into the back room, cursed, gagged and came back out, closing the door behind him. He tried to warn you, one of the boys crowed as the supervisor came back out. And who are the Rugrats? The supervisor demanded. Recovered from the bandits. They were going to sell them to a slaver, apparently. The captain explained, with a hint of genuine sadness in his expression. Well, I suppose that we could ask either the Guild Alliance or the Darklight Host to arrange to send them with a caravan. The captain's boss reluctantly agreed. Do you have an allegiance? The captain asked. Carl changed to his bestial raiment, skill armor to see what it created. The armor came out all black with a gold-trimmed Darklight Host tabard over the top. That seemed like an obvious enough answer. It had even blinged up his tabard for the day. The captain blinked slowly as he stared at Carl's armor until he changed back. You are a Darklight Host war champion? Fuck, 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 he muttered to himself. The supervisor stepped in front of Carl. Are you here to trigger a guild war? If you are, tell me right now, and we will take care of the kids, so they're not caught in the middle of the battle. But you should know that you're here to make the announcement. We can't let you leave this office without an escort. Carl shook his head. I wasn't intended to be here at all. I was relocated through an anomaly and dumped along the road to Kanyi-ji. Everything that happened after was simply because I was making my way here to find out what happened. There was a scuffle outside the doors, and Carl leaned over to see what was going on. There was a large group picking a fight with the guards around the carriage for the acolyte cleric. Are you going to deal with that, or should I? Carl asked. If they were going to make everyone pick factions to come into the city, it was probably better not to be viewed as immediately betraying his side. Before they could do anything, a loud horn was blown, and echoed by horns all through the city. Too late. The guild war has begun. We will keep the kids safe, but the guards will be locked inside the dorms until the battles end. Seriously? You don't even protect the civilians? Carl asked. And take sides? Thanks, but no thanks, the supervisor replied. The elves waved to Carl. Don't worry about us, Monster Man. We will be right here when they stop fighting. Maybe this sort of thing wasn't as uncommon as he had thought. Carl stepped out into the street, and everyone froze. The people who had been in line were now fleeing out of the city, along with hundreds of others. But they were all leaving through the smaller doors, or down ladders over the walls. If this happened enough that they had an evacuation plan for the city, it must be a rough life that they lived here. Declare your allegiance or be attacked, a man in a bright blue tabard yelled. The guards around the carriage looked hopeful that Carl might choose them, as he had intended to take the elves to their people. Carl smiled as he changed his armor and called out the beasts, with Remy coiled up on Thor's back so she could see to fight. The man in the blue tabard went pale as he saw Carl's armor. Get him, he shouted at his companions. Good news, Ray. Ray laughed in his mind as she darted forward and tore the man, who was still at the ascended rank, apart. Carl noticed a notification in the corner of his status overlay. Demon Guild Alliance has declared war on the Dark Light Host Alliance. Once he focused on that, Carl noticed that he could see red-crossed swords over the heads of a large portion of the town. He was becoming more convinced that this was one of the strangest anomaly instances that he had heard of, but at least he knew what he was supposed to be doing now. They had literal targets on their heads, and he just had to eliminate them while keeping his team safe. Once that was done, he should be able to return. Hopefully, nothing bad had happened to the lithium mines. These people are real, not dungeon constructs. A gentle voice whispered in his mind. It wasn't any of his pets, but Carl couldn't see who it might have been. But if that was the case, then his next order, which would have been to have Hawk bombard the city from high altitude, would have to be reconsidered. The blue tabard-wearing Demon Guild Alliance members quickly rallied as Carl brought up all his buffs. This time there was no alarm, possibly because there was already a guild war going on. But the members of the blue faction were looking terrified to see Carl standing there. How about you run away and go fetch your champion, Carl suggested. A young woman, dressed in black leather armor that Carl associated with a rogue, nodded numbly, then threw a smoke bomb on the ground and fled with a movement skill. Most likely shadow step. Sir, you're with us. Why didn't you identify yourself on the road? We would have greeted you with full honors. The acolyte whispered as she got out of the carriage to heal the wounded guards. I am not from here. I'm not even certain where this is. So, I had no intentions of getting in the middle of anything until the war notification came up. They waited at the gates, with Ray on the wall above the gates, crafting a comfortable web to wade in, while Hawk scouted the city overhead. One of the guards from the carriage looked at Carl with concern. Are you really going to wait right here for their champion to arrive with his bodyguards? We should be headed for the safe house. Carl waved. Go, get to the safe house and I will wait for their champion. It's not like any of you are ready to get in the middle of what comes next. The guard nodded, and they abandoned the carriage to run off through the city, headed for whatever safe house they had prepared. A few minutes later, a warrior in black plate armor and a demonic mask jogged into Carl's sight. He stopped 5 meters away and glared down at Carl. He was a solid 250 centimeters tall, and built a lot like Professor Tank, huge in every direction. He was also definitely a monarch rank warrior. Does this place have a warrior fetish? Did you not think that maybe a mage or two might be useful? Carl asked. A few of the bodyguards with him laughed, but the champion simply continued to glare at Carl. The Darklight host thinks that some little kid with his pet lizard can take the city from me? He eventually demanded. I will have you know that he is the goodest of good boys, and I didn't come here to take the city from you. Your boys declared war while I was bringing refugees to the guard station. But now that it has started, we might as well get things settled. It would have been a shame if I had to flatten the city to find you. I can still do it. Hawk reminded him. The buildings weren't reinforced, a single barrage of fireballs would level half the city. The huge man suddenly launched himself at Carl, who drew his two-handed sword to parry and activated all his buffs. Then he cast Chain Lightning to slow the Monarch rank warrior's reactions. The lightning hit an instant before the two blades clashed in a flurry of sparks as Flaming Body met a Flaming Blade ability. The two men were at a stalemate, and the majority of the bodyguards began to circle around Carl, looking for an opening, while 4 of them went to block Thor and Remy from joining the battle. But they quickly learned that Thor's bags were the perfect platform for totems, and that a lightning Sarrow was not easy to deal with when he was backed against a wall. Especially a wall that fronted a room full of children he wanted to protect. Carl broke away from the stalemate of locked blades, and darted backwards before lashing out with Bone Crusher. The warrior on his right took the strike on his shield, stopping the blade with ease, but Shatter and Sharpness took effect, and the shield split clean in half. The man dropped to the ground, spitting blood and cradling a pulverized arm. "Oh, you're a dirty little weasel, aren't you, Darklight scum?" the champion snarled. "You have no idea," Carl replied as he stepped away from the guard station and put his back to the city, moving further into the gates. "Hawk, find where the Blue Tabard team is fighting the Darklight host and bombard any reinforcements they try to send this way. Just distract their stronger fighters, don't hurt the city." Carl fell into a defensive stance, and the warriors moved forward again. That was when Ray summoned her golems behind the champion, letting them lash out at his back. He responded almost faster than Carl could track, parrying the first 4 leg strikes as Carl switched to his maul and stacked Chain Lightning 5 times. But he didn't go for the back of the champion as everyone expected him to. Instead, he went for a rogue-type fighter, crushing his chest, which let Chain Lightning spread through the whole group, and brought half the warriors to their knees as Carl moved to attack again. The champion intercepted him, forcing Carl into a stalemate for a second time, before the monarch's superior speed let him break free and land a hit on Carl's barriers. But that meant he wasn't stopping the golems, who were tearing apart his stunned and electrocuted bodyguards. "You bastard! Fight me properly!" Carl laughed. "Now you want a proper duel, but you brought bodyguards, you didn't think this one through." Carl stepped back and switched to his blade, which was better for parrying attacks. The monarch rank warrior was close in physical strength to him, even with his buffs, but the enemy champion was faster than Carl was, so there was bound to be a lot of traded damage. Fortunately, the warrior classes didn't have much for barriers, just guard, but this warrior wasn't even using that. 3 fast attacks were parried, and the return strike caused Flaming Body to waver for a moment before Carl stabilized it. The champion was beginning to get frustrated, and Carl realized what was happening. Carl had taken a new bracelet from the bandit leader, and it reduced damage by a set amount. None of the smaller skills that the champion was using were registering to Carl because they were all being negated. Because the smaller damage was being negated and not stacking, Carl's barriers had time to recover between attacks. The Demon Guild Alliance champion must have had a skill like Shatter that did damage which caused lingering damage to barriers and enemies on hit, but it wasn't enough to overcome the damage reduction. The big fight is almost over now. They're too close together to attack, Hawk informed Carl as he tried to find an opening to attack with something other than Chain Lightning, which was doing very little to his opponent. "I get it. He's not using guard, because he has a better version. It's on all the time," Ray declared. Her study of the opponent with offensive adaptation had paid off, and she now understood why he wasn't trying to use guard against Carl's attacks. His version was always active. That was why Chain Lightning wasn't doing much. It wasn't a physical attack, so it didn't apply Shatter, meaning that there was no secondary damage passing through to the target. Carl's attacks weren't strong enough to break through a Monarch rank guard ability with a single spell. Carl added Chain Lightning to his blade, intending to add damage to Flaming Body. The champion laughed, and his eyes turned a bit crazy. "So, you've realized it. But if you can't hit me with that armor bypass, there is no way you can hurt me. It's only a matter of time before you are exhausted and ground to dust," he laughed. "There is only one problem with that logic. You're all out of bodyguards, and I still have golems. Do you think that you can deal with all 3 of us at once?" Carl asked. From Carl's left, power surged, and Thor's scales began to turn gold. His body began to grow, not much, but enough to be noticeable. However, it was the greenish gold that his scales turned, while his horns changed to deep bronze, that made it obvious that he had advanced. At this point, he barely looked like a lightning Sarrow anymore, other than his general shape. The deep green luster that they were famous for was gone, streaked through with thick veins of gold. The bone-white horns that crackled with blue lightning were now a rich bronze, and the lightning was as golden as the streaks on his scales. He looked glorious and regal, but very little like a common lightning Sarrow. The building behind him was coated in eternal lightning, as the Cerro had been protecting it from the area attacks that had been hurled at him. Ever loyal, Thor had not allowed the building to be damaged while the elves were still inside, and it had triggered him to break through the royal rank bottleneck. With the advancement, both eternal lightning and circle of protection advanced to royal rank, and Carl felt a new space begin to form in his mind as the existing ones reached their limits. Remy was still at commander rank, and that was the limiting factor for the spaces right now, so a new one was formed to accept the overflow of energy from Thor's breakthrough. The champion got a sly look on his face, and made for the Cerro, aiming a blow for the back of Thor's neck. The loss of what was obviously Carl's support pet should cripple his combat ability, and leave him vulnerable. But he wasn't the only one that had realized that, and as he leapt forward, a wall of stone spikes formed in front of him, bringing him to a crashing stop before a streak of blue struck out and hit him in the face, then retreated. His scream of agony echoed through the city as blood poured down the demonic visor of his helmet. Remy had bitten his eyeball, blinding him on one side, and he had never even realized that she was on Thor's back. The warrior ripped off his helmet and poured a vial on his face, then downed a potion as pain racked his body. "Have you had enough?" Carl asked. The strange voice had warned Carl that these were real people, and while he had killed the bodyguards, and had most likely let Hawk slaughter a small group of them to prevent reinforcements, he didn't want to have to kill every member of their alliance to end the battle. "I forfeit. The Demon Guild alliance forfeits the war," he moaned as he clawed at the side of his face, where black streaks were spreading from his eye. Whatever potion he had used had been ineffective on Remy's poison. "Remy, heal his face, would you? Or at least neutralize the poison." The spirit snake fired a healing splash at the man. It looked exactly like she had spit on his face, but the black streaks began to recede, and the blood-red eyes stopped leaking as it slowly returned to normal. By trial of champions, the Dark Light Host Alliance has won the Guild War. Final damage. Demon Guild Alliance A 31 dead, Dark Light Host Alliance A 11 dead. The champion rolled to his knees and used his blade to help him to his feet as the pain of the lingering poison racked his body, along with the lingering effects of shatter, which had applied with the bite to the face. "Everyone to the space. Let's not give them a chance to get revenge on you," Carl insisted. "No wonder you're a champion. That class of yours is absolutely broken. It's like fighting an entire raid team at once." He commended as the majority of Carl's beasts vanished back to their spaces to plan an advancement party for Thor. Remy was pretty sure that they could get the elves to polish his scales, and there weren't many better rewards for Thor than that. Carl wasn't sure what to do now, but Hawk was relaying the scene to them. "There are clerics pouring out of the buildings now, gathering bodies. I think they'll revive them," Hawk informed them. Then he paused, and Carl sensed his confusion. They hadn't been dead long, so it should be possible to revive them, but they were starting the resurrection ritual. That would put them all in new bodies, which didn't seem like what you wanted for powerful people like these. 31-11. What a slaughter. Now, I'll have to see what is left of the alliance as we pack. The champion sighed before tilting his head back and pouring another potion over his face. The snake bite to the eyeball was unexpected, but damned does this hurt. Even after healing, the pain still isn't fading, he complained. "I don't have anything for strong healing, so you'll likely need a cleric. Should we go inside and check on them?" Carl suggested, just in case someone was planning to cause trouble. "You might as well, but I'll be leaving. It's not like I can shamelessly show my face in the city again while my alliance is packing up to leave their homes. If any of them ask, I'm on my way to Hoeringa, and I will wait for them at the alliance house there." Carl nodded, and the warrior walked away as the door to the armory opened and the guard supervisor stuck his head outside. "We're all right. It's over?" he asked hesitantly. "Yeah, it's over. Decision by duel in favor of the Dark Light Host," Carl explained. The elves came pouring out and began to swarm Thor, cooing and praising his much more golden scales. Ray made them a bunch of polishing cloths, and the elves giggled as they got to work, scrubbing him down and climbing all over the happy Cerro. The rags didn't seem to be getting damaged, and the kids were sliding down Thor, which made Carl think that his scales were becoming smooth again. "Are you sure you only knew them for one night?" the guard captain asked as he left the building to resume his station. "Yep. But he did keep them safe twice now. Both in battle against bandits and by protecting the guard building during the fight. Elves are quite in tune with animals, it seems." The captain nodded. "They're an odd bunch, But the elves are good people. They seem to have really taken to your Sero, though. I don't think that I've seen a group of kids that happy in a long time. Now tell me, how are the casualties? 31-11 in our favor. They're working on the resurrection ritual now. Carl replied, hoping to get some sort of response that would help him make sense of it. Well, assuming that the guild house is still standing, they should appear there in whatever new form they got. Guild wars are such a waste. The number of skilled craftsmen who are forced to move after a guild is forced out of the city really messes with the economy, and the winners never bring in anyone to replace them. But that's not really your concern, I suppose. You were just passing through when they started the fight and ran into a brick wall of a war champion. I might not have been able to see the fight, but it was pretty obvious that you won it on pure skill and not raw power. Carl nodded. That is true. The number of skills that I have available to me is somewhat more than the average warrior. Plus, I have stronger defensive skills, though that constant guard skill he used was a tricky one. Bulwark is what it's called. A constantly refreshing guard skill that coats his armor and shield. It made him nearly impenetrable to previous challengers. What did you use to get him to surrender? Carl shrugged. He might have been mostly immune to damage, but his skill didn't prevent poison or properly protect his face. He forfeited from the pain of being poisoned. A small group of teenagers approached the gates, and Carl nodded politely while they glared at him. Your champion was headed to the guild house at Hoyeringa, he informed them. He's alive? The young woman leading the group asked, clearly shocked. Carl nodded. Yes. I forced him to submit to end the duel, so there was no need to kill him. The resurrected members should appear at the guild house here as well, if you want to leave as a group. They looked confused. You haven't claimed the guild house yet? Carl looked at the messages in the corner of his vision, wondering if he was supposed to do something. Challenge successful. Reward granted. Claim city for Dark Light Host Alliance? YN. 11 members resurrected at guild house. City will automatically transfer ownership in 24 hours. Carl shook his head. There are 24 hours to finish the process, so I let them resurrect. They can gather their belongings and leave in peace. I will have the guard force inform the Dark Light Host forces to let them go without trouble. The guard supervisor focused on something for a moment, his eyes going vacant as he paid more attention to what Carl assumed was his status screen. Done. They were letting them leave anyhow. The small group waited at the gate, trying not to laugh at the happy noises Thor was making as an army of tiny elves polished his scales with scented oils that the guards had provided for them. They clearly wanted to know what was going on, but Carl couldn't be bothered to inform them, and the guards were too busy heading to the outlying areas to inform the civilians who had fled the city that the guild war had been won by Champion Challenge, and that the city was intact. That seemed to be the shocking part to everyone. The guild war had ended with almost no property damage. Even if there was a challenge, at this level, it was normal that at least a few city blocks would be leveled by missed attacks. Carl could see that. If Thor had used an earthquake or Ray had been firing boulders at the enemy, they would have destroyed everything in the surrounding area with dodged or deflected attacks. Carl changed to his royal rank suit as he waited for the chaos in the city to calm, and then turned to Thor. Well buddy, I think you've enjoyed enough massage and scale polish for a moment. Why don't we get the little ones set up with someone who can take care of them and get them home? He informed the Sero. The guards chuckled and helped the little ones down from Thor's back, as he had already put his harness and storage in his space so they could reach the scales underneath. The elves gathered around the city guard while Thor prepared to follow Hawk's directions to the Dark Light Host Guild Hall. It was a large building in the middle of the city, on the edge of the commercial district, and set up much like a hotel from outside appearances. It was a slow walk, as the little ones insisted on walking themselves and not being carried by guards. But the procession brought a smile to the face of everyone who passed by, as the elves' eagerness to actually see civilization again after months of captivity had the guards explaining everything that they saw. And here we are at the Dark Light Host Guild Hall. This is your destination, and with some luck, you will find someone inside who can help you get reunited with your family. The guard captain informed them. That seemed unlikely to Carl, unless they had family at their destination, because the ones they were traveling with had already been sold off in what sounded like another country. Carl led the group into the grounds, and the guards returned to their duties, while a young girl in a maid outfit greeted him at the door. Hello, sir. How can I help you today? Most of our officers are not in today, but we can arrange rooms for Alliance members, she informed them. I have a group of rescued refugees with me, and they need to be sent to the village of Glad, but I don't have the time to take them myself, Carl replied. Oh, transport arrangements. All right, I will see if anyone is in. Maybe they will come back after the war declaration is over. Carl chuckled. The war is over. It was solved with a duel. Do you have a portal mage stationed here? The maid nodded happily. As long as they weren't injured in the fighting, we do have a portal mage on our payroll. It might be costly, as the elven village of Glad is in a second advancement region, and very remote, but it is in our available destinations. The maid led them to a sitting room with a number of couches, where the children sprawled out to rest somewhere soft. They didn't have to wait long before a number of people came storming into the house, looking for answers. Beth, have you seen a visiting guild member? One of the new arrivals demanded. No, sir. But there is a visitor. He came with a group of elven children, and they are waiting in the sitting room for Nathan to come back. The children are on their way to the village of Glad, she replied. That sounded like what they had heard from the guards, so the group rushed over to where Carl was waiting, and then stopped in confusion as they saw that his status screen information was all messed up. You're not a guild member? The guard seemed to think that you were an official war champion. The leader of the group insisted. Carl shrugged. It's a bit of a long story. I arrived here through an anomaly, and I honestly have no idea where here is. I was hoping that you had a proper map, but I ran into some bandits, and they had these children captive. The bandits had intended to sell them as slaves, so I took them, and I would like to arrange to have them sent to their original destination of Glad. Wait, back up. Did you say that you're not from here? As in, not from this continent? The man asked. I'm not even certain that I am from this world, so, naturally, I would not be listed as a member of the local Darklight host. Carl agreed. More people came into the house, talking excitedly as Carl finished his speech. Hey, did you hear that there is a war champion in town? He defeated the Demon Guild Alliance champion and his entire entourage alone. A young woman yelled as she approached the door. No need to shout it. He's sitting right here, waiting for Nathan to send some elven kids home to Glad. A blonde girl at the back of the group replied. An older man pushed through the group, and Carl saw a slightly disheveled man in mage robes. Finally, an actual mage. He was beginning to think that this world had opted out of having any. He pulled out a piece of paper and held it up, looking at the kids. Well, I'll be. It really is them. There is quite the bounty out for their safe return, you know, he explained. Well, as long as it involves getting them safely home, I'm happy to have helped. Carl replied with a smile as the kids sat silently, watching the new people. You will have to take them directly home to collect the reward, as it was not set by the guild, we only received a copy. However, there is a more pressing matter. Did you get the notification for the war completion? We can't tell who has control of the city right now, it's still in limbo. Carl nodded. I have it. I was waiting for them to resurrect at their guild house, so they could leave in a group, and then I was going to verify it for the Darklight host. The mage nodded. That is kind of you. Many would have forced them to respawn at a random church or guild site instead of letting them come back to their guild house. They're all on their way out of town now, and the guild house is basically empty, so you can complete the process with a clear conscience. Confirm control of Bunga for the Darklight Host Alliance? YN. Control transferred. The opposing guild has 90 minutes to leave the city limits. Reward granted. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. We were worried that it might have given the notice to someone who was revived and didn't return with an active class. They wouldn't be able to activate it, and then it would time out after a full day, which leaves the whole city in chaos, as the system collects taxes, fees and duties, as well as paying city employee wages if you didn't already know that. I heard that not every region does it that way, and some of them are centrally controlled, and not under the control of local guilds. Carl nodded to indicate his limited but functional level of understanding. The fully active system could do wonderful things, and it was a bit of a shame that such a thing didn't exist at home. If it did, so many problems could have been bypassed. Well, it's under guild control now, so things can go back to normal. But tell me, are you Nathan? Nothing bad happened to the portal mage, did it? The mage pointed behind him toward the other end of the house. He's here. But he's a bit old, and he needed a break and a snack after so much running around today. For the next few minutes, everything was chaos in the house as the local branch of the Darklight host began to arrange things to their liking, and send out messages to all of the relevant town employees and authorities. Carl sat mostly forgotten with the children, so he took a moment to examine the reward message that he had received from the system status screen. Reward gained, +2 inventory slots. Carl thought that message was a bit odd. He didn't have inventory, other than a storage bag that was bonded like any other piece of equipment. Only, that wasn't true anymore. He did have storage spaces, 2 empty ones, and one that contained his storage bag. In his mind, they appeared as chests, no larger than a backpack, but that tripled his available space to store items. No longer would he have to rely on the beast spaces if he wanted to keep something, or the limited amount of room inside his one storage bag. He could put loads of items in the chests, and keep it there until he needed it. The first thing he was going to have to collect was food, other than baked goods. Traveling without a cleric was a massive annoyance, and not an experience that he would recommend to anyone. Eventually, the Dark Light host members finished their work in the aftermath of the battle, and the reports from the guards who had watched the duel began to flow in. The younger mage gave Carl an appreciative look, then called Nathan forward from his spot in the kitchen. "All right, we understand that you have a quest to complete, returning these youngsters to their families. So, I will open the portal for you, and you can meet with the local mayor, who is a friend of mine. He will see to it that everything is taken care of," the elderly man explained. Carl stood to shake his hand, and the mage gave him an odd look. "If you hadn't said that you're not from here, I would think that there is something seriously off about your fashion sense," he sighed, shaking his head. Carl laughed, and changed back to his royal rank, bestial raiment, skill armor. "Better," the old man nodded. "Now you don't look like you were taking hallucinogens while letting a nature priest make you a noble lord cosplay." In his mind, all of the beasts laughed. The suit was actually quite normal for the Golden Dragon Nation, used for everything from business meetings to politics and news interviews. A few of the younger members were staring at Carl in admiration, or more correctly, at his tabard. "Wow, a gold-trimmed tabard with tassels. Just how many battles have you won?" one of the younger staff members asked. Carl shrugged. "Well, I haven't lost one yet. But mostly I seem to have a knack for pleasing the world dragon." That made everyone in the room laugh. "I have a knack for pleasing the world dragon," he says. Nathan, the portal mage, laughed. The room fell silent as another man walked in, royal ranked like Carl. He was shirtless and covered in scars, which was somewhat surprising, as this world clearly had healers and clerics, but his eyes were familiar to Carl. They had the same predatory look of a combat veteran that Carl had gotten used to seeing on the faces of the elites on the hill giant front. He had a dark light host sash around his waist that looked like Carl's tabard, only the trim and tassels were silver. "Good work with the duel, champion. I am surprised that you let him live, but perhaps that is the tradition where you come from. I am Orthos, leader of this detachment. Tell me, where did you come from?" Not far from Widden Temple there was an anomaly, a cloud that no senses could see through. "I passed through it and ended up here," Carl explained. "Widden Temple in the Great Central Desert?" he asked, clearly confused. It wasn't a desert anymore, but thousands of years ago, that was what the region that was now Chiptonrith Lake was known as. Morgana had covered that in history class, and Carl was now glad that he had been paying attention. "Yes, that is the one. Toward the south of the continent, nearly centered from east to west. Sits on top of a large hill," Carl agreed. "Yes, that is Widden Temple. You shouldn't be here," Orthos announced. "Well, once I deliver these little ones, I intend to find a way back home. I don't suppose that you know how to do that." Orthos smiled. "Once you finish your quest, you should be returned to your home continent easily enough by the elves. The location and the description of how you arrived here make sense when you put them together. If you give me a moment, I can ensure that you end up safely back home without doing anything drastic." Now he was just being cryptic for the sake of being cryptic. But if he could really send Carl home, it didn't honestly matter if the description of why and how was satisfactory. Orthos gestured at Nathan, who opened a portal into what looked like a treehouse with walls covered in bark. "There you go, the mayor's office in Glad. Good luck," Orthos informed him with a smile. Carl stood and shook his hand, then gathered his diminutive charges. "All right, let's get going. There should be people waiting for you there." He could hear the sound of someone moving about on the other side of the portal, then shouting in surprise as the kids began to move through into the mayor's office. "Eliza, how?" the voice was asking. "Looks like that's my cue. Thank you all for the assistance." The map said it was a very long walk. Carl walked through the portal to join the kids, and Nathan closed it behind him. "Dark Light host?" Did you rescue the children? Were you with the team that went after their parents as well? The mayor asked as Carl arrived. Carl shook his head. They were separated before I found the children. I don't know where the parents are now. I brought the little ones from Bunga, and they were last together in Sanao, I believe. The small man nodded gravely, understanding what Carl meant. He was well aware of the less savory practices of this place, and he knew that Sanao was a slave market. Can you wait while we contact the rest of their families? I am certain that they will all want to thank you, the mayor asked. Of course, it's not like I'm in a hurry to go somewhere. The kids laughed at Carl's casual answer. He was lost on the road to Bunga when he found them, and now he was really lost, over 1,000 kilometers to the northeast, and he wasn't even from this continent. The young elves had no idea where Widden was, but the people in Bunga made it sound like it wasn't anywhere even remotely close. Carl resisted the urge to laugh when the mayor stepped out onto his balcony and began to shout names. No magic, no fancy device, just shouting across town for people to come to him. It made Carl wonder how small Glad was. But his sensitive ears heard people relaying the call, so it wasn't small enough that a shout would be heard all over town. Give them a minute or two, and they will be here. The mayor remained on the balcony as many people could be heard jogging toward his office, not particularly concerned, as they didn't sense any emergency. But the moment that the first woman came in the door and saw the children, the screaming and happy tears started. Lieverd, kom nu hier binnen, de kinderen zijn gevonden en gerd, she screamed out the door. Carl could only assume that was the Elvish language because the man who came in seconds later was already smiling and crying when he arrived, and he picked up a boy to spin him in circles. That brought a flood of motion outside, as everyone rushed out of the homes and buildings to see what was going on, or to run to the mayor's office to get a first-hand view of the day's newest highlight. When you lived in a small town, new and exciting was rare, so Carl wasn't surprised that they would all want to be involved and not find out secondhand. More elves began to gather in the office, hurrying to get to the children. Carl retreated to the balcony with the mayor while there were many tearful family reunions, and just watched in silence for a while. Eventually, the mayor whispered to him. One of the merchant groups who trade with us saw the slaver caravan, and recognized the locals, so he paid off a mercenary group to recover them. But the children weren't with them, and we feared that they were already lost. It's been months, more than enough time to sell them and have them shipped so far that we would never find them. I didn't want to say anything at first, in case you were trying to ransom them back. But I should have known that a war champion wouldn't do that to his own guild members. Carl nodded. They were taking them to the west coast for a better price, according to the children. They were just waiting on their contact to arrive in port and robbing travelers when I came across their ambush and cleaned them out. Did you get the entire group of slavers? The mayor asked hopefully. Probably not. I got all the ones that were at that camp, and all the ones at their ambush further toward the next town. But then we had a portal mage bring us here. There are likely more of them in the port city waiting for their contact, and some that just weren't at the ambush where they were working as bandits. Carl replied in a quiet voice that wouldn't interrupt the reunions. The mayor looked tired, worn down by stress, but hopeful. Well, at the very least, you got all the children back. There will be no tearful parents realizing that their baby isn't among the ones who returned, he sighed. Mission completed. Calculating rewards appeared in Carl's vision. Well, it looks like my work here is done. They can all go home to their families, who they weren't expecting to see again. Especially after the adults were sold off during their journey. We should reward you properly. What sort of class do you have? I don't recognize that shade of red, the mayor asked. That was the second time that someone had said that. My class is Beast Master. I grow my power by helping my bonded monsters grow theirs, Carl explained. The mayor looked a bit confused for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up in understanding. Oh, you can get skills that aren't part of the skill tree from the monsters. That is a wonderful class. If you want another, you have come to the right spot. There are many rare monsters in the forest with unique skills. Does it matter how powerful they are? Or does the skill adapt to your level? He asked. The beasts fight alongside me, so their abilities matter. If they couldn't keep growing, they would end up restricted from coming out in combat. So, like a ranger, you have a limited number of options, and you must choose well for them to accompany you as you level up. That makes sense. There are still suitable options. For example, the blink cats. They are mellow enough to be house animals, but they can reach the second advancement if given enough time, and their ability to teleport makes them a deadly predator. Or the wisp. They might not look like much or really do much, but if you can bond one to you, their ability to boost magic damage is far beyond what most other species could offer. Many of the elven rangers like to bond wisps for the additional damage to their archery spells and movement abilities. Carl wasn't even certain that a wisp counted as a beast for him to tame, but he could see that the elves were very fond of them. "So, the forests here have monsters that are in the second advancement already?" Carl asked, instead of pondering the intricacies of wisps. "Not many, but there are a few to be wary of. The more cats are second advancement, and if you're really unlucky, the more cat matriarchs are an evolved version that can reach totem status, or even the mythic rank third advancement. You do not want to mess with a mythic beast, no matter how cute they are. They take a tenth of the damage you expect them to, and they are far stronger than they look." Carl laughed. "Well, when they're that far ahead of me, I don't think that the damage reduction will be my greatest concern. I likely couldn't break their basic defenses anyhow." The mayor just shrugged. "I just thought that I would warn you because while the more cats are 4 meters tall, the more cat matriarch is only 1.5 meters tall, and the nature priests often have issues with them. Because they forget that friend-shaped doesn't always mean friend," Carl agreed. The elf gave a low chuckle. "You have some experience with them, then? They're not all that common outside the elven lands, so most humans have never met an adherent of the Green Dragon." Carl smiled. "They're missing out. Not only are the Green Dragon's followers wonderful healers, they're almost all accomplished chefs. When it comes to long months on the road, there is nothing more comforting than having a chef around that can make their own ingredients, even if they do have a penchant for the same rice and beans food creation spell every day." Someone joined in their laughter, and Carl turned to see that a young woman was waiting for them to finish talking. She had a familiar aura of crazy, but in a contained way, that made Carl think that she was one of the nature clerics. That was all but confirmed when she began to speak. "Well, we were hoping to introduce you to new foods in gratitude, but you might already know all our tricks. Will you stay for dinner anyhow?" she asked. "Of course. I never say no to a good meal." As she turned to address someone else in the room, Carl noticed the information above her head. Her name was in plain white, but below it were the words, "Dark Light Host Guild Officer." Now that he was paying attention, Carl noticed that there were a lot of Dark Light Host members among the crowd. "Does the Dark Light Host control this village, then?" Carl asked the mayor as the parents and relatives of the children began to make plans for a grand dinner celebration. "Not exactly. We're not large enough to have a control stone like the cities do. But they are the only guild in the area. The outreach workers are everywhere, and this spot started as an overnight rest stop along the road for travelers hunting magical beasts, used to get a decent night's sleep. Naturally, the elves took it over as soon as they heard about it, and now it's more of an elven village than a waypoint." Carl nodded. "I suppose that makes sense with the rural location in the middle of the forest. Still, this place is pretty impressive to have survived so long in the deep woods with the level of threats that I'm hearing about all around you." The mayor laughed. "We deliberately don't keep anyone who is too powerful in the village. That way we can deal with the minor threats that attack us, but our presence doesn't threaten the territory of the stronger monsters. In most regions, they avoid the roads and villages because of dangerous travelers, but here we don't get many visitors anymore. The nations to our north and east are both in the middle of civil wars right now, and with that level of chaos, there is very little trade. Only those with the skills and resources to run military blockades enter there now, and that means not the sort that transport goods down the road." "What about the other villages?" Carl asked. "There used to be one every day's travel for a passenger carriage. Now they're at 1 and 3 days distance from us, headed northeast. The Civil War spilled a bit across the border at the start, and they hunted a fugitive into the village and wiped it out. Now, the other outposts mostly do like we do, they just live off the land. But if we get really desperate, there are edible plants in the stable instance where the children train. We will sometimes send them there to gather food." "Right, the elves were all vegan." A small hand tugged at the mayor's pant leg, and he looked down with a smile. "The monster man has wonderful purple tubers. Even better than the ones from the instance." The mayor looked confused, so Carl took one out, which made the elf laugh. "Oh, you have a rare grade violet root plant. That explains why the kids all like you so much. What do those taste like to humans?" Carl shrugged. "Slightly sweet potatoes, similar to a yam." The mayor nodded. "Our children don't normally eat any refined sugar, but these roots are often used to make spiced cakes." "Well, Not usually ones this good, the common grade ones from the instance, but they taste the same. The only thing that came to Carl's mind when he said that was spicy mashed potatoes, but if they had a way to make that into a cake, he might have to get his hands on an elven cookbook. Lotus would love him forever if he found her an all-vegan cookbook that could make mashed potatoes into cake. Far away, Lotus sneezed as she sat in the hotel restaurant in Lithium Mine Town. "Oh, someone is thinking about you," Dana laughed. "It's our Carl. The goddess says he's alive and playing with elven children. Tiny, cuddly, adorable elves." Lotus replied, sounding a bit like she was going to cry about being left out. Dana briefly wondered if that was the reason that the goddess had seen fit to grant her the vision. It would calm everyone else's mind, so they could continue their work. But it would also torture Lotus to know that there were apparently extra cuddly demi-humans somewhere that she didn't get to play with. She was already going into danger fluff withdrawals without Ray nearby, and the mage was beginning to worry that the bored cleric would start befriending the earth mice that inhabited the town. Ophelia poked Lotus. "You saw a vision? Is he all right?" Lotus nodded. He had his armor on, but he was indoors and surrounded by tiny elves. "I don't know where they are, but it's not anywhere near here. It didn't look like our country, if that makes sense. I think that he's in an instance, one of the sorts that you have to finish a quest to exit." Tessa sighed. "That would explain why my power flared an hour ago. We weren't doing anything, but someone pleased the red dragon. If he was finishing a battle-related mission objective, that could explain it." Morgana made notes of their conversation, while Bob Mackenzie smirked at the war cleric. "Better him than us. I don't care, we're all among the top combat talents below royal rank. When it comes down to battle, I can't help but feel like we're the B team, backup for his main team." Doug laughed, then turned serious for a moment. "Do you think that dragon that attacked the helicopter came from the instance? Maybe he's going to come back with some strange and powerful new beast. Things that come from eggs seems to be his theme, so I wouldn't put it past him to bring back a dragon whelp." "This is bullying," Lotus complained. She was a green dragon priestess. If anyone should be getting a baby dragon, it was her. But if Carl brought back a dragon, she could ride a spider and a dragon. That would be acceptable as well. Perhaps she should be giving prayers to the goddess for him to bring back good things. Doug gave her a suspicious look, knowing that the little priestess was up to something strange, but a nervous-looking woman caught his attention. "Excuse me, High Priest. Do you happen to know an elite named Carl? He has beasts with him. I thought I heard your team mention him," she asked hesitantly. Doug smiled at her. "Indeed we do. I heard he was born here. Do you know him?" The woman gave him a thin smile that said she was more nervous than she wanted him to know. "I do, actually. Very well. You see, I am his mother." Doug smiled. "You hear that, Dana? We found Prince Carl's beloved mother." Dana laughed and tapped the table across from her. "Why don't you join us? I am his classmate, as well as his teammate. We've known each other since the day we arrived at the academy. He has told me a lot about you. However, I only recall him ever calling you Mom." Carl's mom smiled, her face leathery and wrinkled well before its time from a life of hard work and exposure to the elements. "You can just call me Ma. Everyone else here does," she insisted as she took a seat. An aging miner with tobacco-yellowed teeth at the table behind them laughed. "Short for Mary Eleanor. But she's been Ma since she was old enough to work at the mercantile store as a girl." Carl's mom gave him a shooing gesture. "Drink your coffee. My son has told me all about this lovely young lady, but I never thought I would get to meet her before my own son came home again." "Nothing bad happened, did it? He's not hurt, is he? They didn't send a letter or a white robe like they did for Owen's family." She clearly cared quite a bit about Carl, and the contrast to Dana's own family was a painful memory. The mage smiled gently and flipped her curls back out of her face. "No, he's fine. The green dragon herself saw fit to give us an update. He's just on a solo mission at the moment, and we chose to wait in town for him to return." Carl had no idea that his mother and his Dana were getting along so well, or even that they had met. Instead, he was busy with a much more important matter, making sure that a horde of small elven children made it home safely and that the people who came for them really were their parents. The chances that someone was trying to steal one of the kids seemed pretty low in a village like this, where everyone knew everyone, but the risks were never zero, especially when there were likely to be people who had skills that allowed them to disguise their appearance. The obvious advantages of that sort of skill for persuasion and trickery were obvious, and he didn't want to mess things up at the last minute by passing one of the kids off to the wrong person. So, he waited and watched as the elves set up a feast in the forest below the mayor's office, and everyone from town began to gather to welcome the kids back. It was a touching scene, proof that people here really did care for their little ones, even after they had gathered great power for themselves. Back home, politicians were better known for passing their kids to a nanny to raise, so they would rarely actually see each other, unless it was for a social event. But here, the kids were part of everything, and there were elves from every age group present. From the ones that could barely walk, all the way to ones that could barely walk anymore. "Sir, if you would like to come down, the food is ready. I know how your people feel about all vegetable dinners, but I promise it will be good," the mayor insisted. "I have no doubts about that. If I wanted meat, I could cook it myself. The beasts have a plentiful supply stored. But personally, I have gotten quite familiar with the food creation abilities of my green dragon cleric companions back home," Carl explained. "Rice and beans," one of the kids shouted, before the rest burst into laughter. "Exactly. But she also has the advanced spells, so she can make other forms of food products with her magic. That gives us a wide variety of options, and we're never wanting for flavor." The elves all seemed to be delighted with those answers, and they had prepared a veritable feast to celebrate the return of the kids. Some were even still in mourning clothes, which they were hastily changing out of when they were reunited. They did it the same way that Carl did, just with a swap from their bonded items, so the system must have been a very common thing here, not exclusive like it was in the Golden Dragon Nation with the elites. The presence of so many people with combat skills would make for a well-defended village, even if they only had lower ranks available. Carl knew full well that one war cleric who could buff the group was worth dozens of soldiers when the monsters attacked, and the elves had more than a few clerics with them, though they all appeared to worship elven gods, not the dragons. Not that it made all that much difference to Carl. The elven gods seemed to have a gentle nature, as the clerics were all treated like parents among the village. They also had a number of tamed beasts in the town limits, including a small blink cat, who was keenly interested in Carl from the moment that their eyes met. The version of blink cat that Carl was familiar with didn't get powerful, so it wouldn't be much of a combat pet, but seconds later, it was on Carl's shoulder, snuggled against his neck and purring happily. Hawk mentally rolled his eyes at the cat's lack of self-preservation instinct, but Thor thought it made sense. Carl was the biggest predator around, and he looked vaguely like the elves. So, cuddling up to him and making friends was the smartest idea that a small creature like the blink cat could have. They survived by being able to escape, not by being able to fight. Carl was just taking his seat when he got a message from the system. Mission complete. Reward calculating, class quest reward triggered, the perfect pet. Using the coordinates provided, find the perfect pet for your level and skill combination. Carl stared at that for a few seconds as he tried to make sense of the reward he had gotten. It was a reward, but also a class-exclusive quest. Couldn't it just give him the pet instead of making him hunt it down? Or was there a reason that he had to go look for it? There might be additional requirements along the way that he hadn't encountered yet. Or perhaps the hunt itself was part of the requirement. He had found all of the others legitimately, they hadn't been given to him. Well, Hawk nearly was, as his egg was among the monster resources that had been prepared for the newly injected elites and their guards. But he had still picked it up himself, and nobody handed it to him with clear instructions. Perhaps that stage was vital to the development of the mental bond between partners? That made sense to the beasts. If it was already born, and not coming from an egg in his space, wouldn't he need to make friends before he kidnapped it? You couldn't just steal people, they would never forgive you, and your team needed to be on your side and loyal. The thought made Carl smile. Loyal, like not running off with my team members, he said to Ray. Thor snorted in amusement at the spider, but Remy laughed at them both. Thor isn't innocent this time. How many times did he ignore deployment orders so that he could go charging through enemy lines with Tessa? She asked, rhetorically. 3. Hawk added. Not more than 2. One of those times was after I got permission, Thor countered. Carl shook his head. I am glad you understand the issue. Ray gets a bit more leeway since she can shadow step, and return instantly, but Thor has buffs centered on him, so he needs to be in position or other team members could be unexpectedly without circle of protection. Carl sat at the table of honor with the mayor and a few elderly clerics, while the children of the village ran around and played. "Hey, I'm almost grown now, you're only 18, just a little kid," one of the young teens was shouting at another. Carl couldn't resist laughing, and the mayor politely hid his laughter behind his hand, while the old woman to Carl's left just smirked. "Don't feel too bad about being youthful, son. I can't even argue that I'm middle-aged anymore. I've been alive 100 years for everyone that you have," she whispered. Carl turned to face her. "I didn't know that elves lived that long." The old woman laughed. "That depends on how powerful they are, now doesn't it? As powerful as I am, I have bought myself an extra 1,000 years. Elves get more extra time than humans do as they get more powerful. So, when you've reached even my level, you get 3 times the lifespan instead of double. I would imagine that you'll live a good long time if you aren't cut down in your prime like so many of the violent humans are." Carl chuckled. That was a very real possibility. Carl took a moment to check the location of the quest objective, hoping that the system would give him some sort of hint. But it only gave a direction, with no distance. That wasn't going to help much. All he could do was follow the general direction and hope that it wasn't too far. There was no time limit on the quest, he just had to find the perfect pet. Carl wasn't even certain that such a thing existed, but if it did, he would certainly go looking for it. Not just for the power, but because he wanted to know what the system thought was the absolute peak pet for him. It was likely something so impressive that he had never considered it on his own, but the method of taming it was unlikely to be an easy one. He was imagining what it would take to tame a dragon when the kids began to surround him, demanding that he bring Thor back out to be a climbing obstacle for them. The older elves had no idea what a Thor was, but when Carl called him out, they seemed enthralled with the strange Sero. "I have never seen anything like that before," the mayor noted. "He has been evolving as he grows in power. A normal lightning Sero where I'm from doesn't get this powerful. It's my class that is helping him grow. But he came across a holy resource and it helped him learn new skills. A lightning Sero that can use a circle of protection is unheard of, at least in my homeland. So, he's one of a kind. Now that he's begun to change, I think that he's got even more advancement potential ahead of him, and he won't get stuck at this level. Some of the others had more potential from the start, so I'm not too worried about them, but I've got a Naga spirit snake who is about to hit the advancement bottleneck." The mayor nodded. "So, she will have to decide if she's going to stunt her powers and remain a snake, or if she will evolve in a different direction. What is her class now?" "Naga spirit snake shaman princess." A number of the elves turned to stare at him. "Did you say that you have a Naga princess with you? A shaman princess?" one of them asked. "Remy, come out and say hello." She appeared on Carl's shoulders, so nobody attacked her, and bobbed her head happily as the elves smiled at her. "She's beautiful. I've never seen one so young that they hadn't evolved yet. How did you get her?" In Carl's mind, Hawk laughed, while beside him Remy turned to headbutt his cheek. "Don't embarrass me. They think I'm cute," Remy insisted. Carl smiled at the elves. "I got her as an egg from a dungeon. There was a Naga shaman and a Naga king boss, and the egg was among the items piled around the boss platform. One of my other beasts rescued the egg, and shortly after, Remy hatched. She's got a real gift for elemental magic." "So, she's been with you her whole life? That explains her tame personality," one of the women realized. "No, Remy is just a friendly small snake. She has always wanted to make friends who know new and interesting things, as opposed to Thor, who wants friends to play with. The class doesn't change their personality. They all still have their own minds, but they have someone who understands them and can translate, so they're no longer left alone and misunderstood." The elves had some doubts about the friendly small snake part of the explanation, as she was clearly a 3-meter-long venomous spirit snake, and there were no truly friendly venomous species. But the rest they would accept as a quirk of the system. An aging elven woman with bright silver hair stared at Remy and cradled her fingers under her chin. The two stared at each other, both trying to learn something about the other. The proximity was making the others nervous, but the kids weren't scared of Remy, as she had been on Thor's back early in their trip. Well, she could go the storm snake route, but she would lose most of the powers she has now. Storm snakes can't be shamans, after all. But if she goes the Naga shaman route, she won't have as easy of a time doing the adorable act. Naga shamans are considerably larger than average humans, and it is hard for them to act cutesy, she explained. Remy's sad expression made a number of the elves coo at her, like you would with a sad child. They understood her much better than humans did. Most humans didn't even understand her basic mood, much less what she needed to feel better. There is one more option. She could try to focus on her royal lineage. She could become a Naga queen. They have many powers as well, and they're slightly smaller than shamans. But more importantly, a Naga queen can change back into a spirit snake when she wants. They usually use it as an ambush technique, but if she wants to use it to be cute, that's an option as well. Now all of the beasts were laughing at Remy's expense. You couldn't choose your progression path just because it let you be cute. The whole point of evolving was to become more powerful so that you could defeat the enemies that would come your way. Remy was already behind the rest due to her youth and slow growth. Carl thought about the options. I take it that the queens are the most powerful, on a raw power level, but not among the usual group of combatants? The elf nodded. Most of them remain home with their broods, as they are the only ones that can make the whole variety of Naga eggs that a clutch will need. The others can only make baby versions of themselves. But does it come with a new hat? Remy asked. She hadn't made a new crown in a while, but she had good materials in her swamp for one. I think it can come with a new hat, or I can get you one. You seem distracted. The mayor noted. Remy was wondering if the queen position comes with a new hat. She doesn't always come out decorated, since it's hard to make anything stay on a snake's body, but she's a big fan of bling. Carl explained. The nearby elves chuckled at the explanation, and the eager look that Remy was giving them. Well, I don't know if a crown is part of their skills, as Naga queens usually wear many gold necklaces instead. But if anyone had the right to wear a crown, it would be them. That settled it. Remy had to look into becoming a Naga queen. It would be the best of everything. New powers, still being a cute snake, and a crown. What more could a girl ask for? I suppose that we just need to find her some information on the topic. She's been with me her whole life, so we don't have all the information that a regular Naga queen would have grown up with. Carl sighed. Why not ask the nature gods? Not the green dragon, the storm gods. They govern shamans, so they should know how to get a shaman princess to evolve. One of the priests suggested. Oh, that is a wonderful idea. There is a temple nearby. You can go pray there and ask them in person. They shouldn't ignore a devoted royal adherent. Especially as they are beast gods. The meal was more conversation than it was actually eating, but that worked for everyone present. Carl was learning all about the beasts and the political situation in the region. The elves were intimately familiar with both, as most of them had been watching them for hundreds of years already, all while living in this village. The remote location made a lot of sense for the species. A city like the Golden Dragon capital changed far too much for them to adapt to, and only one or two buildings in the entire city would outlive them. In a place like that, there was no sense of permanence, everything would feel like it was in a constant state of flux. Carl knew the feeling from living in a camp during the war, and a life like that was no life at all in the long term. You needed somewhere to go home and relax, a familiar place to center yourself. What is your next goal? Will you be going back to where you came from now that you have finished your quest here? The mayor asked. Carl shook his head. No, I have one more quest left here. I need to find a new pet. It's a quest reward, but it only gave me a general direction and no actual details. The mayor laughed and patted Carl on the shoulder. Welcome to the club. All the best quest rewards are just the gods looking for amusement. So they're never easy, but they're always worth it in the end. Just put in the work, and you'll find that what they give you will be one of the greatest finds that you could have managed. At your power level, it could be anything from a baby dragon or phoenix to an extra-planar creature like a reaper or an oathbreaker. Though that one might not count as a beast, they're more of a demi-human type demon. But if they rewarded you with a tree of life sapling or a vorpal bunny, that could be just as good. Can you even count a tree sapling as a beast-type pet? Carl asked. I don't see why not. The tree of life can walk until it sets permanent roots, it has rudimentary intelligence, and it is from the wilderness. I think that the vorpal bunny would be the best option behind your own dragon, though. They have the most ridiculous attack ever. It's not much to look at, but their bite attack has barrier bypass, armor ignore and the instant death debuff. They can just kill anything that offends them. Carl's eyes went wide at the mayor's comment. He gained the core ability of his pets. If he could add instant death to his attacks, it wouldn't even matter what they put him up against. If he could hit it, it would die. He was also significantly more durable than the average bunny. The question was, how did you catch a creature that ignored barriers and killed with a single hit? One of the young mothers rolled her eyes at the mayor. You know that isn't realistic. The reward is always something that is matched to the recipient's personality. If he was the sort that wanted to make an entire blizzard spell a one-hit kill, the gods wouldn't have favored him to start with. No, that sounded both horrific and incredibly useful. Perhaps she could revisit that topic. He wouldn't mind that sort of skill. More likely it would be something that smoothly pairs with his existing beasts. If he's lacking in an area, he will likely get something that will fill that gap. Quite often these rewards give a holy beast of some sort, but he already has one. So, if he doesn't need a circle of protection, or healing, or burst damage, I would think that he's being led to some sort of unique support skill. If he's favored enough, he might even get an aspect reward from the world dragon or the old gods, she suggested. An aspect reward? I am not familiar with the phrase. Carl asked, wondering if it was an odd translation from Elvish. Oh, it means a skill that is similar to the ones that they are known for. A bargain bin version of a divine skill. You could get something like armament from the war god that lets you just create weapons on demand, or you might get one of the food creation skills from a nature god. You might get something truly wild as well. I heard that a few thousand years ago, there was an elf that got the companion skill from the world dragon. Carl tried to recall something about that from his history classes, but came up blank. It might be his nation's patron deity, but he had no idea what the skill was. The elf didn't seem to notice, and just assumed that everyone knew what that skill did. The name was fairly self-explanatory, but Carl couldn't see why it would be so special when there were golems everywhere. One of the older elves nodded. If it gives you a skill, it's guaranteed to be at least at the epic rank, and if it's for a particularly difficult or deity-aligned quest, it's not unheard of for the reward to be a legendary skill. Carl's epic ranked beast armor was already a massively overpowered skill. His armor was many times better than anything that he could buy at home. So what would a legendary rank skill be like? Or even more importantly, what would a beast that was obtained from a legendary rank quest reward be like? If it was a beast that had a legendary rank skill, it was certain to be an insanely powerful beast to begin with. But what sort of form would such a creature take? The school curriculum didn't cover beasts with legendary skills, just divine beasts and legendary threats to humanity. For all he knew, it could be something as cute and non-threatening as Remy. Well, maybe I will get lucky and receive a legendary reward from the quest. With the lack of details and just a direction to go by, they're keeping me in suspense. But it is a beast, so perhaps the best one is relative, and it can't be so easily defined. One of the younger elves laughed. Have you tried befriending Aspen? She's a forest dragon, that should be a pretty good pet. There was a growling from the edge of the gathering, and the boy went pale. A good pet, you say? The young female voice roared, before a shaggy green dragon covered in leaves leapt into the sky. Carl patted the boy on the shoulder. I suggest you run. The boy nodded and sprinted for the opening to what looked like a cellar, but far too slowly to escape the wrath of a dragon that felt slighted. The boy's mother looked panicked, but Carl sat her down with a gentle pressure. Relax, she's not going to seriously injure him. If she were actually mad, she wouldn't have roared or flown up where he could see her. The woman didn't look like she believed him, but a few seconds later, the dragon came back out with a puppy in her arms. See, no harm done. She just turned him into a pet for a few minutes so he knew what it was like. Apparently, the elves in the area were laughing as the dragon berated the puppy, who she had tied a string collar to before placing him on the table so he couldn't run away. The mother went to rescue her boy, and the mayor sighed. You say that now, but she holds a grudge like the trees hold the scars of the past. She likely wouldn't turn him back at all if his mother didn't plead his case. Carl laughed and shrugged. He's an elf, he's got a long time for her to get over it. But can we take Miss Remy to the storm god's temple quickly? Perhaps she will get some insight. The mayor smiled. It's right there, that cave. Just let Remy go say hello, and the storm god will answer eventually. Like good thunderstorms, their answers take a few days to brew. Remy excitedly slithered off to check out the temple cave, and Carl turned to make sure that the kids weren't taking advantage of Thor. The Sarah was too kind to say if they were being annoying. Thor was mostly ignoring the kids using him as a piece of play equipment as he watched the forest dragon berate the puppy. Shaggy scales are pretty good too, Thor noted as the elf's mother worked to calm down the dragon so she would turn the boy back to his natural form. Now you're aiming for dragons? Carl asked. All scales are good scales. Plus, those wings. Scales and wings are a good combination, Thor agreed. The dragon turned in their direction, and Carl felt a nudge at his mind. He focused on letting it in, and a gentle female voice entered his mind. "Remind your friend that I am a forest dragon, and I can hear him," she demanded. Thor perked up. "I have grasses here that are very good for supple scales." The dragon glared at Carl, and he patted the eager Sero on the head. "Sorry, buddy. You had your shot, but she's not interested. You'll have to try again another day on a different dragon." Thor was a bit sad that his chance at romance wasn't coming to him from the dragon with the shaggy scales, but he understood. You couldn't get every female that you found attractive, or there would be no available females to find attractive in the first place. The dragon smirked a little as she heard Thor's thoughts, and dismissed him as a horny teenager who still saw his best chances of finding love to be simply trying for every single female he met. At least, every one of them with scales, because Thor had standards. The kids were still climbing all over him, and that included the other elven children from the village now. So, it was clear to Carl that they wouldn't be going anywhere soon, and he should likely start looking for a space to spend a night, as it would be rude to let Ray just make a random fort on the edge of an established town. "Well, it looks like we're not in a hurry to leave. Do you still have the rooms for travelers that the waypoint was designed for? Or a hotel of some sort?" Carl asked. "Of course. I doubt that they will take your money, as you brought back the children, but there will definitely be a spot for you to stay the night." "What direction is your quest sending you from here?" "West into the forests," the mayor replied. "East-southeast. I'm not sure what is in that direction, but that's where it says that I will find what I'm looking for." The mayor looked concerned. "I hope that it's not sending you too far. That region is dangerous, and it's all controlled by wild beasts and the monstrous tribes. It's technically part of the Miviascan Empire's territory, but you won't find a civilized village in that direction all the way across the empire. Even southeast, you would be hard-pressed to find civilization. That's why the road runs northeast of here before going east again. But you are searching for the perfect magical beast, so that might be precisely the sort of region that you're looking for, no matter how dangerous it is. Just remember that it is their home territory, and try not to pick fights, or it will draw in every ally and every potential challenger in the region. It won't matter who wins, they will want to attack when the victor is weakened." Carl nodded. "I hope it's not too far as well. Being lost in the wilderness without my teammates to make dinner and help keep watch sounds like it won't be much fun." The elf nodded. Carl had said the same thing before, and it was clear that he was used to traveling with a group, and not solo. Perhaps this was the reason that the gods had deemed that he needed to go on a quest for his reward instead of just receiving it. They liked independent champions, not ones who relied on the powers of others to support them. So, a nice long trip to get used to being alone and self-sufficient might be just the thing that he needed. The actual quest reward would be secondary to their goals. But the mayor had seen many things in his centuries, and he wasn't going to spoil it for the young human, who might actually have fewer years under his belt than the children that he had returned. The elves of their tribe aged at half the rate that humans did in their youth, and then their appearance paused when they were grown. So it was possible this young human would only have been a child himself by their estimation if someone had been rude enough to ask and remind him of how very mortal he was. "How about I show you to a room at the inn for the evening? Is it safe to leave your beast unattended?" he asked instead. "In a way, yes. He's not hostile, and he doesn't eat any form of meat. But he's liable to flirt with the dragon if he thinks she might reconsider, and that could end in disaster." The mayor's laughter drew the attention of half the village. "She's already in a bad mood. Perhaps we should send the kids away and let him rest. I assume that your class grants him a separate space with the others?" Carl nodded, and the mayor began to chase off the kids. Once they were off, Carl called Thor back into his space, and the forest dragon briefly looked confused, before she realized that the Sero had disappeared. She could sense that he was an actual beast, not a summoned illusion or false creature. So, normally, his thoughts would only vanish if he died. But she quickly realized that it was just in a separate space so that the children would sleep at some point. If that friendly beast was left with them, they would still be playing in the morning after sneaking out of their homes the moment their parents went to bed. She didn't say it out loud, but Carl was thinking the same thing. Elves and Lotus had too much in common. It was not safe to leave unattended beasts around them if they needed to be ready to do things later. The room actually turned out to be quite luxurious, despite the back-to-nature rustic look of the village. It had been maintained at the standards that the Darklight host kept for all its waypoints, and hadn't been renovated to match the rest of the village. It was also among the only buildings that were at ground level. There were a few workshops down here, but most of the town lived further up the trees, presumably as a defense against wandering beasts who couldn't or didn't climb trees. "We will see you in the morning, if you are staying around long enough for breakfast. I am usually here at the inn for morning tea, and many of the villagers like to drop in. We also have provisions if you need to stock for a trip. We have access to the Dark Light Host Guild Bank, so we can get you all the essentials." A guild bank? There was some sort of magical bank that had supplies in it, accessible from here? Now Carl was beginning to envy the luxuries that these people enjoyed. "Thanks. I will arrange supplies for an extended trip in the morning. Sleep well, Mayor." Carl woke up with the dawn the next day, not because he set an alarm or had anything urgent to do, but just out of habit. That was when the giants usually started to scout for attacks, so that was when he needed to be ready, and he didn't want to lose that routine when he might be finished this quest in a few days and back home to the rest of the team. He briefly wondered what they were up to, and if they had gotten to stop in at the lithium mines, where he was certain that they would be the stars of the town. Even the less famous and military elites were like idols to the small town youth, especially the ones not yet old enough to have gone through the serum injection. As he sat down for a morning tea, as they didn't have any coffee in the dispensers set up along one wall for the hotel guests, Carl noticed that he was still the center of attention. He looked up at a man who was trying to subtly observe him, enough to let the man know that he was caught, and that Carl was willing to talk to him. With that, the elf switched seats to join him at the table. "You're going east into monster territory for a quest, right? Now, I know it's a quest, and it's giving you directions, but that's still a terrible idea. There isn't anything in that direction that is weaker than you are. Even if you tag team them with your lightning Saro, it's not going to be an easy fight. I am a woodcutter by trade, and even I don't go east of town, much less across the border." Carl nodded. "I agree that it might be a terrible idea, but I am a beast master. Monsters are part of the deal." The woodcutter chuckled. "Well, do you at least have a portal scroll with you for an emergency escape?" Carl didn't even know that was a thing, so he shook his head. "Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know where you came from, but your common sense certainly didn't grow up here. I will get you the supplies that you're going to need. How much room do you have in your inventory?" "2 slots. The man looked confused. "You only have room for 2 more items?" Now it was Carl's turn to be confused. "Perhaps there is something off with my inventory arrangement? Each slot is a meter cubed, roughly. I can just load them with stuff until they're full," Carl explained. The woodcutter gestured out the window at someone, and the dragon came inside, looking suspiciously at Carl, as if he was going to try to matchmake her and Thor first thing in the morning. "Can you tell me about his system? There is something wrong with it. All his inventory space has merged into 2 slots the size of guild bank vault cubes," the man explained. The dragon stared deeply at Carl, then shrugged. "Yup, it's broken. But I don't know what to do about it. Maybe it's supposed to be that way. It looks like it works just fine, and I can see his class just fine. It might be a quirk of his class, giving him bulk space for raw materials. You know, like how the crafter classes get a bag for reagents and materials." The woodcutter snapped his fingers. "Alright, now it all makes sense. The Beast Master must be some sort of hybrid crafting and combat class. I will go get the travel supplies ready with the space limitations in mind." Then he left the room, leaving the dragon and Carl sitting at a table together. "Tea?" Carl asked, prepared to get up and pour another cup. "No, thank you. I already ate. I'm sure that they already warned you that your path would be dangerous, but I think that you might be alright. You don't smell like a human. You smell like a strange beast. As long as the ruler of the territory doesn't see you as a threat, you should be able to pass through with only minimal competition. Just keep moving and try not to go snooping around nests or dens, unless you're absolutely certain it's the one you want." "Got it. That should be easy enough in theory, but we both know things never work out that way once you're actually in the woods." The dragon laughed at Carl's joke. The woods were her element. Even if the beasts were much more powerful than she was, they wouldn't attack a forest dragon in the forest. It just wasn't in their nature. The mayor sat down to join them, and then a few men dressed as rangers, one of which was holding a tiny blink cat. "Your bonded partner?" Carl asked. "Actually, no, my wife's new best friend. But he insisted on coming with me today to see you. They're wicked smart, the blink cats are. My bonded partner is a timber wolf to grant me the increased eyesight and sense of smell that canines are famous for. He's currently napping on my front porch. Bonded animals might not age and die like their unbonded counterparts, but they get just as lazy in their old age." Carl could only imagine how lazy and grumpy a 100-year-old wolf would be. So that's how rangers pick their partners. I gained the same from my first partner, a windspeed hawk. My eyesight is incredible for a human, Carl explained. Lucky bugger. The rare classes always get all the good stuff for themselves, and the rest of us just get left feeling inferior, the second ranger complained. Rangers do have some benefits, though. My only class skills are for enhancing the damage that my beasts do. The attack skills I had to train separately, or gain from my beasts. All four at the table laughed that time, and the dragon smirked at Carl. You're not making him feel better. Being able to gain skills from a whole group of magical beasts is practically a ranger's wet dream. I suspect that your class might actually be an advanced version of their class, or perhaps the druid or shaman class. Sometimes it takes a crossover between them to come up with something new, but if it let a ranger bond and gain skills from beasts in addition to their archery and woodcraft skills, it would be completely worth it, she explained. Do rangers not get sword skills? Carl asked. Superb ones, actually. But their attitude is that if they have to draw their sword, things have already gone wrong. Carl chuckled. I am the opposite. I start with the blade if things are going right. If I have to use my bow, it's normally because I was caught too early by something that can fight back. While they joked, the woodcutter gathered the items that Carl would need, and came back with 2 large bags, nearly the size of the inventory spaces, along with an itemized receipt. Now, this might be overkill, so I can return some of it if you'd like. Here's the list, and the total is 17 gold pieces, 4 silver, 8 copper. Carl focused on his status screen and had it withdraw 18 gold pieces. He could get used to that ability. There you go. Keep the rest for your assistants. There was food, as predicted, but not in the way Carl expected. The bag contained a magical lunchbox that could be activated to create a meal once a day. Most of the rest was filled with various potions, tinctures, lotions and scent blockers that will help him through the wilderness without drawing too much attention to himself, along with an enchanted water bottle, and a few enchanted repair kits for weapons and armor. Carl had never seen anything like them before, but they weren't all that expensive, and he definitely wanted to bring them home with him. I know that this might sound odd, but do you have a skill book library available? Carl asked. The mayor shook his head. We can get skill books, but they need to be custom made and sent to us. It takes a week or 2. Yeah, I suspected that might be the answer. But it was worth a shot. Perhaps the next time I'm in a real city, I will have time to visit the library. I wanted to get a proper shaman healing spell for my partner, to go with her healing totems and splash heal, Carl explained. If they didn't have a full-time healer, that role was on regeneration, eternal lightning, and Remy. Having a proper healing spell would have been nice. But come to think of it, if he had more points, he could get trollish regeneration, the upgraded version of bestial regeneration. Once they were finished with breakfast and Carl's inventory was loaded with as much stuff as he could possibly hold, which appeared to be a normal situation for the locals when they headed out on an extended trip, he prepared to get on his way. He would be headed away from the road, following the directions from the quest reward. The fact that there were supposed to be no villages at all for the entire northern region of the nation next to them seemed very odd to Carl. Perhaps they meant no elven or human villages, but the complete absence just didn't seem like the sort of thing that would normally happen. There wasn't anything that Carl could do about that, though. The supposedly perfect beast was in that direction, and he wasn't about to pass that up. He had a space ready, and they were just waiting on Remy to pick an evolution direction so she could break through to the royal rank. Then they would be able to continue progressing, hopefully with a powerful new friend. Everyone in the group was excited about that. They had become a close family, and the process of adopting a new family member was the greatest group activity that they could think of right now. They were all present, there was no particular pressure, and no restrictions on what they could look for. There might never be a better chance to find a new friend. The first few hours in the forest were calm ones. There weren't many strong monsters near the village. The dragon chased them away or convinced them not to bother her, but as Carl got further from civilization, he began to see signs that there were monsters in the area. The most obvious were the claw marks 5 meters up the bark of a tree. It might have been a full-grown dire bear, or something the same shape, or it might have been a shorter creature that normally stood upright. Carl didn't want to call anyone out and risk attracting more attention, so he just focused on not being ambushed with his aura turned inward, the way he had seen others do it to hide their power level. Thor would be ready instantly with the barriers, and Carl had royal rank armor on, so he wasn't exactly vulnerable, but it was an extreme change from his usual, always ready, travel method. "Watch your step and protect your neck," Ray sang in his mind as they passed through a dark section of the forest where Carl could feel that something was watching them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. "You're in a good mood today," Carl noted. Ray nodded happily as she swung in a hammock in her space. "This place feels like home. This is where a bloodbath spider belongs, not in those wimpy forests back home. These forests are ancient, and they're just leaking power. It just feels like home." Remy looked around. "It isn't bad, but it's too dry. These trees though, I like the trees." As they continued, the sense that they were being stalked became undeniable. "Does anyone have eyes on the target?" Carl asked, knowing they could look out of their spaces directly and not just through his eyes. "Whatever it is hidden too well," Ray complained. Then Carl saw a shimmer headed their way through the trees and turned to face it, hoping that just proving he could see it would scare it off. The creature seemed to pause for a few seconds, then Carl realized that it wasn't alone. There were other shimmers in his peripheral vision. One of them launched itself at him, and Carl sidestepped, bringing up eternal lightning. The moment that he used a skill, the shimmers scattered, running off into the woods. But he could feel attention from something stronger in the distance. As a precaution, he stopped using the barrier and returned to as close to stealth as he could manage. That stopped the stronger creature from caring that he was nearby. "The beasts here feel strange. They're not particularly powerful, not more powerful than me, but they don't feel the same," Ray explained. They would have to wait on that, as the arrow that led them towards their new partner hadn't changed directions at all, so it probably wasn't close yet. They could all feel when they passed between the territories of two powerful beasts, and the team began to realize what the difference in feeling was. Certain portions of the woods were claimed by the beasts. They had imbued their power and essence all through them for years, and that gave the beasts' territories a distinctive feeling. But now that they knew what it was, they could also use that feeling to skirt along the edges of a monster's claimed territory. That made things a little easier for Carl. The monsters that avoided the territories of other beasts were generally not strong, and would avoid him as well, thinking that he was a wandering predator. That allowed him to make decent progress during the daylight hours, but as the sky began to darken, Carl had to make a decision. Where would they sleep for the evening? The obvious answer was in a fort that Ray made, but the issue was finding a spot where they could put it that would actually be safe enough to let him sleep, and not attract monsters to his location. The best that Carl could come up with was further up in the trees, but even that was a risk, as there were monsters that lived above the ground as well as on it. "Do we think it's safer up high or down low?" Carl asked, hoping for useful input. "High is always better," Hawk replied. Ray made an agreeable noise. "Smaller branches support smaller predators." "Yeah, the good snack-sized things should be in the small branches," Remy added. That settled it. They would go all the way up a tree and deal with whatever they found up there, which hopefully wouldn't be a whole flock of flying monsters. "There, that tree looks good. There is some noise, but no sense of strong monsters, so there shouldn't be anything hiding in it. It's outside a major territory, so we should be safe to settle in for the night," Ray suggested. "All right, lead the way. You can keep watch from in the fort or in your space, if it is less likely to cause trouble. We will fight if we have to, but I don't want to start something big." Hawk and Ray both happily agreed to those terms. They wouldn't start anything big, but there were new types of monsters in the area, ones that were much weaker than they were, and they might be tasty. It wasn't much, but they hadn't gotten a chance to properly hunt in quite a while, so they were looking forward to taking the chances that they could get and replenish their supplies. Even Remy sensed some possibilities, but it would be better if she had Hawk or Ray get the food for her. Biting and squishing it might ruin the flavor and texture. Being a snake had serious downfalls. All the best food was ruined when you had to catch it yourself. Ray made a small fort at the top of a suitable tree, and Carl climbed up to see what she had provided. It was just an enclosed hammock, little more than a cocoon of the sort she would create for prey, but it was enclosed, and there was sticky royal rank silk all around it to catch the unwary intruders. That would do the job. Most of what Carl wanted out of the sleeping arrangement was just to not be detected by monsters, and this would work wonderfully for the task, as it would hide his scent, keeping the wind from revealing his location, and it would keep enemies away for long enough that Carl could prepare himself and Ray could come out. It was going to be a long trip through the wilderness, Carl was certain. Even with the beasts watching for threats, there was no way to safely get a deep sleep, so he would be mostly meditating and resting, which was good for a while, but he might have a significant distance to cover, and eventually, he would have to find a better solution, or a safer area. Not everywhere was going to be heavily populated with monsters, that just wouldn't be feasible with the available food. But when Carl woke up in the morning he was already looking forward to it. There were 3 small creatures on the web when Carl got up. They were common grade monsters, not a threat, and not worth keeping for snacks, so Carl simply freed them once he was out of bed and settled on a branch for a breakfast of hard travel biscuits and soup. A light meal was all he needed, and Carl dunked his biscuit in the soup as he watched the squirrel that he freed last run away in terror, afraid that it would be on the menu if it remained. This morning, the area felt more relaxed and natural than it had when he arrived, and Carl gently dropped to the ground to continue following the directions that were given to find the quest reward. That meant a casual walk through the woods all morning, as moving faster just attracted inordinate amounts of attention. Wild beasts didn't run without a good reason, so Carl didn't run either. At noon, he came to a large grassland area that extended as far as he could see. That was a nice change, as he could actually see threats from a distance now, and make a bit better time without causing himself trouble. Carl moved up to a jog as the open plains extended in front of him, keeping to a pace that eternal lightning could regenerate his stamina for. That wasn't quite a run, but it was definitely a fast pace, which would cover over 20 kilometers an hour with his strength lengthening his strides. "I want to stretch my wings," Hawk complained. "Go ahead, I don't sense anything nearby, it should be safe to come outside." Everyone but Remy took that invitation, and then after a few seconds, Remy also came out, settling onto Thor's back to bask in the sun. Hawk soared high in the sky, looking for snacks, threats and signs of civilization. By the time that it got dark, there was nothing. They saw a few herds of buffalo-sized commander-rank herbivores, and Ray claimed 2 of them, just in case they tasted good, but the day was deceptively calm. When Carl decided to call it a night at midnight, Hawk and Ray had both been in bed for a few hours already, but there were no signs of life larger than mice visible to Carl's borrowed version of Ray's thermal vision. This time, he didn't wake her up, he just found a small stand of trees that didn't have anything sleeping in it and slung his hammock before waking Ray to keep watch. The next morning, Hawk took to the air again, scouting for any sign that they might be close to their target, but it was just grass, hundreds of kilometers of open plains. Carl was jogging along late that evening when suddenly the arrow made a hard right. "Recalibrating. Target lost," the system reported. "What in the world does that mean?" Carl muttered. "Do you think that something ate our potential cute little sister?" Remy asked. Carl frowned. That seemed far too likely. Ray nodded. "You may have a point. The best possible option should have been a monarch-rank infant. So it might have been eaten, or perhaps it advanced and became an overlord before we could get there to claim it? Then it wouldn't be the best anymore because it was too strong to be safely bonded." "Oh, the new arrow is moving. I think that it is close," Thor noted. It wasn't much, but the arrow had moved just a fraction of a centimeter and then another. Carl turned to face the new direction, and hoped that this time he would be able to reach his target before something happened to it. "There is something in the distance. Big green people are attacking something black," Hawk reported. "Do you think it might be our target?" Carl asked as the bird raced away into the distance. "I am pretty sure it is. I don't know what it is yet, though. It's surrounded in black." He sent a mental image of what he was seeing, and Carl couldn't figure it out either. The orcish children were just attacking a ball of black energy that Hawk was unable to see through. It was slowly moving along, as if it was sluggish or unconcerned. No matter what they did, it kept moving. Then they swapped out the commander-rank adolescents with one of their high royal-rank warriors. Carl could see him coming, then Hawk got distracted by something moving in the grass. It turned out to be no threat, but when he looked back, the warrior was simply gone, and there was black ash floating on the wind. Did it just one-shot a royal-rank orcish warrior? Carl asked himself. Possibly. Maybe it teleported him, though. He's definitely gone, Hawk reported. Now that was interesting. If there was something that could one-shot a royal-rank orc, it was definitely powerful. But whether or not it was going to be something that Carl could bond with was another matter. They hadn't tried to pull a living thing other than Dana into the space, and that hadn't worked. There wasn't an extra space for her at the time, but Carl suspected that it was more that she wasn't classified as a valid beast to be brought into the system's link. It took nearly an hour of fast jogging to get to the point where Hawk had tracked the black ball to after the orcs gave up on it, or maybe the orcs had chased it away, though it didn't seem to have cared all that much about their efforts, as it never changed course. It didn't seem to care much about him, either. Carl made his way a few hundred meters ahead of the small black half-orb trundling along through the grass, and tried to see what was inside. The arrow from the quest log was tracking it, pointing down at the top of its head, but Carl had no idea how to get it into the space. He certainly wasn't going to try to pick it up, at least not until he knew what it was and if that was safe. But for the moment, it wasn't reacting to his presence at all. "Should we just follow it?" Ray suggested. "We might as well. But why don't we try feeding it? Maybe it will drop the barrier if we give it something to eat." Carl set a bit of commander-rank monster meat on the ground in front of the beast, but slightly off to one side, so he could see if it was going to adjust course. For the first time since Hawk had spotted it, the beast paused, as if sniffing at the food, then continued along its way. But Carl had many tricks to lure beasts to him. He extended, flaming body, and roasted the piece of meat, to let the wind waft the scent toward the slowly moving creature. It immediately doubled back, leaping into the air to show that the barrier extended below it to make a full sphere, then opened slightly to allow the food to safely enter without being destroyed. Carl cut and roasted another piece, and tossed it between the beast and himself. This time it didn't jump, but ran to the spot. "It must be a new friend for Hawk, the way it loves to eat," Thor joked. Carl chuckled and prepared a few more pieces, tossing them progressively closer, but holding the last one in his hand. The creature accelerated as it snapped up the food, then stopped right in front of Carl. It bounced a few times, as if demanding the last bite, before he dropped it toward what he assumed was a waiting mouth. The black barrier dissipated as the food fell, revealing what looked like an average honey badger. That was not at all what Carl was expecting. But when he roasted another bit of meat in his hand, thin wings, a fleshy membrane like bat wings, extended from under the protective fur on its back, and with a flap, it was snagging the food from Carl's hand so fast it wasn't even finished cooking yet. The beast gave a strange expression as it landed with the half-roasted meat in its mouth, then swallowed and looked up at Carl. "Meat?" he heard a gentle girlish voice ask in his mind. Carl nodded. "You have to be patient, it takes a few seconds to cook." "What is a cook?" "Meat," it pleaded. Carl roasted the meat and handed a much larger piece to the badger, which it promptly used its black energy skill to cut into small cubes that it ate with a dainty claw, now that there was enough food that it wasn't worried about starvation. That must have been why it was unconcerned and sluggish before. It was just hungry and stumbling along looking for something to eat, or lost in daydreams of food. Orcs didn't look tasty, and the creature seemed to prefer roasted meat to raw, but didn't appear to have any fire skills of its own, as it didn't know what cooked was. Once the food was finished, it established a large black dome over both itself and Carl, and promptly went to sleep. Carl had the food, so he couldn't be allowed to escape. Carl shook his head at the logic of the small creature, and stroked the top of her head, before focusing on the spare space and transferring her in. Quest complete. The perfect pet, calculating. Calculating what? Carl had no idea. He had finished the quest, he had his reward sleeping soundly in his newest beast space, and she was powerful. Name, Kara, species, winged void badger, juvenile. Royal rank, skills, disintegration, monarch rank, creates an area of pure destructive energy. Nullify, a disintegration-based counterattack. May completely cancel skills of equal or lesser energy. Rapid flight, the winged void badger is an agile flyer, even when fully grown. Limited invulnerability, the winged void badger ignores all attacks that deal under 10% of its total health, and an equivalent amount of all attacks stronger than 10% of its total health. Carl read the stats of his new partner with a sense of awe. It was no wonder that it didn't care about anyone attacking it. Not only did it have a protective dome spell, it could simply ignore any weak attacks that were sent against it. Carl's new bracelet was good, but not that good. Maybe that was a normal skill for this place, and the invulnerability isn't the part that makes her a good partner, Ray suggested, seeing a pattern in the loot they had gained. I suppose it's possible. The disintegration did seem to be powerful, the way it eliminated that orc. Carl waited patiently inside the dome for Kara to wake up. He could likely walk through it now that they were partners, but it did allow him to rest while she slept. From what he could tell, only the orcs would dare to attack the dome, and that was just the kids who might not have known better. In a region where monarch rank was among the strongest residents, this impervious black dome of nonchalance was a menace to society. It was only 3 hours later when Kara woke up in the mental space and began to look around in confusion. "Hey, where did everyone go? I swear I put the food vendor right here," she mumbled to herself. "I moved you into a mental space for safety while you rested. We're going to be very good friends," Carl insisted. "Friends with a food vendor? That sounds alright. Oh, there are more people. Hello Spider Lady, and Snake, and Bird, and Giant Puppy." Carl laughed at her description, then Hawk roasted an entire ascended rank boar and moved it to Kara's space. "We're having a pig for lunch. You know, you guys aren't half bad." The barrier over Carl vanished, and he rose to his feet. There was nothing in the immediate area, but in the distance, Carl could see that there was a large dust cloud coming his way. That sort of cloud meant either huge and fast-moving, or a large group kicking up dust, like an army on the move. It was too wide to be from just one truck, even if there was a dirt road in the region, but there was no realistic way to hide and wait for the threat to pass by. "Should I go scout?" Hawk asked. "No, wait here for a moment. I don't know if they're even trying to find us, but I don't want to be easy to spot. I will just walk away from their path." Carl began to jog, putting the current path of the dust cloud to his right side, and watched as it came close enough that he could begin to make out the cause of the dust cloud. It was a cavalry charge, but the riders were on some sort of two-legged giant lizards. Thor recognized them as a predator, but not one that he was familiar with, and not one that was native to the Golden Dragon Nation. The fact that someone was riding them was surprising enough, but when Carl saw that it was actually orcs riding the giant lizards, he was momentarily stunned. Since when did orcs have a civilization that advanced? From what he recalled, they were barely considered sentient, much less civilized enough to be taming monsters. Whatever was going on in this place, it was beginning to feel like Carl had missed some critical historical information about the world. It couldn't even be that he was lied to this time because he had met orcs before, and they were definitely primitive compared to these ones in quality armor and riding mounts with complex saddles. Just when Carl was getting his hopes up that the orcs were going to bypass him entirely and head to the village, the whole column turned in his direction. "Everyone ready, but don't come out until I give the signal," he informed his partners. Ray was busily whispering details of their usual strategy to Kara, so the new team member knew what they would be doing. However, the Void Badger was not the least bit concerned about these cavalry fighters. Or, perhaps, she was simply born without a sense of fear. Carl stopped trying to hide his presence and brought up Flaming Body and Eternal Lightning, while Thor cast a Circle of Protection over him. None of the skills were threatening ones, and he had no weapon in his hands, but it would alert the incoming cavalry that he wasn't a target they could just run through. The charge stopped 50 meters away, and one lone orc dismounted and came jogging towards Carl with a sword in his hand. The orc stopped 5 paces away and Carl waited to see if he was going to say something, or if he could even speak the human common language as the elves had. "Human, declare your allegiance. Your kind has no part in this war." The orc spoke in a surprisingly refined accent that hinted at higher education. "I have not come to fight. I was sent here on a quest, to find a particular beast. Now that I have, I will be returning to the west to get a portal home," Carl explained. The orcish general snorted in amusement. "I suppose that you would. But that does not answer the question of your allegiance. What side are you on?" Carl sighed. "I don't even know who is fighting." That single statement caused the entire orcish army to burst into vicious laughter. "The orcish tribes against the Miviascan Slavers, of course," the champion chuckled. "Well, I just finished returning a group of elven children taken by Slavers, so I must say, when it comes to orcs versus Slavers, I will side with the orcs." The orcs laughed even louder, and Carl waited for them to get over whatever was so amusing. "You hear that? The teeny tiny human would stand up to the giants and their allies in order to reclaim the slaves. What do you think, boys? Will he manage to kill 1 or 2 before they eat him?" the orcish champion asked. Carl smirked, and Hawk tossed a royal rank hill giant body out on the ground. "I would start with at least 2 because I've got more trophies with me," Carl informed him. The air filled with noise as the orcs bashed weapons against metal armor and whooped in pleasure. "He got you there, boss. I say we bring him with us," one of the men in the front rank shouted. "What do you say, human? Want to raid a village with us?" Carl considered the orc champion's question for a few seconds. Telling the massive green man, no, didn't seem like it was the sort of answer that would prolong his life. But the champion was a monarch rank fighter, as were some of his officers, so anywhere they were going wouldn't be an easy fight. Plus, he wouldn't be able to bring the team out without risking them getting injured. He had already seen the orcish children attacking Kara as she looked for something to eat earlier. Carl picked up the giant body, and the orcish champion smiled. Good answer. Join the infantry at the back and we will keep moving. The raid starts with the night as the giants go blind. That made sense to Carl. The giants never attacked at night because their night vision was terrible, so if you were on the offense, then attacking them at dark would be the best time, as you would have all night to fight before they could see properly. Though a few hours after dark would likely be better, when they were already settled into bed. Carl nodded at the champion, who had taken his retrieval of the body as a sign that he was on board with the battle, and then moved to join the back of the line, where smaller and younger orcs, along with many of the female warriors, were gathered. There were some women at the front, but these ones were smaller, the size of the juvenile males, and not massively muscular like the female warriors up front riding the giant lizards. No mount? You're an odd one for a human, aren't you? One of the younger orcish men asked. I have a mount, but running is good for the body. Besides, I was hunting, not in a rush to get somewhere, Carl explained. What would you possibly be hunting here? This isn't a place for humans. Carl laughed. You're the second one to tell me that in the last 5 minutes, but I was looking for a winged void badger. Well, then we showed up at just the right time. If you had found one, you wouldn't be here to join us on this adventure. The young man laughed. Kara rolled her eyes. Stupid orcs. It still hasn't occurred to them that if they would stop poking people with sticks, they would stop getting killed for being annoying. Ray laughed, and the little badger rolled on her back to stretch out in the grass. Is that how it works? You can just kill the annoying ones? Remy asked. I'm pretty sure. At least, some of them. Some of them are dangerous and annoying, but also have food. I would have to ask the elder how that works, Kara replied. By elder, she meant Thor. Carl fell under the category of friendly person with food, but the others all seemed a bit young and unreliable to be called elders. You only kill that ones that need killing. Otherwise, you end up wasting all your energy starting fights, Thor informed them. Kara kind of liked starting fights, though. It was great entertainment when you were bored. Carl ran along with the orcs, whose longer legs were still strained to keep up the pace behind the beasts. But that didn't slow the meet and greet session between the beasts. If you have wings, why do you walk everywhere? Hawk asked. Flying was obviously the superior method of transport. Oh, those wings are for getting high enough to punch things in the face and chase flying food. You can't relax while you're flying. You have to keep beating your wings. Walking is much more relaxing. So, you like to just relax? Thor asked hopefully. He liked floating in his pond. Yep, relaxing is good when there is nothing to eat or fight. But now there is food right here all the time, and it doesn't even smell like it's going bad. Ray rubbed her mandibles happily. Good, I had worried that you were the lazy sort, and were always doing fun things. I don't think that we're going to get to go out and play tonight with all the strangers around, but you can attack things from inside here. It's hilarious, and I like to send my golems out while I watch from my nest. Oh, I did that one time with Nullify. Some silly shaman kept trying to make a rain spell while I was enjoying the sun, so I cancelled it every time he got close to finishing, Kara replied excitedly. That's the spirit. You're going to fit in very well here. The orcs had impeccable timing. The sun had just gone beneath the horizon when the village full of giants came in sight to Carl's enhanced vision. Is there a challenge or a goal to the raid other than just killing the giants? Carl asked the man running next to him. For you, there are 3. First, try to kill a giant. Second, try to free at least one slave. Third, and most challenging, try to do better than at least one of the women. The woman beside him laughed and smacked him on the head. Shouldn't that one be for you as well? Because I'm already crushing you in the kill count this campaign. Then she turned to Carl. Do you even have proper attack skills, human? Something that can deal with the giants? I have Bone Crusher and a big hammer, Carl offered. The orc laughed. I don't know if you mean that as a combat appraisal or a pickup line, but I like it. Carl laughed along with her. Could be either. But we can save the pickup lines for after the fight. The front ranks spurred their mounts forward, roaring into the darkening skies as the giants prepared their defenses. Oh, I see a good spot, just to the left of the front lines. See that tower with only one giant in it? Ray suggested. Take me there. Carl agreed. It was dark out now, meaning that there were few limits on shadow step, but Ray dropped Carl 5 meters above the tower, where the torchlight didn't properly reach. As he fell, Carl drew his maul and put 5 stacks of bone crusher on it as he slammed it on the head of the guard. It was a glorious direct hit, and the giant had never seen it coming. But he had overdone it. The guard was only low commander rank, and the maul carried on through the head to hit the wooden tower, which crumbled under the force. Carl twisted to land on his feet as Kara laughed in his mind. "You guys were right. Watching from in here is hilarious. Oh, watch this. Poof, no more champion barrier." The giant's leader had a split second to be confused before the orcish champion's spear buried itself through his chest. Even the orc looked baffled, unable to comprehend what had just happened, but he hopped down from his mount, which moved up to fight beside him as the giant choked to death on his own blood with a spear completely through his chest. Carl turned to the village as Ray sent out her golems, and Kara cheered. Chaos! Carl shook his head in dismay, then slammed another giant in the chest, tossing it back against the wall, spitting blood for a second before an orc cut its head off. The orc grunted in dismay as he realized that the giant was already dying. "That one is yours. Good kill, human." Carl followed him and the golems inside, quickly scaling the wooden wall to attack the defenders. There was a second wall between them and the village itself. The golems were currently occupied fighting with a monarch-ranked giant, and the fight was brutal enough that nothing wanted to get close to them. That gave Kara a chance to cast disintegration over the golems' legs, increasing their damage. A spear bounced off Carl's armor, hurled by a commander-ranked giant. The return strike with chain lightning by Remy staggered the warrior, and Carl leapt forward with flaming body layered on his maul. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air as the giant collapsed, giving Carl an open path to the golems and their target as he buffed himself. "He got big." "How did he get big?" Kara asked. "A skill called brutality. He has others too, ones that make us hit harder. The sharpness one should even work with your disintegration attack. You will be much more powerful with him around," Ray informed her new friend. The monarch-ranked giant swung both clubs, knocking the golems to the ground. Ray called forth a fresh pair, attacking it from behind and turning the giant away from Carl, who was waiting for his moment. Carl charged forward between a burly orc and a royal-ranked giant, using them as a distraction so he could get close, and aimed the maul for the monarch's back. Instinct made the warrior turn and raise a barrier as Carl's strike was about to land, but Carl was prepared for that. 5 stacks of flaming body got through most barriers. However, today he had Kara putting her all into nullify, and the barrier shattered like glass under the combined attack. The giant's armor dented with a shriek of abused steel, and the leather straps holding it in place tore and popped, letting it drop to the ground. There was a deep purple bruise on the giant's chest, but more importantly, it was now unarmored at the torso, and facing attacks from 3 directions. Carl saw a blade coming at his left as one came down at him from above. There wasn't time to evade both, so Carl went for a compromise and parried the first with his maul, letting the momentum throw him out of the way of the giant's other hand. He rolled through the dirt and skidded to a stop on his knees, then rushed forward again as the golems attacked. The giant turned to defend itself, but took a spiked leg to the shoulder right before Carl smashed his maul into its knee, sending the giant to the ground on its stomach. Others came to rescue their fallen comrade, and the golems moved to intercept while Carl went for the kill. A stacked strike aimed at the back of the neck nearly took it out, before the giant rolled over and parried. It was large enough to finish the fight from a sitting position, and it intended to do exactly that. More giants rushed towards Carl, and the beast sprung into action. Rending fireballs, chain lightning and black disintegration spheres rushed out to intercept the reinforcements, and the golems glowed a little brighter as Thor activated Circle of Protection. A small stone fired with earth magic bounced off Carl's armor, and Kara laughed. "The Carl is invulnerable too. Oh, this will be funny." Low-powered stone attacks weren't doing anything at all to Carl, but limited invulnerability didn't fully negate the side effects of their momentum, so Carl was fighting to move forward as repeated stone attacks hit him and turned him back and forth. They didn't last long, with the orcs rushing in to claim glory and the beasts casting constant spells from their spaces, while Carl focused on using chain lightning to keep the monarch-ranked giant on the ground and injured while the golems fought. It was beginning to smoke from the scorched areas where the lightning was landing, and the reinforcements no longer dared to come near their champion. The lightning arcs were too dangerous. Carl approached as the ranged attacks faded, and the monarch's eyes narrowed in hatred. 3, 2, 1 Kill the ugly thing, Kara cheered, leading the attack. Carl laughed and struck the ground with his maul, sending all 5 chain lightning charges into the monarch as a barrage of spells slammed into it from the others. Then the golems were on its back, stabbing and tearing chunks out of its flesh. That thing just doesn't die, Ray noted, impressed at its durability. Its leg has already healed. It thinks we can't tell, Kara agreed. Sure enough, when Carl moved a bit closer, it launched forward, intending to choke the life out of him. But Carl was the faster of the two, and his maul slipped between the giant's hands, smashing into its face while eternal lightning kept the massive hands from crushing his body. The monarch collapsed with a rattling wheeze through its broken face as the golems finished their work, but one last spasm sent Carl flying through the air. "I'll catch you." Ray laughed as Carl felt himself floating. He had been thrown nearly straight up, and now he was motionless in the air for a moment as he began to fall. "Don't bother, let's use this time to find a path to the inner wall. We will see if we can free some slaves as well. Straight ahead is best. The orcs are everywhere now, and they outnumber the giants by a lot," Hawk informed him. But there was one strange sight as Carl fell. One orc was not fighting. The scarred warrior was standing on the wall with a clipboard, taking notes. Orcs certainly took their scorekeeping seriously. The golems jumped to slow Carl's descent, though Kara's shared skill would have prevented him from taking any injury, and the trio began to look for targets. Carl and the golems began to run for the inner wall, slashing at anything that came close enough to reach, but deliberately not killing targets that were already engaged, only tipping the balance in favor of the orcs. There was a defensive line on the inner wall, using boulder toss to knock the orcs away from the vulnerable members of the village. But that was where Carl needed to be. He didn't care at all about the elderly and children of the giant village. He was there for the slaves that he could smell, and that he had seen locked in cages along this side of the wall. The giants seemed to know that as well, and they didn't really care about the slaves. They were just free labor until they were food, but they could always get more, and they had crops stockpiled. As long as they didn't lose the village entirely, they wouldn't miss the slaves. If the orcs were willing to waste warriors to steal them, the giants would only put up a token fight. So, when Carl swung at the wall, breaking logs and opening the back of the cage that held the prisoners, none of the giants tried to stop him, or even kill the escaping slaves. They would only slow down the orcish attack, and keep powerful warriors distracted during the fight. If the orcs wanted them, they should have taken them at the end of the battle, if they could actually win it. Carl got his first good look at the battered and downtrodden people inside the cage. They came from at least 4 different species, none of which were human. There were some weak orcs, looking deliberately starved. There were elves, a blue-skinned species with hoofed feet and horns on their heads, and some sort of plant people, whose skin had vines growing up it. Those ones were nearly stationary, only glancing around a little. Carl realized that they had put down roots to gain nutrition from the soil, and the late-night attack had come during their sleeping hours. It would take them a bit before they could move again, but the others were moving away from Carl, worried that the blood-covered warrior might not care about their species or their status. With the smooth metal helmet covering his face, the slaves had no idea what species Carl was, only that he was built like a male and too slender to be an orc. His skills increased his size proportionally, and orcish men were much more muscular than humans were. Carl flipped his visor up so they could see that he was a human, and gestured to the hole in the wall. "If you will kindly follow me out of the city limits, we require this space for the ongoing battle. Once you are outside, you are free to go," he explained. One of the orcish women, nearly starved with her ribs showing clearly through her skin, laughed at his explanation. "You heard him, time for us to move. We can't be underfoot when the masters need this space to be slaughtered in," she declared. The other slaves gave weak cheers and jokes as they picked themselves up and helped the ones who were rooted to the ground become mobile again. That was when the giants inside the wall decided to take action to prevent Carl from stealing their slaves. The door of the cage was opened, and 3 teenage giants ran inside with clubs, swatting people aside to get to Carl. Most of them managed to dodge, but of the horned blue people had his head crushed. "Pathetic," the boy snarled as he advanced on Carl. That word seemed to trigger something in Kara, and suddenly, she was outside, attacking the boy's face while Ray called her golems to deal with the others, so Carl could hold the opening in the wall to secure their exit. "You like that, huh? I'll show you pathetic," the enraged Void Badger was shouting. Carl looked back and saw that she had the giant's shirt in one front paw, while the other fed disintegration-coated punches into his rapidly evaporating face. When the young giant collapsed, Kara didn't stop. She just opened her wings and started tearing apart the weaker giants who were hiding in the city. "Everyone, go help her out. We can't have our new friend injured," Carl instructed. "I like this one. She's pretty stabby." Ray laughed as Remy began to form a thunderstorm over the inner city. "Not onto the slave cages," Carl reminded her. "Got it, boss." As the storm started, a number of the orcish infantry raced through the gap Carl had made. "Is that you?" they asked, gesturing upwards. "Yeah, that's my team. The beasts are with me." They looked around, and then paused at the black ball of rage tearing apart a building that had offended her for being in the way. "You really did find a void badger. The others were laughing about it, and I thought you were joking with them." Then he turned to the slaves. "All right, let's go. There are more giants coming from the other villages. It's time to leave. Gather as many slaves as you can and get moving." Carl passed on the instructions, and Thor put his freedom plan in motion. It was a simple plan. Cages were made of smashing poles, so he just had to charge through them, and everyone could follow him out of the city. Once Thor had broken the cages all the way back to the breach in the walls, Carl called everyone back to their spaces. Kara and Ray were laughing, and the void badger was rolling happily in the grass, celebrating a lot like Thor did when he was happy. "Oh, you're like that." Ray joked with their new sister as she laughed and mimicked a punching motion. "She's got a real temper." Hawk laughed as he recalled the scene. "I don't like bullies," Kara replied, rolling around on her back to scratch an itch she couldn't reach. "You know, if you're itchy, you can just have Carl groom you. He lets people polish Thor's scales all the time," Remy suggested. "After the fight, there are still stupid giants around. Besides, I can see more from in here." While they were talking, Remy was deep in thought. "What has you so distracted?" Thor asked quietly, so he didn't derail her train of thought. "If I had arms, I could grab people too. Just wrap them up and punch their face, or pat their head, or spin them in circles. Or maybe eat them," Remy replied. "Don't let them make you another violent sister," Thor pouted. Remy giggled and waggled her head. "No, not like that. I just don't get to eat enough random creatures. I have no idea what most of them feel like in the mouth. But I have noticed that some of them are really annoying. Nobody would mind if I eat the annoying ones, right? But why are there always giants? Nobody can eat them in one piece." Now she was just ranting, but Thor could tell that she was actually thinking about all the things she could do with arms, and the rest was just her mind getting sidetracked. "Think how envious Lotus would be if you got to cuddle elves before she did," Thor suggested, doing his best to keep one non-violent sister. "Oh, that is great. It would even make being big worth it. They could ride my back like they ride yours, and we could go on adventures."